Hello, hello. Hey, good morning. Welcome to a brand new episode of You Have a Collect Come From. How's everybody doing today? Where are we now? You don't recognize the rooms yet? Man, we're in Connecticut, if you will. No sound. Yeah, because I haven't started yet. Britt, Bragg, slow your roll. I don't even think he's brushed his teeth yet. Board of Paroles taking their sweet time today. What up, Shannon?
He'll be here in one moment.
You heard that? They'll be here in one moment.
Hi, Gardner. So Cheshire actually has three guys that are called down. So I was going to start with three guys and then come to you and then do the three guys at Gardner and then go back to Cheshire if that's okay.
You guys heard that? They'll be starting up shortly. Just sit back and enjoy the ride, if you will. Let me see if I know. I gotta update that information on here. Can you guys hear anything?
That's okay. We have.
Yeah, no. Okay, on that one, I gotta do an audio check right here to make sure everything is. Oh, what the James? But I can't see nothing, James.
You call us when?
Why is the screen blank?
That's not good.
What?
Oh, there we go.
You call us when?
Okay, so yeah, I'll call you when we're all set. I just have three guys. I don't know what time you think. 10, probably like 10:30.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
10 o'clock, 10:30, something like that. I'll give you a call, okay?
10:30.
10 or 10:30, yeah.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you.
But James, we like to see. I know, Grasshopper. I like to see too. But
You said the first guy's going to be about 10:30 because you've got to meet in Cheshire.
Sometimes these things are out of our
Did that close?
control. If
Did that close?
will.
Let's see. Cancel.
Hey, what up? What up, Richie? How's it going? Let's tap that screen. Hey, thank you. I appreciate. I like your motivation, Stacy. I highly
Hang up
appreciate
the
you.
phone. There we go.
There we go. There we go. How was the TK try? I didn't watch any of it yesterday. A bunch of testimony. We had his ex-girlfriend back on.
Mr. Brydon, can you see us over here?
Yeah, I can see you and I can hear you.
Perfect. We'll be starting shortly.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
James, you need to tell these parole board to hurry up. We don't have all the time in the world. They should be a lot more professional and start in a timely manner, if you will. It's already 6:11 in the morning on the West Coast. They should have started 11 minutes ago. Those are 11 minutes ago that I would never be able to get back, James. This is an outrage, I tell you. An outrage. No way this is right now. Right, Weston _1 true. If you will, hurry up. Let me see, it's 9:11 over here in Pennsylvania.
Mr. Brydon, you're just going to hear me talking for a second, and you can just ignore me, okay? So I'm not talking to you. I just have to put something on the record, okay?
Okay, yes, ma'am, no problem.
What do you guys think this guy is here
Reporting
for?
this is Parole Officer Nicholas. Today is April 9th, 2025, and this is a Garner and Cheshire hearing today. It is 9:11 a.m., and we are delayed in starting our hearing today. We just had to finalize some docket revision. And I just wanted to put on the record, Mr. Mark Aquino, 426-372, will be continued today. I don't know if the panel chair wants to.
Yes, please. Thank you. I move that Mark Aquino 426-372 be continued to for victim info. Yes. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. You heard that.
We're all set to start with Brad?
Yes, thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you for your patience, Mr. Bragdon.
Got no choice,
No problem.
lady.
Thank you for having me here today.
No problem. Come on now, lady. We're at your mercy here. We're all along for the ride here, just like he
Parole
is.
Officer Nicholas. Today is Wednesday, April 9th, 2025. This is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify that they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning. I'm panel member Barry.
Good
Morning, Mike Ford.
Good morning, Robert Sazowskis.
Good morning.
Sir, can you please state your name and inmate number for the record?
Joshua Bragdon, inmate number 335164.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Joshua Bragdon, number 335164. He is serving a sentence of 10 years, execution suspended after 30 months, and 5 years probation for robbery second, burglary third, violation of probation with an underlying burglary third, assault third, failure to appear first, and assault on public safety. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of September 21st, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows that the offender has completed Tier 2. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range for risk for recidivism. Mr. Bragdon, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin, sir.
Okay, so I wrote this about a month ago. Hello to everyone present today, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. I've thought many times on what would be the right thing to say in front of all of you today, and if I'm honest, I'm a bit nervous, so please bear with me. As you all know by looking at my record, I have made many mistakes and extremely poor choices in my life. I am remorseful, as they are more mistakes than most people make. These lapses of judgment have caused me to spend the majority of my life in the care of the Department of Corrections. I struggled greatly growing up, and I have slipped many times along the way. I'm the youngest of 6 children. Our family was racked with problems and trauma. Nevertheless, I managed to become a great student and athlete. My problems with the law, my first imprisonment, came after I was struck by a vehicle riding my bicycle. I broke my tibia, my fibula, and growth plate, leading me to something that would plague me for a long time: addiction. My addiction has led me to do some scary things and brought me to some scary places. My addiction has caused me to commit crimes and become a man that I am ashamed of, someone who did uncharacteristic, illegal things. I lost everyone in my life because of my choices and the person that I had become. I come from a long line of addicts, and during my last incarceration of 10 years, a month before my release, my mother died of a fentanyl overdose. I completed my sentence, and then I entered a halfway house with a hole in my heart. I had little family left at that point. Just a year prior, I lost my brother Kevin, and a month after my release, I lost my brother Stephen to an overdose. Needless to say, I was a mess. I deluded myself.
Mr. Bragdon, just, I know you're nervous. Take a few deep breaths and just slow down because you're speed reading.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
So my addiction has led me to do some scary things and brought me to some scary places. My addiction has caused me to commit crimes and become a man that I was ashamed of. Someone who did uncharacteristic, illegal things. I lost everyone in my life because of my choices and the person that I had become. I come from a long line of addicts, and during my last incarceration of 10 years, a month before my release, my mother passed away from a fentanyl overdose. I completed my sentence, and then I entered a halfway house with a hole in my heart. I had little family at that point. Just a year prior, I lost my brother Kevin to an overdose and my brother Stephen a month after my release. Needless to say, I was a mess when I went home. I deluded myself into thinking that I didn't need help. I was wrong. I was released from the halfway house, and I quickly went back to using drugs. It led to a string of crimes to this day that I'm not only sorry for, but I want to actively make up for. I have recently rekindled my relationship with my daughter, who today is 17 years old. She is my world, but I've been absent for most of her life. I'm not only guilty of my crimes, but I'm also guilty of being a bad son, a bad father, and I hurt those that needed my help the most. I ended up back in prison with a 42-month sentence and a drug addiction far worse than ever before. At times, I still struggle, though less than before. If granted parole, I ask that it be stipulated that I enter a halfway house or a sober house. I am armed with knowledge and determination this time around, and I want to give myself the best chance possible. I am determined to let this be my last incarceration. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry. Prior to my arrest, I reached out to a mental health clinic called Better Life, Better Health out of Waterford, Connecticut, and I was put in touch with a doctor, Dr. Fetter, and she was amazing. She was helping me tremendously. I even found medication through her that truly was helping. It had an extremely positive effect on me. I was finally on the right path, turning things around, but my actions caught up with me, and because of crimes I committed, it led me to be arrested and sentenced here. If parole is granted, I want and need to continue treatment and get help for my own mental health issues. Dr. Fetter and her recommendations for medication and treatment were helpful, and if not for my own foolish actions beforehand, would have been life-changing. There was a time that I was embarrassed by my mental health issues and my problems with ADHD, but I now know that I need to face these problems head-on with therapy, treatment, and exercise. I know it won't be easy, but I do have a few relatives left, including my daughter, and I'm excited to be a stable fixture in my family's life and to put the work in to not just survive, but to thrive and be successful. I humbly ask for the opportunity and privilege to not only you in parole, but also myself, my family, that I can be a contributing member to society and that I can be successful. I have changed many of my ways, my thought patterns, and the way I see the world. I know I will still struggle and things may be hard, but I believe I can make it. My main priority is to work on my recovery first and foremost, to attend meetings, to gain full-time employment. I want to fill up my time with positive influences in my family. I am in the best mental and physical shape of my life, and I plan on gaining full-time employment, and as soon as humbly possible, potential release, start to be frugal, save my money to get an apartment of my own as to not intrude onto my family or friends. And I would like to have my own independent housing. I don't want to be a burden to anybody. This has been a journey, but I've learned a lot. My whole life, I've been my own worst enemy. I don't want to do that no more. So, if I do get parole, I would like a halfway house or something. I do have a great home to go to, a beautiful house that I could go to, but I don't want to put that pressure on my people. So I know I made many mistakes and I'm sorry. I accept it. A couple of my cases are terrible. One of them, my sister was in an abusive relationship. I was incarcerated for 10 years. When I came home, she called me. Her boyfriend had assaulted her. I went to pick her up. I reacted the wrong way. I should have called the cops. I didn't. I got arrested. For that, I'm sorry. And, it led me down this bad path. I'm here. I struggled a little bit during my incarceration. I definitely struggled with my addiction. I had a couple dirty urines, but I entered a treatment program. I completed it yesterday, which of all days is the anniversary of my mom's death. So that was a little bit tough.
Yeah, sounds like that. You sound like you've been making some poor choices along the way, but you finally realized that you got to get yourself together and do something about this. So we appreciate your preparing for today's hearing and for your sharing. I understand it's very emotional for you because it's a big deal, and
I'm so sorry to get so emotional. I apologize.
It's okay. It's a big deal. It happens. We understand. So what is going to happen, Mr. Bragdon, is each of us will take turns asking you questions, and when we're done with our questions, we will deliberate and give you our decision. Okay? Okay.
All right. Thank you.
We wish you the best of luck, Mr. Poole. We're just going to start with questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, Mr. Bragdon.
Good morning.
Hey, this guy, I believe him.
So I appreciate your statement. There was a lot of information there. However, I'm more than concerned. What jumps out at me right away is your DR history, right?
Yes, sir.
Because I heard lost mom, lost two brothers, and we're getting tax tickets inside. And the offenses that you committed that have gotten you here are substance use related. Right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So the thing is that what we need to do here is judge suitability. In other words, like, do I believe, having experience in parole, paroling people and seeing people come back, do I believe that you'll go out into the community and be successful on a period of discretionary parole that would run from September, not before, October, November, December, January, for 4 months. Okay. And at this point, I'm a little concerned for a couple of reasons. Okay. One is that there's 2 programs that on your OAP that you haven't completed. One that has to do with victims, which is voices. And in your criminal history are things like, in addition to what you have now, there's a larceny, a couple of robberies, a burglary, another assault, and another burglary. It's the things that are there are, for me, things that you really need to reflect on, and to go through some programming for. As well, it's like, when it comes to the assaults and the robberies, it's anger management is a piece of how I physically am involved with someone else, right? So I'm concerned about those 2 things. Can you talk to that at all?
Yeah, absolutely. So my drug addiction, my intox tickets, I was an idiot. I was having a hard time adjusting back to the Department of Corrections when I came in. I really was. And up until about a year ago, I really, really struggled. And, during my incarceration, I had jobs. And as the Voices program, I think the main reason that I haven't been able to do that is because I've been transferred from facility to facility to facility so many times. From either like the levels raising or dropping, that I was never allowed the opportunity to do that. So as soon as I was allowed the opportunity to step into the Tier 2 program, I pushed for it and I completed it. I have my certificate here. I have all good and excellent. My progress report was great. We got our certificates yesterday. So as to that, like, I'm really, really trying. I know it's not going to be easy, and I understand why you would feel that. That's the way my crimes will let me to look like a bad person, and I've committed. I've stolen stuff to feed my habit over and over again. I've stolen from people that I cared about. I hurt a lot of people, and I don't want to do that. I want to work. I have the ability to work. I'm in good physical shape. I believe I'm in good mental health shape. I don't want to go. I know it's a period of 4 months, and I would ask that 4 months, maybe a sober house or a program. I want to reacclimate myself back into it. When I went home, previously, I went to the halfway house in Groton, and I did great to where they released me early because I was doing so good. And I think maybe that was a downfall on my part. I think maybe I wasn't ready at that point of time. And that's speaking to myself. Some people handle things a lot better. Some people handle grief a lot better. I didn't handle grief well at all. I blocked it out. I just didn't. I act like it wasn't there. So I started to get treatment at a clinic in Waterford, Connecticut. And I believe for myself that's what I need. I believe if I do get granted, I believe I need to continue treatment with a therapist, and I would like a sober house or a halfway house. I don't want to just jump back into the world and put all of my pressure on the people that care about me the most, because they'll take me, then they'll with open arms. It's without a problem, but I don't want to put that burden on them. So that's why I ask. I think that the 4-month period would be a good thing for me because it will help me acclimate instead of just, hey, hello, here I am, I'm back in the world. I think it would be good for me.
So there's that. So we talked about the tickets and the programs. The actual other problem that I see is just what you just said.
Yeah. No, I get it. I get it. It can be scary.
But here's the thing, right? Every addict I know wants to handle this themselves.
Yeah.
Oh, I know I can't handle it myself.
Right.
I believe a program will help me tremendously. I don't believe I can handle it all on my own. I've tried. It hasn't worked. So I believe I've never been in a type of like that type of programming in the world where it will actually help.
Mr. Brampton, hold on one second.
What's that noise?
Mr. Jesus, your microphone is unmuted.
Isn't this professional setting? What kind of UPN operation is going on over here, parole board? You guys disgust me.
Have you ever heard of CCAR?
No. I have not.
It's CCAR, and it's on your tablet.
Okay.
So that one is that regardless of what happens here today, you really need to look at that.
Okay.
Because a recovery coach in your situation would be very important to your successful reintegration.
Absolutely. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I had reached out to a couple the people that live in Groton, Connecticut, about finding sponsors too. So, I plan on. I don't think that's the side of the state that I want to go to. I think I'd rather be, closer to my sister and my family here. The last time when I went home, I went to a different side of the state to figure, hey, let's get a brand new start. Let's try something new out here. And I realized no matter where you go in this world, if you're going to get in trouble, you're going to get in trouble. Because I went to a whole side of the state where I knew nobody. And that didn't work. So it's if you're going to make the decision to change, you got to do it, and you have to foolproof it. And so no matter where I go, I think that this time I think I have the tools a little bit more to where I feel like I can accept help. I can actually accept help and take it and not be embarrassed by it.
That's a really important thing. And it's not just something for right now. It's something ongoing.
Absolutely.
You don't want to be the third brother that's dead.
I've never really accepted help, man. I've been through a lot. At 18, I seen my friend get shot and killed right in front of me. It was traumatic. I didn't accept help for that. So now I finally started to accept help, and I know that I need it. A lot of things that I hadn't dealt with that were just laid dormant inside me for a long time. I didn't know how to deal with it, and so I've been getting better. I have been getting better.
Yeah. All right. I appreciate you speaking with me. That's.
Thank you, Mr. Pohl. Mr. Vassel?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
All right. So, Mr. Wagner, we're done with our questions. Actually, I did have one.
Thank you.
I showed when I reviewed your file, I saw that in 2024 you refused a tier program.
No, I never refused a tier program. I would never refuse a program. I'd like to stay busy in here as much as possible.
Oh, was refused housing?
Refused housing.
In
yes. So I was.
No, it wasn't a DR.
Slow down there, buddy.
I did see that. Hold on, I'm in a different file.
This is A and B conversation. See your way out, if you will.
So maybe I saw it in the RT screens.
Could have been if he got moved.
No, it was RT screens. Hold on.
As they transfer.
Yep, RT. It was in the RT. One second.
I can't even get a question out. Hey, this was on a good one. He might have ADD. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna go ahead and not judge
I
right now.
Stay busy. I maintained a couple jobs while I was here through the Department of Corrections. I was a barber and I was a tierman. Every facility I go to, I usually get a job pretty quickly.
Right. It says that when you were it says in January of 2024, you refused to receive your program. Refused OAP program is what it says. And you were at, I don't even know what facility is 140.
Yeah, that never happened.
True. Yeah. Okay. So give us a few minutes to talk about your case, sir, and we will deliberate and give you our decision.
Damn,
okay?
that was fast.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
You can listen, but please don't interrupt.
Okay, thank you.
You know what?
Mr. Pohl?
So, Madam Chair,
I've never had any problems with addiction. I never, got myself involved in things like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I will say that
it's
addiction is a real challenge. It's hard. Not that I know anything about it, but I've seen people around me, suffer with it for years.
He's had 2 jobs.
Quiet.
Yes.
Listen.
Not completed voices for anger management.
Yeah.
And he obviously wants to try to do better.
Mm-hmm.
California.
And he's faced significant loss in his own personal life.
Sorry for your loss.
However, with the institutional behavior,
it's difficult to support it.
I'm concerned because it's like
his violence
It's
is
a
going to hinder him.
continuation of the behaviors that were displayed out in the community. So I understand completely. I had similar concerns. I mean, honestly, it does sound like he is beginning to get it. He's on the cusp of change. He understands what he needs to do. Now it's up to him to follow through with that. Unfortunately, he's burned so many, he failed so many other times, and having had similar programming and things of that nature doesn't really, make us feel comfortable that giving him another opportunity out in the community, he'd do better. So it's not to negate the process that he's made and that he's making. I just don't believe he's suitable right now. So is that your position, Mr. Sadowski? How do you feel?
So he sounds good today, so I don't want to discredit that, like both of you have said. And I think he is on the right path.
Yeah.
He should continue that. For me, you look at these crimes, there's a lot of violence involved in some of these things here. And so this is just a public safety issue. And I just don't think he's at the point where he's ready yet for me to determine that he's suitable today.
So we've talked, and you've talked to him about his disciplinary infractions. That's the primary reason. What other reasons?
It's on probation when it's happened.
I had that as well. That he was on probation when he committed the offense. Anything else?
Or so criminal history is an issue because the violence that's there and not having any kind of programming this time to mitigate it.
Okay, so we're ready with our official decision. With regard to Joshua Bragdon, 335164, there is a motion to deny discretionary parole based on his poor institutional adjustment. He has 10 disciplinary infractions. His offense was committed while on probation, and his criminal history, which I show dates actually 2004. Is there anything else? Is there a second to the motion? All in favor? Okay, so Mr. Bragdon, we couldn't support your discretionary parole today, but you really do sound like you're making tremendous strides. Unfortunately, it's up to you now. You do have the 5 years of probation to follow your sentence. You'll have to prove, in that you really do mean what you say. Okay?
Hey, absolutely. I understand. I respect you guys giving me the time today, and thank you. For at least giving me the opportunity. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Please do look up CCAR. Please do look
absolutely.
up CCAR.
I'm gonna check it out on the tablet as soon as I get back.
Okay.
Good luck, sir.
Thank you, guys. Yep.
Hearing for Joshua Bragdon, 5164.
You know what? When it comes to having violence on your record, they definitely don't like that, and also they don't like when you have these. If you get caught with these, it's gonna be hard, especially in Connecticut. That's something they do focus on. They'll let somebody with violence and with one of those things, if you will, they'll let out a PDFer before they let one of those individuals, out to have violence and a GUN, if you will. Hey, if you guys want to help us out, let's get up to 20,000 taps on the screen. We'd highly appreciate it. Trying to get to the FYP, if
Good morning,
you
Mr.
will.
Vassel. That's me, okay? We'll be right with you.
Hey, Andrew, so look, when it comes to these hearings, I have no idea. We're at the mercy of the parole board. They're gonna do them whenever they're gonna do them. I don't know which is the next. I don't know when the next one's gonna start, but apparently somebody just walked in behind us. So all you gotta do, if you do attend these parole board hearings, you just gotta have patience and be ready to wait mentally, because it might be fast. We might be sitting here for a few minutes, and you guys might have to listen to me, if you will. So is Texas the same? I couldn't tell you about Texas because Texas is their board. From what my understanding, their board of parole hearings are totally different. They're not open to the public. Scroll right. He looks like a PDFer. Let me see. Hey, thank you for the follow. Highly appreciate it. Let me see. Hey, and if you guys wouldn't mind hitting that follow button, it's free 99. Doesn't cost you anything. Let me see. I did 11 years. They went back 5 years on my violence, so I did my max, but I'm out now. And were you in California? Because I know California, they go 5 years back. If you're not clean for 5 years, they're definitely gonna send you back for either 3 years, 5 years, or damn, even 10. What's a PDFer? No sé. I don't know. Let me see. Alexis wrote disgusting. Anyhow, let's see. We're at 19,000 taps, if you will. Thank you. If you guys are tapping, highly appreciate you guys. Hopefully your fingers don't go out on you. Google it. Thank you, Andrew. Highly appreciate that, the clarification on that. Jimmy Jr. coming in from Canada. Highly appreciate you. And welcome to You Have a Collect Call. Do you know anything about juvie records? If you're in California, I could tell you this much: you could get it sealed. Once you hit 18, you just got to go to the court that your case was out of. Show them your ID. They'll fill out the paperwork for you. Ah, wow. And then it takes about 6 months for them to seal your record. But it all depends on what type of cases you had. And I could speak about that from personal experience because I got that stuff done, for me. And none of that stuff shows up as an adult. But if you went to YA or anything, it might be a little bit harder. So yeah, just go down to your local court, juvenile hall. So if you're from LA, then you would be going to Central, Downey, or Los Padrinos, or Silmar, and then just let them know that let the deputies know you wanna seal your record, and they'll go ahead and guide you to the office you need to go to, and then when you go speak to the individual that works there, just let them know that you want to seal your record. They're gonna ask you for your ID, so make sure you go ready with your ID. They're gonna pull up your your PDJ file, if you will, and then they'll fill out a paper for you with all your cases. Because I just got off of probation like 4 months ago. Yeah, you definitely if you're in California, just go down to your local juvenile hall court. And you know what? I don't know, like if you have to wait a certain amount of time, but it doesn't hurt to try. That's what I would do. I would just go down and try to get it sealed now, so like that it doesn't pop up as in your whenever they do any juvenile or any background checks on you. Where are we watching this? This is gonna be Connecticut Board of Parole, if you will. Let me see here. How is everybody doing today? Where are you guys tuning in from? What part of the world? From the U.S., Canada?
All right, Mr. Vassel, are you ready?
The U.K.?
Yes, I am.
All right,
What's
perfect.
the website? I'm not going to tell you what website it is. Come on now.
Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Nicolizzi. Today is April 9th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify that they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, I'm panel member Barry.
Good morning, Mike Holt.
Good morning, Robert Sazowskis.
Sure, can you please state your name and inmate number for the record?
Andrew Vassel, inmate number 241345.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Andrew Vassel, 241345. He is serving a sentence of 4.5 years, execution suspended after 42 months, and 911 days of probation. 4, criminal attempt at burglary third, violation of probation with an underlying attempt to commit burglary third. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of August 13th of 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for this offender. It has been reviewed and shows that the offender has completed Tier 2 on 2 different occasions, voices, outside clearance worker, aftercare, and he attends JUMA services. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range risk for recidivism. Mr. Vassel, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin, sir.
Good morning.
Morning.
I think I should be granted parole. First of all, I want to take accountability for what I did. I don't minimize what I did. It was all on me. I know that being in here, I've changed. Taking Tier 2 twice. I volunteered the second time to take Tier 2 because I knew I needed more help. And without that help, I feel that if I go back out there, I would think I would get hot and use drugs again. I have a history of drugs, crack cocaine, which I've been doing since I was 30 years old.
What?
And
The yayo?
being in here, I've learned that there's other ways to maintain sobriety. There's other ways to do things other than getting high. When I'm not high or using drugs, I don't get in trouble. I work, go to school, take care of my kids. I'm I would just like the opportunity to show that I can become a productive member of society, and that I know that once I'm out here, I need to structure as far as a sober house. I have a wife I've been married to almost 20 years. She supports me. My mother, she died in November. That was another one of my support groups, and my kids. My son is 18. He asked me, Dad, can you see me graduate this year? And I'm like, it's all up to parole. They have control of that.
It's all up to parole. Come on now.
You
Good
know,
try there. Good try.
I'm ready to go to move on with my life. I'm ready to show that I can be a productive member of society. And I know that if granted parole today, which I know is a privilege, and if I'm granted, I will appreciate it very much. But granted parole and given the opportunity to get out into the structured environment of a sober house, I will successfully complete parole, and I will. My life will be
Mr.
better.
Vassel, I'm going to stop you because you're repeating yourself, sir.
Okay. I'm just nervous, right?
No, I understand this is a big deal, and it sounds like you really have taken some time to work on yourself, and this is a big deal for you. You have a lot riding on this. Give me 2 seconds, okay? And sure. I will start with questions. I just want to.
Jay, they're not with the shenanigans today. They're not with the foolery. They just want to go ahead and get straight to the chase. They want to be done, one and done, and just in time for lunch, if you will.
Yep.
They don't want to be eating no cold food. The sober houses are full in Connecticut. Yeah, I like that song. All he knows is yayo.
Yeah.
You got it. Let me see. He's getting denied if they stop him always.
I feel like. Anyway, so Mr. Vassel, I reviewed your file thoroughly, as we all did. And one of the things that popped out for me was one that you were already on probation. And were you participating in treatment when you were on probation?
Yes, I was.
So why were you still using?
Good question.
At the time, I was just going through a lot of issues, and that's the only way I see how I can cope with my feelings. Because I don't know how to express my feelings. So using was the way for me to cope with my feelings.
How long what was your longest clean time out in the community?
2 years.
And what were you doing in those 2 years?
Working and going to school.
So what stopped? What happened that you stopped working and stopped going to school?
Honestly, it was family issues, my kids. I had issues with my son. My son didn't want to talk to me no more. He felt like I was a deadbeat father. I just felt like...
You were.
Yeah.
Damn.
You've been in and out of prison.
Yeah.
How did you become addicted to crack cocaine? What happened?
Well, I left Connecticut in 2006 and moved to upstate New York, and being up there, I ran into somebody, and he introduced me to crack cocaine. Before that, I never even knew what crack was.
Mm-hmm.
So, at the age of 30, I started using crack cocaine.
Yeah, I see that. But you stopped using alcohol. It said that you've been sober from alcohol for 18 years?
Yes.
So how'd you overcome that?
I stopped using.
He got on that yayo.
Drunk on people's lawns, passed out, or wake up somewhere where clothes were missing and all that. So it was time for me to stop.
Yeah, you passed out in these people's cars that you were looking through.
And I like I said, I take full responsibility for the crime I committed. And, I know I've changed, and I know that I would never go back to do that again, because I know now, taking tier 2 twice, I know there's help out there for me instead of committing.
But here's the issue with that statement, Mr. Vassel.
Yes.
You've taken treatment before. You were in treatment when you committed these crimes. So it's difficult for me to believe that this time you're taking these tier programs, you finally see the light when they were giving you the help in the community and you weren't taking advantage of it.
Because before, I didn't really want the help. I didn't really want that. I'm going to be honest with you. I really didn't want the help then. I wasn't ready to stop using.
Okay.
Now as I'm getting older, I realize that I don't want to live that life anymore. I want to be a productive member of society. Take
We
care of my
want you to
family.
be. We really want you to be a productive member of society. But
And I know how to
please understand that if you continue on the path that you're on, you've been doing drugs and in and out of prison since 1995. How much longer do you think that your body's going to be able to handle you're putting all this poison in it until you die?
I've realized that, and I've made a decision with myself. I don't want to die from using drugs. If I die, I want to be from old age.
Well, you have to start with not putting poison in your body. The way I see it, it's two outcomes when you start trying to support your drug addiction. One, you come back to prison and you're serving life in installment. Come in, go out. Come in, you go out. You come right back in. It's that same cycle. You can't continue to do the same things and expect a different outcome, sir.
You're correct. I wasn't ready to get help at that time. I just wasn't ready to stop. And as I got older, now that I'm looking at I'm getting older, I'm almost 50.
Didn't you just turn 47?
I'll be 48 this year.
When?
July 20th.
All right. So okay. We understand that drugs is the issue. We have to try to figure out a way for you to maintain your sobriety. So what do you think you need when you're released out of the prison and you return to the community? You're not serving, a life sentence now. So yes. You are going to be released regardless of what happens here today. How do you think you can be successful? And what do you think you need to achieve that?
Structure, which is, there's a bed in the sober house waiting for me. That's what I need.
The sober house said that they haven't been paid, so they can't hold the bed for you.
Madam Chair, can I just clarify something? I did receive a voicemail from Terry at the sober house.
Yep.
He is accepted to the sober house.
Okay, great.
So I received a voicemail this morning.
Thank you very much.
And can I just clarify one other thing? So I did a little research. So you were concerned about the 911 days of probation versus the 3 years. Mm-hmm. Current a docket that was concurrent with two other dockets, ending in 9357 and 0233. Mm-hmm. Both of those dockets had the 3 years probation. So he does have 3 years probation, which is longer than the 911 days.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah. I was like, I don't know why I couldn't let it go. I just couldn't let it go. Okay. So for the record, it's 3 years probation.
3 years probation. Yep.
Thank you. So, Mr. Vassel, so you're going to the sober house now. You have your son's graduation that you would like to attend. Which city is he in?
He's no longer in Daytona Beach, Florida.
Okay.
But I know that's not possible. I know that's not possible, and I explained that to him that that would be highly unlikely. Given the opportunity to go see him, I would like to do that because I've been missed out so much of his life.
You have 4 children.
Yes.
Damn. They're putting our other receipts.
2 of them were adopted.
Yes.
And so you have one son in Florida, and where's the other child?
She's in Windsor, Connecticut.
And how old is she?
She'll be 8 next month.
And that's with a different person?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you said you needed structure. So it's my understanding, and I'm glad that you can identify that, but it's my understanding that sober houses are usually for people who are in active addiction. Is that? No, it's not. Okay. So I'm just hoping that you won't be triggered when you enter into this sober house, by the talk of the utilization of drugs and how people use it as a coping mechanism and all those things. Are any of those words triggers for you?
No, what my trigger and my trigger that caused me to get high is my anger issue. Or feeling like I'm not being loved. That's what causes that. That's my trigger. So my anger, I've worked on that drastically over the last 10 years. Because I used to go from 0 to 100 real fast, but I've learned how to work on that. And before my mother died, my mother says, no matter somebody loves you or not, love yourself enough.
Exactly.
To learn to better than that.
Yep. That was some sound advice, Mr.
And
Vassel.
I miss her because she died while I was in here.
Yeah. Yeah. I hope that you can follow through with that because it's really true. Like, I understand, we've reviewed your file, so we understand you've had a tumultuous childhood. And but you're still here.
Yes.
And you've still survived. And now it's up to you to navigate what the rest of your life looks like. Just because it began that way doesn't mean it has to end that way. And it starts with, like your mother said, loving yourself. You have to love yourself enough to know that you deserve to be here, that you still have an opportunity to get it right. What you did yesterday may be a lot to handle, but what you do today is what matters, you know? So we're not looking for you to be perfect. We just want you to be compliant. We want you to get the help that you need, and supervision is set up just for that. Yes, can they violate you? Absolutely. Can they remand you back to prison? Yes, they can. But their number one priority is to help you navigate the time under their supervision, to combat your addiction, to get you some employment, help you find some place to live. All those things are their number one priority.
I have outside, I talked to my wife yesterday. I have group NA meetings 3 times a week to go to. I have a sponsor. Mm-hmm. So they're gonna help me as far as staying off the drugs. If I have an issue, I can call them anytime and talk to them about it. So I know that now I can be a productive member of society.
I hope so. I really do. I mean, you've done the work now. You know, you're 47 years old. You need to be aging out of the system. You rate out high in terms of risk to recidivate. So the only way to beat those odds is to choose every single day. I'm going to be sober today. I'm going to make better choices today. Even if you make a poor choice, you got to follow up and make the right choice the next time. You know?
And I plan on making better choices in my life.
I hope so, sir. Mr. Sosowskis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, sir. I just have a couple questions of things I want to follow up on.
Sure.
You mentioned NA meetings and a sponsor.
Yes.
Now, do you know where that's located at? Have you investigated that? Is that near where the sober house is?
Yes, it is.
So you have a plan to be able to go there? You know what night of the week it is, the location where it's at, your sponsor's phone number?
It's right down the street from the sober house.
Okay.
Right down the street. And it's 3 times a week, Monday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays.
Okay. So you have a plan. And
yes.
You know, I would encourage you, especially in the beginning, to go as often as you can, you know, because just when you're making that transition into all that freedom, you want to have that level of support a lot, you know, in the beginning, especially. The other thing was I heard mentioned and I read about was Juma services. Is that your religious services that you attend?
Yes. Yes, I was doing this also before I started using it again. I was doing this in the street. I was attending every Friday, faithfully.
Do you think that helps you with your recovery? Are there people there, positive people there that help you?
It helps me a lot. It helps me a lot. It's one of the things that I rely on when I'm in a bad mood now or something goes right. That's what I rely on. I also call those people and they give me positive advice on how to deal with things differently.
Okay, so the reason why I asked about that, because that's just another area of support for you, just like NA. So do you know where you can go for those services in the community near your sober house?
Yes.
And you have people that you know.
There's people that will pick me up every Friday and bring me there and bring me back.
Okay, and you have their phone numbers. You can call them and you start having.
Damn, what's happening over here? Man, we're buffering over here. That's not cool. Damn, James, your internet's been buffering lately. What's going on? Hold up.
Urges, or you're not feeling good about things, whatever. There's people there that you can call and talk to.
Yes.
Okay. And then the last thing I wanted to talk about is another support system. You mentioned your wife of 20 years. Well, what's that relationship like now?
To be honest, we've had our ups and downs, but she's been there with me through thick and thin, through my rough times, through my good times. She's always been there to support me. She also gives me positive advice, positive feedback. She's a recovering addict.
Yeah, I read.
She's been in recovery now going on 2 years. And that's what motivates me.
Okay.
She motivates me to stay clean.
And maybe you can, be someone that she can call too. You know what I mean? If she's so. I mean, listen. You have no reason not to succeed here. You have all of the people from NA that you talked about. You have all of the people from your religious services that you're going to attend on Fridays. And in addition to all that, you still have your wife that's hung around through all of this.
Yes.
So I mean, if something goes wrong here, this is all on you. There's no excuse. There are a lot of people here that you're talking about. Most people don't come to these hearings with all these different levels of support that you're claiming to have. So I encourage you, sir, to do what you say. It's been long enough. You know what I mean? You're too old for this. You know what I mean?
I plan on it. I plan on changing my life drastically.
Yeah. I mean, you want to still be here 60, 70 years old? You see people like that in the facility, right? I mean, do you really want to be doing that?
No, I don't.
All right. Okay, that's all I have, sir. Good luck to you, okay?
Thank you,
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Vassel. Thank you, Mr. Cole. So give us a few minutes, Mr. Vassel, to talk about your case, okay? Please don't interrupt. You can listen.
Hey, my life's peachy.
Right.
Thank you for that.
So as I discussed with Mr. Vassel, he does rate out high in terms of risk to recidivate. He does have 3 years of probation to follow his sentence. He does not have the best history while on supervision. I show that he violated his probation a number of times. He has completed the treatment before, and in fact, he was on probation and participating in treatment when he committed his current offense. Those are the negative things. Some of the positive things are that during this period of incarceration, he's not received any disciplinary infractions, which is a positive thing. He has completed addiction services twice. It says he's earned the trust of the people there in the prison. He has outside clearance. He is participating in religious services. He wants to be released to a sober house so that he can continue on his path of sobriety. He has community support out there, and he does sound like he has a relapse prevention plan. While he does rate out high to recidivate, most of his crimes are property crimes, but he's trying to satisfy that habit that he has. And I really do think that he would benefit. I was happy to hear that he needed structure and that anger is a trigger for him to use drugs. But he can identify those things and hopefully hit them off at the head and learn some extra tools while he's in treatment and not relapse. But I really do think that Mr. Vassel has shown that he has changed. He's trying to change. He's on a better path, and I would support his discretionary parole because I think that he would benefit from parole supervision prior to starting his probation. So, Mr. Stauskas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I agree with what all of you said. I would just add that some additional programs that he's taken his voices, understanding about how his impact has affected victims. Mm-hmm. And also, he participated in aftercare after completing Tier 2 twice, which I think those are the things that he needs. So I'm also in favor.
Yes.
Well, I had to set it up.
All right. I had no alcohol too, even though he said he's been sober for 18 months. I don't want him. We don't have to add that. They can use that out of the graduate sanction. So no, a half a house is fine. Anything else?
No, that's good for me.
Okay. All right. With regard to Andrew Vassel, 241-345, I move to grant discretionary parole on or after his earliest eligibility date, which is August 13th, 2025, with the following conditions in addition to the standard parole conditions. A halfway house if that is needed as you transition to your sober house. Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, Mr. Vassel, you'll receive all of this in writing, sir. You've been granted parole at your earliest eligibility. That's August 13th. Is an on or after date, okay?
Thank you.
Good luck to you, sir. Keep up the good work.
Thank you very much.
This concludes the hearing for Andrew Vassel, number 241.
Yeah, I got a pop-up on my screen that my battery was down to 10%, so I had to charge my phone. James, you okay?
345.
Of course I'm okay. Just got other streams I gotta attend to. I gotta make sure they're
Sorry
running.
about the confusion with that.
So for those of you that are not aware, I run multiple streams on YT. I got Dade County. I got this hearing running, and then I'm setting another one up for Iowa. That's for today. So if you're complaining about lagging and whatnot, I have no control over that. If you want, you could jump on one of my other streams.
So I have on here too.
If that works best for you.
For the list?
Yeah,
Okay, perfect.
Aquino is canceled, and this is Barnhill, correct?
Yes. So
And then
after
we're going to take a
Barnhill,
short break after Barnhill I have to go to Garner, and then I'll be back.
okay, what do you guess? About an hour in between?
Between, what do you think, hour and a half? Hour and a half?
Yeah.
Hour and a half, probably.
Hour and a half. Okay, then after
Yeah.
he's done an hour and a half, I'll get the other guys down.
Awesome. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Yep.
Mr. Barnhill will be right with you, okay?
What do you have for him?
Yeah, he got paroled, but it looks like he's not getting paroled today. He's a few months away before he gets out. My show is on. What's up, Nicole B? Yeah, at least if you subscribe, you get entertained, if you will. So yeah, so for those of you asking about my other platforms, just go to my profile. All the links are on there. I do have 2 TT accounts, and like I said, I run multiple streams on YT. Live for TK. That the other guy, the first guy got denied. This guy, the second guy got paroled. We're on the third guy right now. So this one hasn't started quite yet. It should be a few months. He has been eligible since August, and sober living is waiting for him. Yeah, it depends. Sometimes they'll parole them on the same day. Sometimes they'll give him a future date.
Mr. Barnhill, you have a seat, okay?
That's good.
So
Yep.
your mileage might vary, if you will. Going to work, guys. Everyone have a blessed day. Thank you, Atif. Hopefully you have a good day at work. I'll be there tomorrow, if you will. So for anybody wondering, these are live. These are happening in real time, if you will. Hasn't started to cry yet. I think they will parole him right away since he has
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Nicolizzi. Today is April 9th, 2025, and it's the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Parole. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify that they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation for this hearing.
Good morning. I'm panel member Barry.
Morning, Mike Cole.
Good morning, Robert Sazowskis.
Sir, can you state your name and issue number for the record?
Yes.
Come again? Did he freeze? Let me double check here. Yeah, it's buffering here, guys. It's buffering. Damn, James, what's going on with your $9.99? Are you out of your mind, internet over here? James?
Barnhill, inmate number 307624.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Kenneth Barnhill, 307624. He is serving a sentence of
Damn it, I got hit
10
again.
years, execution suspended after 2.5 years, and 3 years probation for sales, violation of probation with an underlying sales. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of September 14th of 25. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows that the offender has completed Tier 2 voices, aftercare, and he is an outside clearance worker. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range risk for recidivism. Mr. Barnhill, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin, sir.
Dear members of Parole Board, first and foremost, I would like to thank you for this opportunity today. I want to say I understand what landed me here today, and I take full responsibility for my terrible decisions. I want to apologize to any victims I may have in their family that I might have harmed due to my poor choices. I'm also sorry to my children, fiance, and family and my loving grandmother, putting stress on her heart. I believe coming to jail saved my life. I found out while here that I had a bad liver and diabetes. I knew I had high blood pressure and sleep apnea. I didn't really believe that my blood pressure was a problem until the doctor explained how serious it was. She said I was on my way out. She asked me did I drink and drug. I told her here and there, but really I was in denial. I drank a whole lot and did cocaine. I felt it helped with my pain of dealing with the things I was going through. But not thinking in my right mind, that's the mess that got me in this situation. Dealing drugs, harming people, then the karma turned on me. I now witness both ends from an addict and a dealer. I was personally living through it. During my disposition court hearing, I broke down in tears. I couldn't pull myself together. I was hurt leaving my children behind and other loved ones. I said to myself, this can't be life no more. I'm too old for this. I should be doing best by them, showing them a good example, going to work every morning, being a good law-abiding citizen, and being productive in my society. While incarceration, I try to be the most productive I can be by signing up doing the required OAP programs. Voices Tier 2, working 7 days a week until they move me to outside clearance. And that's 5 days a week. And did a volunteer program aftercare in a group called Man Up, and stands for Mental Awareness Nourishment, using positive principles. This is a self-reflect group focused on what lead inner city men into committing the crimes that we have committed. By attending these programs, it helped me to identify my problems and to discover who I really was, so I could become a better and stronger person. By listening and sharing at these meetings, it let me know I wasn't alone, that it's possible to live sober in a normal life. I look at my cousin that came home for 28 years in prison. Been home 3 years, life changed, turned around to a great direction, and boss at his job, and process of buying a home, and got excellent credit. Just got a grant to own a sober house. Gives back to the community on a daily basis. That shows me it's possible for a convict to change his life. He's a living proof. I want the people to see and say the change in me. Maybe I could touch their lives. I don't want to die now. I want to die at a very old age, not from drugs or someone killing me in the streets, or keep repeating jail at my age. It gets embarrassing. I know I'm going to have to keep God in my life because I know the devil is going to come and test me. It's not going to be easy, but the good Lord has not failed me yet. He kept me for a reason. I'm a living testimony, my grandmother tells me. My mother also, struggled with drug habits for years since I was a young child. She almost died a few times. She smoked so long that her lungs and her heart is bad. She has COPD. Right now, I pray every day for her. I pray for the day she is completely done with the life she is living and give her life to God. I know I'm not perfect. I'm working to stop cursing. I need more help. I'm planning to go back to church and playing music for the Lord. and live in a righteous future and attend the NA.
I do realize I was on mute. I was talking to one of the other streams because I was cutting the stream. That's why you guys couldn't hear me, because that information was not for you guys, if you will. I have COPD. It's not fun. It looks like we're buffering today again, so hopefully it comes back on. I'm gonna go ahead and run the TK murder case on another stream on YT. So if you guys want to watch that, feel free to jump over to the YT channel, if you will. Damn, James, I can't take it. This thing is just buffering way too much. Let's see, okay, what time is it? Let me see. 1 hour and 11 minutes. I'm gonna restart it. I'm gonna check if that fixes it up. Oops, I'm using the wrong mouse here, if you will. Normally, I don't like to set it back up, but this thing is tripping today. I'm not sure what's causing it, but this is no time to try to figure it out. Let me just go ahead and get the show on the road, if you will. All right. You know, maybe is it my ad blocker that's probably causing it?
Some of the ways that you've changed. So that was a good statement. So what's going to happen now is that we're each going to take turns asking questions. And when we're done with our questions, we'll deliberate and then give you our decision. Okay? Best of luck to you, sir. Mr. Suzowskis is going to start the questioning. Okay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
That was a really good job on your opening statement. You touched on a lot of the things that I'm going to talk about, so we may repeat some of those things and dive deeper into some of those things that you talked about.
Mm-hmm.
You know, one thing that stood out to me was that you recognize that this is not going to be easy, you know, and that you are certainly going to be tested. You understand that back out in the community. You have to be prepared for that and have things in place so when that happens, that you can come out on the other side in a positive place and not back here, you know? So it sounds to me like from what you said, without even being prompted, that you're understanding that those things are going to happen and that you want to be ready for that, you know? So that's a good start. Your statement was good. I have some questions for you. You know, looking back at this incident with the search warrant, when it came to the house, sounded chaotic, a lot of stuff happening. You know, I can only envision what that's like, right? It sounds like you were probably surprised at what was going on, and there were people running and things happening. You know, from what I read in the documents, you say that at that time, that day, you were high on cocaine and marijuana. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Were you drinking
Yes,
that
sir.
day? Do you remember alcohol being involved in that situation?
Yeah, earlier, because I just came from the casino.
So, you know, you talked about that in your opening statement, that you're combining a lot of different drugs here. In addition to that, you have some medical problems. It's just a recipe for disaster, you know? So I didn't read in there that you had been drinking, but, you know, it did talk about cocaine and marijuana, and I wanted to learn more about the drinking part of it. And so you were at the casino earlier and then stopped at this house.
Yeah, I was there all day, and I just got there. I was at the house about probably like 20 minutes.
Okay. All right. So, you know, you brought up the casino because that, you know, when I'm reading through these documents, that's another concern for me that you didn't really talk about a lot in your opening statement is the gambling, you know, and not just at the casino, but online. And it, you know, it's a distraction from your recovery, from your work, from your family, all of those things. So,
Yes.
I mean, do you think gambling played a part in your selling drugs in addition to working? Was gambling part of what was going on?
Yeah, I did gamble. I did have a little problem.
I mean, do you think that you would be selling drugs if you were not gambling? I'm trying to word it that way, I guess. You know, because you were working, right? You had a good job, right? Well, what was the need to sell drugs? I'm trying to follow that, you know?
Support my habit and, you know, just to make extra money. And I felt that.
Do you think that, you know, gambling losses contributed to the fact that you needed more money?
Yeah, I was gambling. Yeah. I was gambling heavy.
Yeah. I read.
I had free rooms every night. And,
Free? I
I
like
barely
free.
was around. I was like gambling. If I was gambling, I was at work and doing whatever else time I had on my free time.
So what's your plan for, you talked about your recovery, and we're going to get into that a little bit more, but what's your plan about gambling when you get out? This is another area that it's going to lead you back to where you're at, you know?
Yeah, I don't play gambling. I don't plan on gambling.
Some people can do it and not have a problem. I don't think that's the case for you with what you're describing. I mean, that includes lottery, scratch offs, online, your phone, all that stuff. You have to, if you want to be successful, you need to focus on the stuff you said. The meetings,
I plan on
church.
going back to church. Yeah.
Yes. GED, focusing on your long-term plan to get a food truck. All those things are all positive things.
Right.
Heading down this road of gambling, for some people, they can do it, like I said.
Right.
For you, I really, sir, you really need to find a way, you know what I mean, to treat that just like the drug addiction. You know, think of it that way. You know what I mean? Because that opens the door for all this other stuff, you know?
Right.
So you had this job. Have you talked to that? You don't have to say the name of the business. It's not important for this procedure, but have you talked to the people that you used to work with recently?
Yeah, they hit me on my tablet, and I called them once in a blue job to talk to everyone, the co-workers. They check on me and it's here and there and stuff like that.
Okay, that's good. So as far as you're concerned, that job offer is still valid and you're going to be able to work there.
Yes, as soon as that, I plan on going the third day back.
Okay.
Back to work. Yeah.
Okay. It sounds like that was something that you had positive going on in your life at that time.
I was about to be a manager of the kitchen.
Yeah, I mean, that's good, you know. People have a hard time finding jobs sometimes after incarceration. It sounds like that you have people that care about you there, and even after everything that's happened, are willing to bring you back, you know. So
I mean, a lot of the customers miss me too. It was embarrassing when I got bought here. One of the officers that was bringing me here, she broke her neck. Was like, "What are you doing here? Like, I'm gonna get my breakfast sandwiches. Like, I'm used to seeing you every morning." And I was just so embarrassed.
Yeah. I mean, there are a lot of people counting on you for simple things like you're discussing, you know, not just.
Can I listen to this? No.
Hold on one second, sir. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, they just had to straighten out something with the video. But yeah, you have a lot of people counting on you at your work and your family and other things. So, it's important you live up to what you're saying, that all these things that you talked about in your opening statement. How do you think you've changed since you've been incarcerated? You know, I understand. It sounds like you started making some changes before. Before you even came in, right? It's not from what the judge and the prosecutor was saying. But since you've been incarcerated, you've taken some programs and things. How do you feel like you're different now from when you started?
I feel like my patience is there more.
Not sure.
I gained a lot of strength. Meeting other people, I learned more knowledge on business. Like I was talking to this one fella, he just left, and he put me on even small investments. I didn't know. He said about trailer homes. He told me that you could find a trailer home about $5,000-$6,000 and sell it for $30,000.
What?
Fix it up. And I was like, wow, I didn't even know that.
Put me on.
Big deal in Florida.
He was really smart. Yeah, he's a real smart dude. He just got caught up on some, we all did, but he's a real good dude. He was putting me on a lot of knowledge. He even left me with a business book that I'm reading now.
Hey, so that take it.
I had time to think about.
It hasn't started
all my
yet.
wrongs and undoing them. I wish I could turn the hands back in time, do everything different from the beginning, since the time I was 18. I wish I. Now I went with NYI. I ran into a dude. He's a CEO now. He was in NYI with me when I was a kid, and he turned his whole life around. I just want an opportunity to do the same. I know it's not too late.
It's definitely not too late, sir. You're still very young, and you talked about your relative. Did you say it was your cousin?
Yes.
And
He did
and you
28
watched,
years in jail. Yeah,
yeah. And
he's a
now he's
boss of his
got,
job.
yes,
Yeah.
and he's got his act together. You have not been incarcerated that long. There's no reason why you
No.
can't do what he's doing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's up
Right.
to you. You took tier 2, right? Addiction services
Yeah.
program. How do you think
Yeah.
that helped you?
It helped me a lot. It made me gain knowledge and strength. Other ways to help with my sobriety. Taught me other things, things I was mostly already knew, but it was like good to hear from other people's, point of views on it, how they cope with their sobriety. Taught me a lot. It really strengthened my recovery.
So talking about recovery, like what's your plan for when you go back to remain sober? I heard you talk about mention something about NA.
Yeah. I want to go to NA meetings, continue to work out, things I wasn't doing before, play with my little kids. I play with them, but I want to be around them more. I plan to get tighter with my oldest son. He's about to graduate. He's been keeping in touch with me.
Good.
So he's
I read in here that you wanted to go to Norwich to your girlfriend's house. Is that right?
Yes.
You know where there's NA? You know where there's NA meetings around there? Near there?
No, I don't. I don't know Norwich like that too much.
All right, maybe she can
just
help
moved out there. Yeah, her mother's she does a lot of NA meetings.
Okay.
Yeah.
So her mother does?
Yeah.
All right.
Well,
I would encourage you before, despite what happens today, before you leave where you're at, to find out that information from your girlfriend, like where it's at, the nights that they are, just like you're doing with your business plan and thinking about the food truck and stuff. Start thinking about, these are the days of the week I'm going to go, so I'm going to get there. You have to plan that out in advance.
Right.
Don't wait till you're out there and then you're in trouble and then you're trying to figure it out.
No, I was already planning. I know a few in New London.
Okay.
But I was already planning. I know because when I used to go with my mom when I was a little boy.
Okay.
They used to go all over. They was all connected. New London.
Yes. Yep.
They would also go to Norwich. They also went to another little town. I want to say Jewett City. They used to go to these. It was like a little, it was like a congregation to me.
Okay, so you do know where these places are. That's what I want to know. I want to make sure you understand.
Yeah.
Where to go the nights a week and understand the involvement. Like you said, they're all connected. It's a sober community. You'll see the same people, right, at the different ones. And once you get involved, and then you can get some people's phone numbers. And then it sounds like your girlfriend's mother may be someone that you can talk to too. So
I also know some people from Stonington when I went to the program there.
Okay.
So I know a few people.
You need to have people that you can call. You need to have people that you can call. So, like you said in your opening statement, when the devil decides to come and test you, you need to have somebody that you have on your phone you can call that you trust, and you can talk to
Donnie
about.
Rose.
Thank you,
from
boss.
Stonington. He keep in touch with me sometimes.
Okay.
He's a counselor over there at Stonington, so I call him up as soon as I get out too. And he'll point me to some places.
So, the last thing I think I just wanted to ask you about was your outside clearance. That's pretty good. That's an achievement for you, and it says a lot that the people at the facility have put that level of trust in you. So for us, that's when we see that it's a pretty big deal. So can you just tell us a little bit about what you're doing?
I was doing recycling.
So you leave your facility every day and you go somewhere and you come back. How does that work?
Yeah, I leave the facility about 8 o'clock, 8:15, and we come back about 2:30. We go to other colleges like MYI, do garbage, trash, just do all the recycling, metal, plastic, steel.
Is there somebody with you the whole time? Is there a correctional officer with you the entire time?
Yeah, sometimes he leaves and leaves me there.
Yeah,
I just be doing the cardboard and stuff. Yeah.
So they trust you to a level where they.
Yeah, sometimes I'm by myself. Sometimes.
Yeah.
Mm.
It's my
All right,
local
sir,
time, if you
the
will.
other thing I wanted to say was that in your opening statement, I heard you apologize to any people that you may have hurt. We're talking about drug charges here, and I'm sure that you probably sold drugs to other people that are also struggling. Maybe people that are in a facility with you now. I don't know, but I appreciate that apology to those people and to your family. So those are all the questions I have today. I'm going to see what my colleagues have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Strzegalski. Mr. Cole?
Good work, Mr. Barnes.
Thank you.
That's fine.
Thank you. So Mr. Barnhill, I just have a couple follow-ups. When I reviewed the police report in connection to this, your crime, it said that you had 2 weapons, and those charges were now laid. Were those guns?
Yeah, they weren't mine though. Yeah, they was in the apartment.
So I also read that, and that leads me to my next question, actually, because I read that you were living with your grandmother and that you weren't living at the house that they have a search warrant for. Had you changed your address with your probation officer?
Oh no, I was staying with my grandmother.
But had you changed the address though?
No, I haven't.
So that meant who else was living in the house then?
It was my child's mother.
So whose guns and drugs were those?
I don't know. I know she had a few people staying with her, but she said she didn't know where they came from either.
It's fine. You can stay on. We're almost. Okay, I'm sorry.
I know her family. She had a couple people staying with her before I stayed there, so they could have been there before. But that's not my MO.
That wasn't just right. I think that it's very interesting that they would obtain a search warrant to search your house that you were supposedly living in if they didn't see any drug activity going on there.
Yeah, the craziest thing about it, I did what I did, but I haven't ever sold drugs out of her apartment before. That's why it was really strange about the situation. But
so you had $97,000?
Damn!
Yeah, my grandma had a lawsuit. She provided that to the state. They're in the process, supposed to give me my money back. She got, I don't know if you ever heard of Seaside. Mm-hmm. She heard it back, and they gave her a few $1 million, like a couple months before I got arrested.
A few
and she told me to hold it because, my couple family members were trustworthy, taking advantage of my grandmother.
And he was
and
trustworthy.
She wrote them and told them that, and they still gave me a hard time. But on my court date,
well, that's because of the amount of drugs that was in your house, along with the ammunition and the weapons. They all go hand in hand. So you could see how they would think that was drug money.
Yeah, but also the amount wasn't what they said, ma'am. It was only 14 grams, but they said it was 35. And if you view my case, they also told me I had to cop out to the situation. They said they lost the evidence to my case. And when I was fighting, but they threatened me with the probation hearing. So I had to take it. Like my uncle told me, certain situations, if I was moving correctly clean, I wouldn't been in this situation.
I was just about to say that.
So a lot of things, I didn't touch base. Everything happened for a reason.
And it sure did. It sure did.
The cops are moving dirty on me. But just like, for instance, sometimes they're tired of certain people, and not to say they went the right way about it, but, I shouldn't be moving that way. So.
Right. Regardless of, okay, give us a few minutes to talk about your case, sir. Mr. Stelzner, please don't interrupt. You can listen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so Mr. Barnhill is 40 years old. He sounds good today, and he's taken Voices Tier 2. He's got an outside clearance job and volunteered to participate in aftercare, which is all good. Mm-hmm. Says that he had a cocaine, marijuana / alcohol and gambling problem prior to all this. His life was kind of chaotic at the casino, gambling, and selling drugs. Sounds like this house that he was in was probably a lot of people coming and going,
Mhm.
and he got himself caught up in a situation and ended up here. So, from what he says, he started his rehabilitation before he was incarcerated here. He's got no disciplinary reports during this incarceration, which is a good sign. He has support from his girlfriend in the community. In addition, he has plans to attend NA meetings and his church. And he wants to get his GED. He's got a long-term plan to open a food truck. According to him, he has a job waiting for him. He stayed in touch with the people throughout his incarceration, and they apparently are holding on to his job waiting for him. So he looks like he's got a good release plan, and I do hear some change in his voice. So I'm in favor of granting discretionary parole today.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sazowskis. Mr. Pohl?
I agree.
So, in my discussion with Mr. Barnhill, I really did express what my concerns were. The story just wasn't adding up to me. But I do appreciate his acceptance of responsibility. I do not see, unlike many of the people we see who sell drugs, they have numerous gun charges. That's not the case here. He does have a history of selling drugs. I do see that. But that aside, I really don't see a history of violence. So, he's done the programming, as you said, Mrs. Sazowskis, and received no disciplinary infractions and earned the trust of the facility employees. So I too would support his discretionary parole. I have as conditions no Rakim Thornton, who's the underlying co-defendant, and no alcohol. Anything else?
Those are two.
All right. So with regard to Kenneth Barnhill, 307624, I move, there's a motion actually to grant discretionary parole on or after its earliest eligibility date, September 14th, 2025, with standard parole conditions. And in addition to those conditions, he's to consume no alcoholic beverages and have no contact with Rakim Thornton. Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, Mr. Barnhill.
Could I say one thing? Raheem Thornton is my brother.
Okay, so we'll do all without the parole officer's permission. Just get permission from your parole officer, okay?
Also, they didn't give me the letters I had got from my job.
We did receive letters of support and that. And so yeah, we did. I apologize. I did note that on my paper, but.
All right, so this concludes the hearing for Kenneth Barnhill, number 307624. You're all set. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you. Yes. God bless you guys.
Yeah, good luck.
Garner,
so much.
we're waiting for you, Garner.
Thank you. Hopefully y'all come soon. I'll see my restaurant.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, so give you guys a heads up.
All right.
If
we're all set for Garner.
If you're watching on TT right now.
Yes, thank you. Mr.
If you're watching on TT right now, I gotta cut the stream. If you're on YT, I'm gonna keep it running. I gotta step out for about 30-40 minutes. If you guys want to continue watching, I'm going to invite you guys over to @CollectCallFrom on this platform here. You could also go to my profile if you want to pull up the information. So, like I said, I'll be back in about 30-40 minutes, and I'll go ahead and continue. But if you guys want to go ahead and continue watching, go ahead and jump on over there. And just a heads up, I am running multiple streams over there. I got about 3 or 4 different streams running right now. So if you want to continue watching this one, this is going to be the board of Connecticut, if you will. I got Dade, I got Texas, and I got a few other streams running in the background. You know what I'm saying? So, hey, I'll go ahead and I'll be back. All right. I appreciate you guys. If you haven't done so, please hit that follow button. It's free 99. All right. And with that, I'm out. Rato. Okay, I'll go ahead and check out our link tree. All right. Thank you.
Kyle Lewis.
And your inmate number.
37275.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Kyle Lewis, number 387275. He's serving a sentence of 10 years, execution suspended after 3 years, and 5 years probation for risk of injury. As of today, the records reflect a parole eligibility date of February 20th of 25. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender, and it shows that the offender has completed Tier 2. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range risk of recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the moderate/high range. Mr. Lewis, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin, sir.
Okay, I think I should be granted parole because once I get out, I'll be working with community health resources on my mental health. And this has all been a learning experience for me. I've been learning to respect people's boundaries since I've been here, and my behavior is changed for the better, and I think that I'll be a good
Candidate?
a good candidate for this.
Early release. Okay. Well, Mr. Lewis, we appreciate that information, sir. So what we will do is each of us will take turns asking you questions. When we're done with our questions, we will deliberate and give you our decision. Okay?
Okay.
Best of luck to you, sir. And Mr. Pohl is going to start with the questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Lewis.
Good morning, sir.
So just a couple of things. On your OAP is individual therapy. Have you been able to engage in that while you've been in?
I've completed the Tier 2 program.
Yep.
It was.
Have you seen anybody in mental health?
No, I haven't seen anybody in mental health.
Have you been able to do the sex offender program?
No, I didn't do the sex offender program.
Okay. And then how about it was called Good Intentions, Bad Choices. I think it's called New Thoughts. Now, have you been able to do that?
I haven't signed up with them yet. I just did the Tier 2 program.
Okay. And then voices, you haven't had an opportunity to do voices either, right?
No, I haven't.
Okay. So based upon, based upon the offense that you have, what we're supposed to do here is get to suitability for parole. And I know that you have, problem, very definitely with PCP, right?
Yeah, I had problems with PCP in the past.
Yeah.
But I'm better now.
You're working on recovery because you took Tier 2, right?
Yes.
But the other, to get to the bottom of the offense that's here, right? The treatment people in DOC wanted you to take additional programs, right?
Okay.
So it's important that you take that programming and then come back and see us so that we can talk to you about what you learned and how that would make sure, or help to ensure, not make sure, but help to ensure that you wouldn't have another issue like this in the community, right?
Yeah.
Because you haven't, there's a couple of burglary theories there and a violation of probation kind of thing, a couple of things there. It's not big, but it's stuff that, there's a little bit of stuff in the past, and we want to make sure that you're okay with the programming that you've taken, so you can go back out into the community and do some programming on probation.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
I really don't have any questions beyond that.
Thank you, Mr. Pohl. So Mr. Lewis, I'm just curious. You had another sexual assault underlying when you committed this offense. Did you ever receive any treatment for that?
I was going to inpatient program at CHR for that.
Okay. And how
When I
long,
was,
how much into it did you get?
I completed about like a month of it.
Okay. Was it helpful?
Yes, it was.
Okay. All right. I think that's it. Mr. Suzowski?
Yeah, just a couple of questions. So, do you think that your PCPUs played a role in all of these things happening with these young women?
Yes, it did.
Do you understand, right, that that's you know, continued use of PCP is just going to lead you back to where you're at. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay.
That's why my tier 2 program helped me with that.
Okay. I mean, you have to really take it seriously, though. It's not just the drugs; it's these other problems that also happen from when you use it. You know.
Yes.
Who is your support in the community? Who do you have in the community that you talk to? Where are you that you can call if you have a problem?
I had my mother as a support, and I also had a caseworker with CHR.
You talk to your mother now on the phone or on a tablet?
No, she's not.
You don't. When was the last time you talked to your mother?
Oh, I talked to my mom 2 days ago. I talked to her on the phone actually. Yes.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Okay, sir, those are all the questions I have. Thank you very much and good luck, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Suzowski. Give us a few minutes, Mr. Lewis, to talk about your case, okay?
Okay.
I think okay.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Polk, go ahead.
So certainly, I think Mr. Lewis is headed in the right direction in terms of the Taking Addiction Services program. There are other programs on his OAP, including the Inside Sex Offender Treatment Program, having had 2 offenses. I didn't even thank you for exploring that a little bit. I didn't even get into that. It's just the programming is quite important before he's actually in front of us with enough background to make a case for suitability.
Right.
So I would deny rehear and ask him to finish the programs on his OAP.
Okay. I too had him denied today as well. His substance abuse is very, very concerning, and the nature of his crimes are also as concerning. So, while I do need him to participate in treatment, I didn't think that there would be enough time left for him to complete all these things. He needs a lot of work, by the way. He's a 4 in terms of mental health. He has a lot of stuff going on. So I think that because he has supervision to follow as well, that he would have enough time to do those things and then go out to the patient. So I agree with the denial and your reasons. So what are your thoughts, Mr.
No, I agree with the both of you. You both make very good points. I do think a rehear date may provide some motivation for him to complete the sex offender program, and I would like to see that done.
Okay.
Regardless, if he's suitable in the next hearing, I don't know. He may not be, but providing another date and say, it may speed up the process and give him some motivation. I need to get this done to give myself even a chance. So I don't know what day you're thinking about, but it's going to have to be some time. This is it's not a short program.
I was thinking January because his EOS is somewhere close to July right now.
Right.
They'll give him 6 months.
And we give him, because he is looking for house support, which would give him some kind of stability in the community and allow him to enter into treatment.
I had December written down. I'm fine with January. Yeah, we're right in the same area.
Yep. Okay. So the reasons for denial, we'll put inadequate program participation. We'll have him come back in January of 2026, having completed the sex offender treatment that's on his OAP, voices if possible, and new thoughts. Those are all on his OAP. So any other positive programs that he can get into. So with regard to Kyle Lewis, 387-275, there's a motion to deny discretionary parole today. based on his inadequate program participation, but the board will give Mr. Lewis an opportunity to be heard in January of 2026, at which time he should have successfully completed the sex offender treatment program, Voices and New Thoughts, if he can, any other positive programs. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Okay. All right, Mr. Lewis, we're going to give you another opportunity at discretionary parole, okay? Just go back and do your programs. We'll send you the stuff in writing, and hopefully that'll help get you inside the program, okay?
Okay.
Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Paroles, number 387275. All right, you're all set, sir.
And you need to explain adequate evidence for the case.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi. I have two more, Mr. Harris and
Alston?
Alston. Yes, correct.
Yep. Harris is on his way down right now. So he should be
Perfect.
here.
Thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you.
Yep.
Is it this one? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. This should be already on.
Hi, this is Harris. Hi, Mr. Harris, have a seat, okay? We'll be right with you.
It's me,
Thank you. Mr. Harris, are you ready for the hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
I'm nervous.
That's okay. Take a deep breath.
My anxiety is through the roof right now. I have anxiety disorder, so it's up there right now.
Okay, take a few deep breaths and we'll get through this, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Nicolosi. Today is Wednesday, April 9th, 2025. This is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify that they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Panel Member Berry.
Morning, Mike Poole. Good morning, Robert Sazowski.
Sir, can you please state your name and inmate number for the record?
Chad Harris, 427177.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration for the parole application of Chad Harris, 427177. He is serving a sentence of 10 years, execution suspended after 4 years, and 10 years probation for sex assault 2. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of June 27th, 2025. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows that the offender has completed the following programs: alternatives to violence, school, and threshold. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the low range risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low range. Mr. Harris, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin, sir.
Throughout my years, I've never been interested in school. I quit high school in the 9th grade. Was never interested, didn't think I needed it. I started school here to get my GED, and I scored extremely high on my intake test, where I automatically was eligible to take 3 of the 4 tests automatically. I've taken one of those tests and I passed it. I'm currently studying for 2 others. I'm studying for math and science. And if I am granted parole or end of sentence, whichever, I'm going to continue this. I now want to complete this. I want to get my GED. I believe it will open
more opportunities for me. For the past 27 years, all I've done is I've been a truck driver, a cross-country truck driver, and I believe having a GED will open more opportunities to me. Education is very important at this day and age, so I'm hoping to complete that. I have completed those 2 programs, Thresholds and.
Damn, my internet's been sucking today. Hey, what this guy do? I don't want to be judgmental over here, but he's definitely looking real suspect, if you will.
To
Mr. Harris, sorry, we were frozen for a second.
Oh,
So we
it's
didn't
the
hear what you
board
said
tripping.
for the last few things you said. So
Is there internet tripping? Not
I've
mine.
completed 2 programs, Thresholds, and what's the last thing you said?
Yeah, I can Thresholds and Alternatives to Violence Project, the basic class. They're doing an advanced class this month. I'm hoping to attend that. And I've learned a great deal from those on how to control my anger and look at things differently. As to if I'm in a situation, how to view it from outside the box instead of just inside the box and not react so quickly. And different ways of reacting, walking away from situations, hey, can we start over? Different things that I can do. My incarceration has not been easy. Obviously because of my charges.
I knew it. I knew it.
I was punched in the face and therefore missing some front teeth. I was moved from Cheshire because I was told by some people I wasn't safe there. So it hasn't been easy for me. Where I am now, I'm comfortable but on guard. So my plan for the outside is to continue my education. I'm really interested in the culinary project that they have here. I signed up for it. However, I wasn't able to do it this time around because I was under a Class A disciplinary report. So I wasn't able to, but I was able to start school under the Class A. That was a good thing. But I'm really interested in the culinary. I worked in the kitchen for 7 months here. So I learned how to bake and cook on a commercial scale. And I found that extremely interesting. Very stressful, but I enjoyed doing it. I own a home. I'm married.
Married?
I sent in some letters. I don't know if anybody from Parole received them. Some 2 letters from my employer.
We did receive those and they were reviewed.
Okay, excellent. They're excited to have me back if I can. And I'm excited to go back to them if I can. I felt at home there.
Yeah. So Mr. Harris, I think that's a great place for us to start.
Yes.
So what's going to happen here is each of us will take turns asking you questions, and then when we're done with our questions, we'll deliberate. Actually, when we're done with our questions, I'll turn the hearing over to our victim's advocate because we do have input from the victims. Okay. So when we're done when she's done with her statement, we will deliberate and then give you our decision. Okay?
Okay. Yes.
I'm going to start with the questions. And one of the things in reviewing your file, we did receive those letters from your employer. It really does sound as if you were an asset to that company. So, and you worked with them for a number of years, and it looks like they're willing to have you come back.
Yes, ma'am.
My only issue is that because of your charges now, I'm not really sure that you're going to be able to do all over the road travel.
Okay.
And I say that because you have to appear on the registry for 10 years And 9 times out of 10, you'll have a GPS monitoring, and going from state to state is just, I really don't think that that's a realistic plan, in my opinion. So I'm glad that you're exploring other avenues, or, this culinary art thing seems to be of interest to you. I would try to get as much of that under my belt as I could, and maybe just try to pursue a different career until you're done at least with this registry.
Yes, ma'am.
The next thing is, you talked about your completing or preparing for the math and science. Which portion of the test did you pass?
I passed the social studies test already. The next test that I'm actually going to take is going to be the science test, but I'm struggling in math, so that's where we're working in math as well, because that seems to be the area where I'm really struggling a lot.
And you also talked about your participation in the Alternatives to Violence program, where you were really able to gain some insight about your anger.
Yes.
And I appreciate that. But the based on the nature of your charges, I really would have liked to see you complete the sex offender treatment. Tell me where you fall on that list.
That I don't know, because they don't offer it at this facility.
And so, do you have any issues with being transferred, Mr. Harris, to a facility that does offer it?
No, I don't. I was actually going to speak to the counselor about being transferred to Brooklyn, because I know they offer it there, and they have a number of other programs there that I'm really interested in.
And so do you think that you need treatment?
I'm willing to take it and gain insight on it. I'm willing to learn from it. If I'm, in a individual or group setting, whichever way it's done.
So I'm going to ask the question again. Do you think that you need the treatment?
Hell yeah.
I believe I do.
Yeah, all of a sudden.
Because when we reviewed your file, it said that you denied these offenses, and that you filed a habeas that in your case was supposed to be coming up in July. Is that right?
I'm not sure when that's happening. I have filed a habeas. My attorney did a number of different things that were.
So the habeas is not based on your innocence. The habeas is based on your counsel representation.
Yes, ma'am.
So why are you then denying that you committed these offenses?
This offense, to me, in my eyes, is one of the worst things that a person can do to another person, in my eyes. And it's very hard to openly admit that I did that.
You're a monster. The worst kind of monster.
And I think anybody that has done a horrible crime, it's extremely hard to openly admit that they did that.
Not something like that. That's a different level right there.
I can admit it to myself all day long, but to openly admit it is extremely hard.
Okay. Well, can I, and please don't be offended, but I really do believe that that's selfish. And I say that because there are victims in your crime.
Yes.
Bad charges.
By every time that you say, I didn't do this, I don't know why she said that, you're re-victimizing these children. And they don't deserve that. They could gain some closure by your just saying, I'm a piece of crap, or whatever and I did do this to you. I'm sorry, you didn't deserve it. That's closure. That's for them, it's like, oh my God, he's saying he did it. I'm not a liar. I didn't do anything to deserve this. So why would you take that away from your victim?
Ah, wow.
That's not my intention. I didn't look at it in that aspect, but now that you mention it, I do see it in that aspect. And I am sorry that I did these things. And I don't have an explanation as to why. Right. I don't have an explanation as to why.
I think that's a step in the right direction. I don't know why I did it. And that is why I need treatment. Not because I'm willing to hear whatever they have to say. No, I need it. I don't know why I did this. I'd love to know why I did it so that I can avoid doing it in the future. Like that's what taking responsibility or accepting responsibility for your actions look like. I did this to you. I apologize to you. You didn't deserve it. And I'm going to work on myself every single day to figure out why I did it and to make sure that it never happens to somebody else. So that's the mentality that you need to have when you're going into treatment. So I really do think, though, that, it's difficult for me to support your discretionary parole today because you haven't participated in that treatment. And we've just discussed some of the things that you need to work on to prepare you to be suitable for early release. And without the program participation, although it's no fault of your own, it's not our fault either. I couldn't support your discretionary parole. So what I can do, though, is advocate for you to be moved to a facility that offers the program so that you could participate in that program and then maybe come back before the board. You're not done until 2027. So you have plenty of time to work on, the program participation. And it'll help you prepare in terms of employability and everything that you've known it prior to this is once you walk out of those prison doors, it's going to be completely different.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, the things that you took for granted, on a daily basis, just like going to the park. You want to feed the ducks, your children at the park. Now I got to avoid being, I see you have a minor child and they moved. That's going to be an issue too. If you have a lot to deal with, sir. And we really need you to take that time and work on yourself to try to navigate life once you walk out those prison doors. So, I do appreciate our discussion, and I'm going to see if my colleagues have any questions for you. And like I said, we do have input from the victim. So I implore you to listen to what the victim has to say so that the next time that you come before us, if there's another time, you can address some of their concerns. Not as a rebuttal, but you understand what I'm saying? Okay. This is
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, sir. So, you talked about a little bit about your disciplinary report. I saw you had one in November.
Yes.
Do you remember what happened? Can you tell us what happened that day?
I was working in the kitchen, and I was delivering a food cart to one of the blocks. I was filling in for somebody that wasn't there, and the kitchen staff asked me if I'd fill in, and I agreed to. And as I walked down the hallway, I had my Jewish yarmulke on my head. And the officer said you need to take that off your head. And I said, what? He says, you need to take that off your head. I said, it's my yarmulke, I'm Jewish. And I continued walking. And I had an officer escorting me, and he continued walking with me. And it turned into me having to go back and speak to the officer. And he said, I told you to take that off your head. And I explained to him again that it was my yarmulke. And he said, I don't give a explicit about your religion. I said, take it off. And that's when a lieutenant came through the door and asked what was going on. And I explained it to him. He spoke to the officer, and the lieutenant said, we're done here. You can go back to work at the kitchen. So he was all set with everything. As I was walking away, the CO yelled out, get the explicit out of here. And I said, okay. He said, get the explicit out of here. And that's when the lieutenant said, now you're going to SEG for disrespecting an officer. So I went to SEG for disrespecting an officer. And when I got the disciplinary report, it said interfering with safety or security. So I was baffled by that.
I think.
Did you make a remark when you were walking away that?
Yeah, he did. He probably did.
That? Like, I'm trying to understand what.
Yeah, I probably should not have repeated what the officer said to me. I should have just ignored it and just continued walking.
All right. So that's what I'm looking for, is just for you to understand. That sounds like a difficult situation, first of all, and I get what you're talking about with your religion, but the part that got you in trouble was what you did, right? Yeah.
Yes, it was repeating the comment. I should have just ignored it and walked away and let it be.
Yeah, maybe you talk to your counselor later about it or someone else. These are the things that you talked about that you learned in some of the programs, different ways to handle things, so it doesn't lead to disciplinary reports, you know?
Right, yeah.
Because as you mentioned, the disciplinary reports, they interfere with your programming, or you go to the back of the list for some programs, not all of them. It also doesn't look favorably upon you when you come in front of us that you've been having problems with difficult situations. Like, that situation is something that could happen, something similar could happen like that when you're out in the community. And, we're looking to see what your behavior is like, how you're handling things differently. And that when you go out, you're not going to be arrested again,
Yes.
So between now and whatever happens next, I would just, encourage you to think things through when something's happening. I'm sure there are going to be other situations like that or other things that might happen. And you need to really think about how you're talking, how you're acting, so you don't lead to another disciplinary report.
Yes,
it's not going to help you with classes, with us, with anything really. If you're reviewed for a halfway house at some point, any of those kinds of things, it's just gonna affect you negatively. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And then, I really don't have any other questions. Just one thing I wanted to say was that you said you really don't have an explanation for what happened. So, as my colleague was talking about the programming, a lot of times after people take this program, they will say to us, before this, I didn't know why I was doing this, but during that sex offender treatment program, they find some underlying situation that you can identify in your life that, you can kind of make sense of why this happened,
That triggered it, yes.
Yeah. So, so I'm hoping that you can, you really need to complete that program and then figure those things out, like what, you know what I mean? So that way it doesn't happen again, and figure out what it is that happened to you before that has led you to where you're at now,
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I wish you the best of luck. That's all I have, sir. Thank you.
What do you guys think?
Thank you, Mr. Smith. That was good. Mr. Harris, I just wanted to double back. I'm sorry, Mr. Poole, because I know that your wife has agreed to sponsor you in another state.
Why?
And I know that the two of you have a child together. But I noticed also that you never really told her the truth about what happened. Right?
No, she knows. She knows.
Because I thought I read that she didn't believe it.
She didn't believe it.
Oh, whether she believes it or not, I don't know. I haven't had that conversation with her. I just know that during the court process, she heard what the charges were, what the.
No, that's not my question. That's not what I'm referring to.
Yep.
I'm saying, have you ever said to your wife, I did this to these children? Have you ever said that?
No, ma'am.
That is enough. You have a lot of work to do, sir. Because, one of these victims was your biological daughter.
Damn.
Ma'am.
And the other one was your stepdaughter?
Yes, ma'am.
You see how he paused? Hey, what's up, Chacha?
And now you have a daughter with your wife.
Yes, ma'am.
So, yeah, you have some work to do.
And she hasn't left that
things to unpack. Lots of things to unpack.
Yes, ma'am.
And I said to you that you working in the over the road and driving those trucks, when one of your offenses, one of the victims said you tried to sexually assault her inside your camper. So once people figure all of that stuff out, I'm trying to prepare you for walking out of those prison doors, because a lot of the things that you have that you think are going to transpire. So you have a lot of stuff and this is not to bash you or beat you. I just want you to know that just a reality check. Talking to your wife, apologizing to these victims. Work is going to be different. Everybody's going to look at you like, oh my God, this guy's coming, in every neighborhood, because you have to register. So it's really important that you try to work on those things while you're there, because it's not going to be easy. It's just not. All right, Mr. Cole? Okay. All right, so we have no further questions for you, Mr. Harris. I'm going to turn the hearing over to our victim advocate, Mrs. DeJesus. Please listen to what the victim has to say, sir. Do not interrupt. And then we'll deliberate and give you all a decision. Best of luck. Thank you.
Hey, does anybody think he
Good morning,
deserves
Mr. Jesus. I'm
to be
sorry.
paroled? Or the victim? Is the victim's calling in?
Mr. Jesus, we can't hear you.
5. Press 5, Jesus. Jesus. Press
I
5.
see you talking. I don't hear you, though.
Press 5. Like this whole thing is baffling. How can his wife stick by him after he did that to his own kid? And then they got a kid together? Oh, hell, I would have packed up and I would have been gone faster than fast. That's just totally unacceptable right there. But some people, they're in denial sometimes.
Sorry, I don't know what happened.
Right? Right, Liz? Shit, I'm with you right there. Hell to the no right there.
My apologies. My name is JH, and I am a victim of Chad Harris. I'm involved with this case where I was sexually abused by Chad. I do not agree with him getting parole, where I know he's already been around my 9-year-old sister, where he wasn't supposed to be. I fear that if he is released, he will go back and potentially hurt my sister. That's all I have for much.
Thank you very much. Okay. So, as you can hear, this really has impacted your victim. So, I think we're just going to talk amongst ourselves, okay? So, as I said, I really do think that Mr. Harris has a lot of work to do on himself. I really think that it would be in his best interest to have him transferred to another facility so that he can at least start with the programs and he can come back before us, share with us what he's learned.
Preferably the main line.
They can determine at that time whether he has demonstrated enough change to support a favorable outcome. So I am going to vote to deny today based on his inadequate program participation and the injury and or impact to the victim. Mr. Sadowskis.
Welcome, everybody.
Okay, so
he better say no.
I agree with everything you've said. You know, I would like to see him complete voices in the sex offender program at the least. No more DRs. And I have a note here of April of 2026, but that would give him a year left. Mm-hmm. But I'm open to whatever you guys think.
April, that's a gift, to be honest, based on the nature of his crimes.
Yeah, it's a year from now, but then he would still have an opportunity for a year left.
Yep. So, and I will put in my decision when I write it that we are requesting that he be transferred. Officer Michelizzi, you can note that on your dispo as well. I heard him talk about Brooklyn. That's probably the best place for him to go, although we have no control over that. But we can kind of advocate to make sure that he is transferred. That's stay out of trouble too, right? No more tickets.
Yeah, that's important.
So with regard to Chad Harris, 427-177, there's a motion to deny discretionary parole today based on the inadequate program participation and the injury and impact to the victim. And we are going to rehear Mr. Harris in April of 2026, at which time he should have successfully completed the sex offender treatment and voices and any other positive programs, refrain from incurring any disciplinary infractions, and really focus on an apology to his victims and accepting ownership of the role that he played and all that. So,
straight up.
Is there a second?
Good.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, Mr. Harris, you'll receive all of this in writing. I don't know how quickly the transfer will go, but we're going to try to advocate so that you can get the treatment that you need so that you can come back and see it, okay?
Thank you, ma'am.
Rehear, you're welcome. But a rehear, I just want you to know that doesn't mean that you're automatically going to be granted parole. That's not what this is. This is Mr. Harris getting the help that he needs so that he can at least appear before the board as a suitable, having completed the programs. Not, that means, okay, he's just going to get it. So do the work, sir. Good luck to you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hell yeah.
177. All right, you're all set, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Adios, amigo. Gather your thoughts, buddy. Better luck next time with your no teeth self. Next on The Price is Wrong. I have no idea who's coming up next, but man, if we stay in the same institution, I would assume it'll be the same type of charges. And he had no teeth. Yeah, they knocked his teeth out, if you will. Rightfully so, I would say. What did he do? He did the worst type of crimes you could do to children. And I'll go ahead and just leave it at that.
Mr. Alston is here?
Let's see what Mr. Alston did.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Have a seat, Mr. Alston. We'll be right with you, okay?
Oh.
This is a board of parole hearing in the state of Connecticut. These individuals are currently incarcerated for some of the most heinous and egregious crimes possible. And right now, I have no idea what this guy did right here, but we're about to find out. So just stick around here at You Have a Collect Call From, and please tap that screen, hit that follow button, and share it, because sharing is caring. Don't be a Scrooge McDuck. Don't be a Mr. Krabby Patty. Hit that screen and hit that follow, if you will. Thank you, Joanna. Gracias. Highly
All right,
appreciate
Mr. Alston, are you ready for hearing?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Elizabeth. Today is Wednesday, April 9th, 2025, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify that they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning. I'm Panel Member Berry.
Good morning, Mike Pohl. Good morning, Robert Sazowskis.
Sir, can you please state your name and inmate number for the record?
Gregory Austin, 439344.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Gregory Alston, 439344. He is serving a sentence of 15 years, execution suspended after 7 years, and 10 years probation for sexual assault second and illegal sexual contact. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of July 12th of 25. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows that the offender completed the following programs: sex offender treatment, alternatives to violence, and he has a facility job in the kitchen. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low range. Mr. Alston, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin, sir.
Yeah. First of all, I want to say that I take full responsibility for my actions. There's no excuse for what I've done. It's despicable. But I'm a working guy. I go to work all the time.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, working all the time.
I'm not a danger to anybody. I try to just stay in my lane, go to work, and stay out of trouble.
Mm-hmm.
This was a bad decision.
Bad choice.
I promise you, I will never make again.
Bad decision. Come on now.
How about an apology to your victim?
That's a good start.
I've apologized. I'm sorry that I didn't really state that for you guys. I do apologize. You know, not only to the victim, but to her mother, to my family, her family, everybody. There's something that it just is unacceptable and it shouldn't have been done.
Mm-hmm.
So, Mr. Olson, we appreciate your opening statement. What's going to happen here is each of us will take turns to ask you questions. When we're done with our questions, we will turn the hearing over to our victim's advocate because we do have input from your victim. When we're done with listening to that, we will deliberate and give you our decision. Okay?
Hey, what up?
Do you have any questions?
Ireland.
No.
Good luck to you, sir. Mr. Sazowskis will begin with questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm fine.
Good. So I reviewed all of your files, and although you had to be prompted by my colleague, I am appreciative that you made an apology, and I think it's important as part of your rehabilitation. You know, you talked about in some of the documents I read, you had an issue with alcohol and marijuana. Were you using alcohol and marijuana during any of these encounters? This would happen over a period of time, so I know it's not one specific day, but during any of those situations, do you remember having drank alcohol prior to that and using or using marijuana?
Yes, I smoked. Yes.
Okay. I mean, the reason why I ask about that is because you have an addiction services program listed on your OAP. Have they offered that to you yet?
No, I've been trying to get into any program. It just
well, specifically that, because I believe that substances played a part in this, maybe a little part, but it played a role in this. And then while you're incarcerated, you had some disciplinary reports related to the same kind of thing, marijuana and alcohol. So that part of all this hasn't been addressed yet. You did complete the sex offender short-term program, right?
Yes.
So that's good. But I really do think that you need to get a handle on this other part of this, so that you have a better, you're better prepared, when you're released. How do you think your actions have affected the victims, like long term? What do you think is going to happen to them? What do they experience?
Betrayal for the most part, because I've helped raise her, so that's something that she'll probably always have a problem with trusting people.
She called you dad, right?
Yes.
He was plotting.
What do you think her future relationships are going to be like?
He was grooming her.
Now this has happened. You understand the impact that you've caused? It's going to be a problem.
Yeah. I know it's going to be difficult with her finally being able to trust somebody.
Did they talk about that in the program that you took?
No, not really, but that's something that I think I've actually put that in my writing on the program with the summer.
So when you had an opportunity to talk about how you feel about everything that happened, you understand. You wrote in there that this is going to make a lifelong, permanent, mark on the victim. You know what I mean? They're going to have issues that they're going to have to deal with because of your behaviors.
Yes.
And like I talked about before, you have a drug and alcohol score from DOC of a 3. 5 is the highest. And then you receive disciplinary reports for contraband, for Pruno, marijuana.
Bruno.
And you haven't taken this addiction services program. Do you think that would help you if you had that program?
Probably. Yeah.
People's decision making is not the same when you're under the influence of substances. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Things change a little bit on the way you think. Sometimes people use substances on purpose so they can make decisions that they can't do when they're not using them. I don't know. How do you think you've changed since you've been incarcerated?
Just realizing that what I've done and how it impacted not only me, but my family. I haven't been able to really speak to my son since all this happened. So the impact that it's having on not only the victim, not only me, but literally everybody who has. My son hasn't really talked to my mother, my grandmother, anybody since my incarceration. And
so,
that's my fault. That's all on me.
Shattered relationships, outside of even the victim, as part of your family,
Yeah.
So the question was about like how you're different, like from programming. Like, do you feel like you've made any improvements in how you think, or how you're going to behave? Can you talk about that?
Yes. Like I said before, I realized that what I've done is not acceptable. So that in one way, there's something that I won't do because I know that it is wrong. It is wrong.
Well, you must have known this was wrong when it was going on, right?
Yeah. Yes.
All right, I'm going to move on to something else here. You talked about going back to your previous jobs. No need to mention the name of the employer, but have you spoken to anyone there about that?
No, not at this moment.
How do you feel about the chances are that you could return to that employer? Do you feel good about that, or you think it's going to be something you're going to have to just apply to?
I think the chances might be good because when I was picked up from there, they allowed me to sign out, to quit the job so that there will be a chance for me to come back.
Okay, so that's good. Yeah, so you were not, so you weren't fired, so there's not a negative work record, basically. There, you resigned and then you had the opportunity to reapply later, in good standing. Okay, I understand. I understand that now a little bit better. So you have a protective order against you, and you're going to be required to be on the sex offender registry for 10 years. You aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. These are two areas that could present a risk for you to return to prison if you violate these things when you're out. Have you thought about that?
Yes.
You're going to have.
I'm not. I don't want to sound cocky or anything, but I really don't feel that I'm going to make it come back to prison. There's nothing. The way that I'm going to live my life, there's going to be no chance of me coming back to prison.
The sex offender registry, there's reporting requirements. You're going to have to fill things out every now and then and report where you're living. It's just important. I bring it up because people no one wants to come back to prison, right? But people, they start working, they're preoccupied, whatever the case may be, they stop doing that stuff that they're supposed to do with the sex offender registry.
So for me, that's first priority. Is to make sure that is taken care of before anything else, just so that coming back to prison is not going to be an option.
Okay. Yeah, things will be different now. You're going to have all these different reporting things and things to do. It's going to be different than it was before when you were out in the community. Talking about the community, can you just talk about your release plan? Where do you want to live, and you talked about your work, but what about living? Where would you want to live?
Well, I had a discussion with my mother when I was told about this. So we decided that it might be better for me and my independence to trying to go into a halfway house and working from there.
What up, Kelly?
That way any programs that I need to do outside, they can help me find the programs. If my employment plan doesn't work out, they can help me find employment in future, living requirements after.
Did somebody say flush?
So, it sounds like a good plan. They'll have a lot of support structure there where it might be something that you can take advantage of. Because it will be difficult to find employment if you can't go back to where you were, people that know you. And what about, have you participated in any NA or AA programs, CCAR, anything like that at all? Do you have any plans for trying to make sure that substance abuse doesn't interfere with your success in the community?
Did somebody say agua?
No, I have not signed up for any of those programs. If that's something you guys want me to do, I will do it.
Yeah, I'm concerned about it. I'll hear what my colleagues have to say. But given your disciplinary reports while you're incarcerated and the fact that you're using substances during these crimes makes me concerned that that's an area that's not been addressed completely. You know what I mean? That you need to have a better plan and have some treatment in that area. So I'm gonna turn it over to my colleagues and see what they have to say about all this. Thank you for talking to me, sir.
Hey, the flush means that he's a human turd that needs to be flushed. if you will.
Madam Chair, Mr. Zaskis has asked all the questions that are pertinent, and I'm absolutely in that same place when it comes to. I don't know what kind of booze he's trying to make in there, but it's like persistent.
Yes. Yeah.
So, and it has everything to do with the substance abuse.
Yes.
So, I mean, that's exactly where I am.
Okay.
Hey, thank you, Bill.
So, Mr. Olson, do you have any insight as to why you were trying to make Pruno and consuming this stuff in prison?
Just to pass the time, and to be honest, that was a full over a year ago that I had any instances with that.
He's not ready.
I actually,
I don't think you'll ever be ready.
The time that has lapsed since your last disciplinary infraction is not our concern. Our concern is the nature of it and why you were doing it. So that's why I'm asking. So you just made Pruno because you were bored and you just figured you'd have something to drink to pass time?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there was something to pass time.
Yeah, trying to take advantage of somebody else, trying to get them all liquored up. And then, ¡zas! Vámonos.
You know, I'm curious to know, having completed the sex offender treatment, if you have any insight as to why you did this to your victim.
I was there. It was about being there with her alone for the extended amount of time because of COVID. It was bad. It was a bad decision.
It was a choice.
Do you think that you groomed this victim? Are you familiar with the term grooming?
100% he groomed her.
Yes, I'm familiar with that, but no, I don't think I groomed the victim because
you groomed her. You don't think you know.
Not a willing participant, so she didn't.
Well, it started because you had a foot fetish, right?
A foot
fetish.
And you
started by massaging her feet.
Yes.
And then that went, the massaging of the feet went into your talking to her about sex, right?
Yes.
So that's grooming.
Mm-hmm.
You're preparing her.
Sicko. I hate feet.
Take things a little bit further. You took
I can't stand feet.
Of the time that you had alone with her for your own pleasure. So you spoke with my colleague about your son and how you haven't really spoken to him since all of this has transpired. Tell me what you think the impact is of him being in the same house as your victim, and he's possibly thinking that she put you in prison, that you're not there for him because of her.
Well, from my understanding is his mother has talked to him and about the situation and explained to him that it wasn't her fault, that it was my fault. I haven't had the opportunity to talk to him about it, and I know he is going in. He is in counseling about the situation too.
What would you say to him?
That I made a bad decision. That
a choice.
Your father did something that he shouldn't have done, and he's paying for it.
Decision is like me
grabbing a bad decision. This happened more than one time.
It's like me going to go get a cup of milk from the refrigerator. That's the decision.
It's just I don't know the exact way to term the exact term I should use for it. It is a bad decision. Yes, it was a multiple time, but it's
my fault. Decision. I'll tell you what the exact term is. The term is this is all my fault. I violated your sister. I crossed the lines and did something that a father should never do to their child. She looked at you as a father. I potentially ruined this child's life. And for that, I'm sorry. I broke our family up. It was my fault. That's taking ownership and responsibility of the things that you've done.
Hey, normally I can't stand her, but today,
Because
hey,
this girl, when she
she's
says
on
to
point.
you, Dad, why did you do this to me? What are you going to say to her? Do you ever think that she's not going to want to know why her?
But with the protective order, I can't talk
That's
to
not my, I know that there's a question. I know that there's a protective order, but I'm saying she looked at you as her father. At some point in time, she's going to want to know why you did this to her.
He's not connecting the dots. The dots are not connecting in
You
his
don't
head.
think she thinks that now?
Yeah.
And he
So why
rolls his eyes.
would you
Come
tell
on
her?
now.
I would just apologize and say that it was I did what I shouldn't have done. It was not a smart thing to do, and I would just apologize.
He's talking like if he's being inconvenienced.
So you do realize that you betrayed her trust, that you've stolen her innocence,
Stole
that you
their
probably
innocence.
ruined
Yeah.
her faith in men. You know, those are all very realistic assumptions, I'll say.
Disgusting.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, sorry sometimes doesn't really cut it.
Hey, thank you, Snake.
You know what I
Six.
mean? And because I mean, honestly, I can kill someone and say, oops, I'm sorry. You think they're going to say it, you know, in the eyes of the law? Okay, you said I'm sorry. No, I have to accept responsibility for what I've done. If it's prison time, then I would be in prison and forever trying to right that wrong. You know, and that's something that shows true remorse. You know, I'm so upset, Mr. Austin, because I would have liked to hear more than just "I'm sorry" from you.
Yeah.
You've had so much time there in the facility already that you should be digging deep to try to figure out what was going on and how you can avoid these behaviors in the future. And I mean, you're so confident that you're not coming back to prison. And I hope that you're right. But I can guarantee you that more than 75% of those people in that prison said the same exact thing. I'm never coming back. And guess what?
They're back.
They're back. Mm-hmm. And guess what else? We see them all 3 and 4 times.
Yep.
Not that we want to, but because of their poor decision and the continued behavior. But anyway, okay. I'm done with my questions, sir. I am going to turn the hearing over to the Office of Victim Services for victim input.
Ooh,
and I'm just going to ask you to sit there quietly and please listen to what the victim has to say. And then we will deliberate and give you our decision.
Yeah.
Good morning again, Mr. Jesus.
Good morning. I do have a statement. I spoke to the victim's mother, and she stated to me, quote, "I am against any early release," end quote.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jesus. Okay, so give us a few minutes, sir, and we are going to give you our decision. Mr. Sazowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Mr. Austin is here today in front of us with very serious sex crimes. Yeah. And he does rate low to recidivate, but, you know, when we're asking him questions about what happened, it did indicate that he was, at the very least, using marijuana at times, some of the times prior to these multiple different incidents happening. And then when he goes in the facility, he starts getting disciplinary reports for marijuana and alcohol. So, you know, the behaviors like kind of continued into the facility. He has taken the sex offender treatment program and had a job in a facility. But, you know, when we ask him about this, you know, what he learned from the sex offender program, he really couldn't articulate why he thinks that he did this. And it's concerning a little bit, you know, that
concerning
see some additional recognition of what was going on. You know, I don't know if he just sat in the program. I don't know, you know, I'm trying to understand because we really didn't get a lot from him about the things that he took away from the program that make us feel comfortable that
this will never happen again.
Right.
I know he's saying I don't want to come back to prison, but everybody, no one wants to be in prison.
Right.
Yeah.
And without, when I asked him, do you have any plans for NA, AA, any kind of relapse prevention, like it doesn't appear that he's even ever thought about that or even considered that that's part of this. But, based on everything I read, I think that it played a role and the behavior just continued in the facility. So, I don't find him suitable today.
Hell yeah.
For all of those reasons. So, I'd like to hear what my colleagues have to say about this and then
they better say no. They better say no.
Thank you.
We
Mr.
need one more
Holt?
no, and we're good to go.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Get them eyes ready.
I share concerns.
Here it is right here. Look. If you guys want to check out on, if you guys want to see the full picture, jump on over to YT at Collect Call From. It's $3.99.
September last year, it's still playing a role in what's going on.
Cover this food mug up.
I think free, you should have a care program. And I also think he really needs to connect with what happened at a greater level.
You understand?
So other programming in that realm.
Voices, something.
Voices. I'm surprised based upon the offense. The Voices isn't on there.
Yeah.
So, but however, at the same time, it's like I want to look at that all of the tools break him out as well. And he has no criminal history prior to this. He does have a release plan and employment that's all of which lead to suitability, but the programs for me just aren't there yet.
I got multiple lives going on.
Yeah, I do not have Mr. Austin granted parole. In fact, I had him denied with no new hearing date. And I said that only because I mean the nature of his offense is egregious. Okay, it's concerned the behavior. He has no insight as to why he did what he did, and I think he's so nonchalant. There's no sense of urgency to kind of address what's going on. Like to us, this is a huge deal, but to him, it doesn't seem like it's that big a deal. Aside from the fact that he's currently incarcerated. That being said, he does rate out low on all the tools, as Mr. Pohl said. He's not done until 2028, so he has a really long time to be with the Department of Corrections. And today, he has not demonstrated the level of change that I would have liked to see to be able to support his discretionary parole. So I too am going to deny, based on inadequate evidence of offender change. He says his tickets were a year ago, but his poor institutional adjustment, we could say the injury and impact to the victim.
Can't see that, James.
But she just said that she doesn't want him to be released. The nature and circumstances is really what's very compelling.
Hey, get them eyes ready. Get them eyeballs ready.
The next question is, when would we have a lot of time left. When would we like to hear Mr. Alston? He said he doesn't need treatment, by the way.
He's going to need an addiction services program. If he ends up in Tier 4, that's going to be 6 months. I don't know if he's going to put him in Tier 4 or 2.
He'll
probably put him in 2 with a 3. But, and then, I would also recommend Voices, like you said. I haven't known about them here.
There's other opportunities.
there's
other programs. Yeah.
Lots.
And then he can't have any more DRs, especially with the alcohol and marijuana. If it's related,
there's another Bruno DR. Forget it.
Yeah, that's going to be the end of this because it's just a continuation of what happened on the outside.
So, do we want him to come? He's done in 2028. Do we want him to come back And
Max this fool out. Max him out.
Bring him back in a year.
End the sentence.
You got voices, you got a tier program and any other programs, and it gives him it would put him a year and a half out, about a year and a half out from his last DR, if he's able to do that.
And with his low ratings, if he had all that together, he's gonna be in a much better place, you know.
so August, for the year. I was thinking August 2026. That's what I was thinking.
What up? What up? Welcome everybody.
And that would give him at least, if he is.
And he could hear all of this. He could hear them talking,
April or August?
which is the best part.
You guys were saying April, and I was saying August. But so April 2026.
Okay.
No new DRs, positive programs,
Program voices.
fiction services,
For sure.
voices, and any other additional programs.
Yeah.
Reasons, nature and circumstance, evidence of offender change, and inadequate program participation. Okay.
Was it for institutional adjustment? I had
Yeah. But we're wanting to do program.
Okay, so that's fine. Yeah. So evidence change, program participation, and nature and circumstance. Are those the three?
You know what? I'm gonna mark it. We're gonna take off the inadequate evidence of offender change, inadequate program participation, or institutional adjustment. Those were the things that we discussed with him in the nature of.
Okay, so that's good.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Get ready
so
with the
regard to
eyes.
Gregory Alston 439344, there's a motion to deny discretionary parole today based on the nature and circumstance of his offense, his inadequate program participation, and his poor institutional adjustment. The disciplinary infractions that he received. I further move to rehear him in April of 2026, at which time he should have successfully completed an addiction services program determined by the Department of Corrections, victim impact program to gain a little insight as to how his crimes impact his victims, and also any other positive programs that he is able to get into and refrain from incurring any additional disciplinary infractions. So I want to say everything. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so Mr. Austin, you'll get all of this in writing soon, sir. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Gregory Olson for 439-344.
Yeah, hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Better luck next time on The Price is Wrong. Oh, he has to wait till next year to come back. Oh, he didn't look too happy, but I'm sure his victim's not happy, so I think it's the least that they could do is deny that fool. Hey, for anybody that's wondering what this is a board of parole hearing in Connecticut. These are run live daily, if you will. We're gonna go ahead and wait for the next one. Hey, I'll take a year. As long as they didn't let him out today, hey, that's definitely a win for us today. If you will. So these are live. Hey, if you haven't done so, please do so. Hit that follow button. It's free 99. Hey, look, around here, I don't be begging for gifts. Gifts are not required. They are appreciated, but they're not required. All right. I understand everybody's situation. Hey, the times are rough out there. Eggs are freaking $20 for a dozen. So I understand. So don't even trip. Don't feel pressure to drop any gifts. But I do appreciate follows, taps on the screen, sharing is caring. Shoot it to everybody. Grab your mom's phone, grab your probation officer's phone, and hey, hit the subscribe button or hit that follow button. The subscribe costs something, but that follow is free. All right. Highly appreciate you guys if you will. And I do say if you will around here a lot. And we do get a lot of toilet flushes, so don't get scared.
Oh.
You're a real one.
Oh, hi.
Perfect.
Hi, how are you? We're working on getting one guy up here right now. Just waiting for him
Thank
to
you
this
so much.
house.
I appreciate it.
Inmate Aquino, he also refused. Was that the one that refused?
Yeah,
That's not the refuse.
He's the one that we don't need to see.
When I wrote refuse.
If you will. Hey, also, I got these stickers right here. If you guys are interested in getting one of these stickers here,
Please let me know.
these stickers, I don't charge anything for the stickers, but I do request that you send the shipping. The shipping for the US is $1. Yeah, damn, James, $1, but a sticker costs 73 cents. James, you're making a whopping 28 cents off of us. Come on, mom, boy, I gotta get a freaking envelope and all of that, and you're crying over $1.
Sorry, it's Mr. Joshua Jean.
If you're international,
He refused to come down?
Yes, he refused.
If you're international,
Okay, that's interesting.
No, but
if you're international, it's $2. Damn, James, $2, man. Come on, James. I remember when you had 25 subscribers, James, or 25 followers, and now you're gonna charge me $1 for shipping or $2 international. Come on, why are you gonna do me like that, my boy? Times is rough. You just said times are rough. Eggs are $20. Man, come on, James. Last week you were giving them away for free. You were covering the shipping costs, and now you're not. Yeah, that was till a bunch of people hit me up, like 20 or 40 people hit me up for the for the for the stickers. I wasn't expecting. I know everybody loves free stuff. I love free stuff too, but I'm out of stickers or out of stamps, if you will. So yeah, so if you you want some stickers, I highly appreciate it. And just cash at me $1 or $2, depending on where you're at. Can listen to the live. Can listen to the live. Let me see. Nothing is free 99. You know what I'm saying? You said, do I say what? Do I say? Ay, ay, ay. If you will. Yeah, so hey, that's what it is. Don't have Cash App. How can I pay? You could also, hey, if you want, you could drop me some gifts on the screen right here. Just, if you're, like I said, if you're international, make it $1 worth of gifts or $2. Let me see. Costs over £6 for 4 stamps for the UK letter cards. So from here, for me to ship it, I could sell it. I could mail it via one stamp from the post office. I think it costs like $1.60 to do international shipping, but I charge $2. Damn, James, you're making a whopping 40 cents off of international shipping. Damn, James, like I said, man, I remember payment program. Hey, I ship them off for free, but you owe me double ups. Let me see, is there a payment plan? Let me see, James, how about EBT? Hey, double up. So if I ship it to you, I'm gonna need double up EBT, if you will, and your time. Yeah, I'm not even tripping. Like for me, it's Richie. I was kidding. Let me see, what is this? Hey, we're doing job interviews right now, so just get ready. The new contestant is coming up right now. You take over. Much profit, man. I'm killing it over here. Make a Venmo account.
Following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certified that they have reviewed all taxable required documents and available for any information in preparation of this hearing.
Panel Member Barry.
Morning, Mike Cole.
Hey,
Morning,
thank
Robert
you for that.
Mr. Mason is serving 6 years jail, 4 years of special parole for robbery 1, violation of protective order 2 counts, and assault on public safety. Mr. Mason has waived his discretionary parole, and this hearing is being conducted with set special parole conditions. At this time, the panel will now deliberate and set special parole conditions.
Thank you. So I have 3 victims listed. He robbed the Dollar General in Hartford Turnpike in Vernon. So I had to stay away from there. The officer was not able to speak to him, so I had a halfway house, and we don't know who the sponsor is. Domestic violence for the violation of protective order, and I think that's it. Okay. I gotta make the motion, but okay. So I have for victims R, L, B, R, and B, D. So there's a motion to set the following conditions: domestic violence in the community, no victims. The names, the initials I just stated. Stay away from Dollar General on Hartford Turnpike in Vernon, and a halfway house for residents. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Special procedures for Taylor 1647.
Hey, thank you for that. Hey, if you do send me a gift on here, you want the stickers?
Parole Officer McGill. Today's Wednesday, April 9, 2025. It's a case review for Ontario Gaining, number 402314. Having the Connecticut Board of Pardon Control. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify that they have reviewed all statutorily required documents available for information in preparation of this hearing.
Panel Member Bailey.
Robert Sazowskis.
Mr. Gainey is serving 3 years, followed by 3 years of probation for a risk of injury to a child, custodial interference second, interfering, resisting, threatening second. Mr. Gainey has 4 years of special parole running concurrently, which ends on 9/29/25. Mr. Gainey has waived his discretionary parole, and this hearing is being conducted with set special parole conditions. At this time, the panel will now deliberate and set special parole conditions.
Thank you. It's our understanding that Mr. Gainey, his EOS date is 4/27/25 on his current sentence. And his special parole expires on September 29th, 2025, which is about 5 months of special parole remaining because he was on special parole for possession with the intent to sell. So for conditions, I have victim's initials EA, SC, and the underlying victim of his domestic violence is JR.
Thank you for that.
I have no contact with minors, problem sexual behavior treatment, domestic violence, and
YouTube's not working.
Two co-defendants.
I don't have any co-defendants. I'm sorry. Who were they?
Stephanie Padilla.
Stephanie Padilla. Okay.
And I would say Bianca Gainey without Paroles's permission. I think they both played a role in
it's working for me.
Okay.
In that offense.
Oh, cool. Okay. All right.
Do we want to talk about enhanced device monitoring, Mike?
Yeah, could we? Because
oh, you're probably on the wrong hearing on YT. I have 4 different streams going on right now.
Okay.
Minors and obviously using device to
facilitate that.
Oh shit! It's 9. So, I'll be right back.
Certainly for that kind of offense, I believe that should be okay.
Okay.
I agree. I think it's a public safety issue, and it needs to be at least for these 5 months.
Okay. And did you both have no minors, right?
Correct.
Okay. So with regard to Ontario Gainey 402314, I make a motion to set following special parole conditions. He is to have no contact with minors. He is to have no contact with victims EA, SC, or JR. He is to have no contact with his co-defendant Stephanie Padilla or Bianca Gainey without the parole officer's permission. So without the parole officer's permission, it's for Bianca Gainey. Domestic violence in the community, problem sexual behavior treatment, and enhanced monitoring for is that everything?
And that applies not only to this set of special parole, but to special parole that is still running that expires in September.
Yeah, he doesn't have special parole to follow the sentence. He has probation.
Right.
It's just for the special parole that is running.
And you got minors, no contact with that.
Yes, I did say that. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
That's special parole stipulations for Ontario Gainey, number 402314.
I'm on parole watching Parole. Yeah. Jay's giving them a flush. They're PDFers. Is anybody else coming? Did they say we have anybody else coming, or did everybody turn it down? So if this ends right now, we're gonna switch over to Pima County. We're probably I don't know. We'll see right now. At 10 o'clock, I got a new state. That we're gonna be doing border parole hearings in a new state. This state has never been seen before here at You Gotta Collect Call From. But I am definitely interested. I'm hoping they run it good. Hey, thank you for the follow. Hey, for anybody that's sending me gifts and you guys want stickers, send me a message with your address, and then I'll verify that you did send me what you said you sent me, and then I'll go to ship them out. Can you do North Carolina? North Carolina, as far as I'm aware, they're not open to the public. Not all states offer open border parole hearings, if you will. Let me see. Hey, thank you, Blue Diamond. Highly appreciate that. Hey, Reset Games 5. Thank you for the follow. Riri. Let me see. Hola, how's everyone? Ohio, they supposedly do, but their website is conveniently down every time they have a hearing. Where's TK start? When does TK start? TK started about an hour ago. I got that one running on YT, if you will. Ohio. Let me see.
Davis.
Oklahoma.
Mr. Davis?
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Davis.
All right, so I'm going to turn the volume up, but please let us know if you have any trouble hearing us. Is this volume okay?
Damn, Mr. Davis got no neck.
Perfect.
Jesus.
All right. Are you ready for your hearing today?
Texas is not open either.
All right, great.
Damn, no neck over here. He's definitely a little healthy boy right there. Damn, look at that. He does
thank you.
the bowl haircut over here.
Good
I want
afternoon.
TikTok
My name
loot.
is Parole Officer Michelizzi.
Wisconsin.
Today is Wednesday, April 9th, 2025.
No neck, Davis.
This is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Partisan Parole. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify that they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon. I'm panel member Barry.
Good afternoon, Mike Pohl. Robert Sazowskis.
Good afternoon. Nice to meet you.
Sir, can you please state your name and inmate number for the record?
Esteban Nieves, 388-585.
Damn, he's a Puerto Rican. He's a Puerto Rican.
Conducted in consideration of the parole application for Esteban Nieves, number 388-585.
Puerto Rican Edgar.
He is serving a sentence of 10 years and 5 years of special parole for assault 1, risk of injury, violation of probation with an underlying assault 2. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of September 7th of 25. There is no
Big Punk's little brother
in this matter. There is an offender accountability offender. It has been reviewed and shows that the offender has completed anger management and voices. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation, the offender's overall score falls within the low range risk for recidivism. Mr. Nieves, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin, sir.
All right, I have a letter to read to y'all.
He came ready though. Hey, is he Puerto Rican or Dominican? Who knows? Sometimes I can't make it. I can make the distinction between the two. If you.
Good afternoon. This is Esteban Nieves. How y'all doing today? Good afternoon, members of Parole Board. I want to thank you and everyone who gave me the opportunity for this parole hearing. And also apologize to the victim and victim family and my family who has been affected. The most due to my actions. I'm very regretful for making those poor decisions. I want to say I have set full responsibility for all my actions. I have been learned that my actions didn't only affect me, they also affect the victim family. I'm in prison because I put someone's life in danger and I plead guilty. I plead guilty to my charges: assault, first degree, violation, probation, risk of injury 2. My plans are to continue a regular schedule Monday to Friday, working a diesel mechanic at Wallingford company named Parole Service Networks. I have my family support, my mother, my sisters, nephews, and nieces and aunts, and my own support to stay out of trouble. Focus on my future and do side jobs fixing cars and trucks when I have my days off. Keep myself busy. If parole grant my parole, I will parole to my mother's house, which
how's he getting under that
mortgage, no Section 8 or housing. This option is until I get settled myself and save money while working and look for apartment or studio. If I don't have another choice, yes, I will go to a supervisor placement. I only have 2 DRs. One of them for contraband meds that has been expired and never returned to medical. The second ticket was fighting for over my charges. The programs I completed, everything that shows up on my OAP, complete voices and anger management, and had 5 days job. First, I had the shovel worker cleaning, then I upgraded to the barber job. I have the barber job for 6 years and have good job reports for both jobs. I will support myself hard and get settled and save money to have my own stuff and move forward by having my own responsibility, paying my own bills, rent, and become part of the community of United States. Working hard, keep myself busy to stay out of trouble. But I have changed my life completely and avoid any situation I can avoid. Walking away and calling the cops. I love my family. I let them down. I want to reunite with my family, being a sample. I should be released early because my parents getting old and I need to enjoy my parents and family. These 8 years I've been incarcerated. This is a waste of life of time. Instead, enjoying freedom and become part of the United States community. And I have been 7.5 years ticket free and complete all my programs
that PCU unit offer only. We only have access to some programs in this block. Yes, I have.
You guys are
I have
horrible.
something to say. I will appreciate if I get a second chance and granted parole for giving another opportunity to become part of the community of the state. Believe in me, I will receive this gift by being 7.5 years ticket free and no problems and staying out of trouble and keeping my mind set different by thinking differently. I have passed this 8 years hanging around with old men with clean mindset, and they gave me a lot of advice as you've been seeing ticket free for 7.5 years. Once again, thank you for hearing me. I have learned to develop the skills and knowledge of how to change and learn that wanting is not enough. All change have came within myself. Recent asking the parole board for a second chance, I ask that to you. Take my words. I take my words that I have decided for a better life for me and my family. Thank you for hearing me out once again. For any opportunity you will give me time to prove my sincerely to y'all all. Thank you. Thank you again. Have a nice day. Enjoy. Thank you for your time. And it's a pleasure by meeting y'all guys. I hope I get a chance. Thank you. Do you have any questions for me?
Hey, I will tell you, I'll let this guy out before.
We do, Mr. Nieves. Thank you for
I'll let out the
preparing
other
that
two guys we just
statement.
saw with the bad charges.
You covered a lot of ground. You told us about your release plan and you expressed remorse for your actions. You talked about some of the things that you've done since you've been in the prison. And we do have questions for you. So we'll take a turn asking, and then when we're done, we'll deliberate and give you our decision, okay?
Hey, I'll let Fluffy out any day before I let those other
Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Nieves.
Good afternoon. How you doing?
I'm doing okay. How about yourself?
You know, maintaining.
And I will tell you, hey, being in a situation like that is nerve-wracking. So I give him credit for speaking up and writing. Because the other people don't even bring anything
to touch base
to their
on
hearing.
These, you know, just as the chair said, you have done a great job with your statement this morning or this afternoon. I'll get it right here at some point. Great job this afternoon with your statement.
Not with that lineup.
You know, and you addressed a lot of the things, you know. You addressed the tickets, and I see that, you know. And you talk about why you haven't had tickets. You've been taking some guidance, which is something that is important, you know, because here, you know, you have an assault first, an assault second, and a risk of injury that are on your record, you know. So can you talk a little bit about how anger management has helped with your assaultive behavior?
It helps me a lot because they teach me how to treat my anger when I'm mad, or how to avoid stuff and problems, and to continue my mindset, thinking directly perfect without thinking negative stuff. Just think positive.
Okay, and so thinking positive, but what skills have they given you so that you don't engage in that assaultive behavior anymore?
If any mental health problem or anger management, to find like a therapy to help myself out and explain, have a conversation with a therapy, explaining my ways, how to solve my problems without anger or hurting somebody.
Okay. Have you had a situation in the past 8 years where you were angry?
I'm angry every day.
So you haven't had one time in 8 years that you were angry about something?
The last pork chop.
I've been going with anger management for this whole 8 years, and then, you know, I'll be seeing them once a month. I've been helping me out.
So, Okay, so hang on for that adds a little bit more. Who are you seeing once a month?
Miss Rachel.
Who needs a
So
partner?
you've been going to your mental health program, one-on-one counseling
Like
for
once a month.
so all along.
Yeah.
And it's in there that if you have something going on with you, that you're able to talk about it and find the ways to cope with it. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'll be telling my problems to mostly to the mental health and my family when I have a bad day or stuff like that to keep myself a mindset.
So you talk to family, you call home often?
Yeah, I call home every day.
Okay. And you talk to mom?
Yeah, my mom all the time, my sister.
Okay. All right. That's a good thing, right? So if we relate that to your offenses, what would you have done differently?
Excuse me? Can you repeat it one more time, please?
If we relate to the anger management and talking to mental health,
yep.
As far as your offenses, the assault 1, the assault 2,
yep.
how would you have done things differently?
It's been helping me out by keeping myself out of trouble, thinking different, and then.
I don't think you heard me. Let me speak up a little bit, okay?
All right.
So you have the assault 1 and the assault 2, right?
Yeah.
So if you think back to when that happened,
yeah,
with what you've learned since you've been in with anger management and working with mental health,
yeah,
how would you have handled things differently?
Oh, that's totally different because by that time, those time happens, I was young, still, I was having problems with my job, people around me, had a lot of anger, and my anger turned on me. But now that I have mental health and stuff, it's helping me much better. So that would be a great thing. Also, if parole grant me for parole, I would love to get like a therapy out there in the world, so that will help me out. Also.
Okay. That makes sense. And I think I got to the answer that I needed. You have a career to go back to, something that you're good at.
Yeah.
You have support in the community and a place to go.
Yeah.
And you rate out low. Haven't had tickets in 7 years.
Yeah, correct.
I'm going to pass it at this point and see if anybody has further questions here.
Thank you. Beautiful. So, Mr. Nieves, in your opening statement, you said that you, I forgot. In your opening statement, you said that you received good work reports in the facility as a barber.
Yeah.
That's not what our records indicate.
No, only for the shower. The shower.
The shower?
I don't understand.
No
Oh,
Nintendo.
your shower job.
Yeah,
not
shower
your
job.
barber job.
No, not the barber job. They gave me a good report for the shower job.
Okay.
And then I upgraded to the barber job, and they never gave me a good report for that yet.
No, they didn't. Okay, so I was confused.
Hey, he was probably cutting his own hair. That's what it makes sense now.
I asked you about your community support. The only person that you said was your mom. Who else do you have?
For community support, I got my sisters, Cristaliz, Zoraida Nieves, Yesenia Rivera, Rosa Carrasquillo.
So you have siblings? Who else?
I got my niece, Cristina Alamo,
You don't have to say their names. I just want to know. So if you have niece, do you have any aunts and uncles or?
I got aunts and uncle.
Okay. So I know you spoke with my colleague about some of your anger issues. Yep. This in the stabbing, which one of you stabbed this man?
What?
Was it you?
If I stabbed the man?
Yes. In the stabbing, in your assault second. Who stabbed him?
It was one of my co-Ds.
Okay. And why did you target this man?
No.
He was just a random person.
Yep. We was riding bikes and we stopped in a gas station, and from there we was getting some cigarettes and buying some stuff. And when we got in the way, one of my co-Ds had the change broke.
Thank you, miss.
So we stopped in front of somebody's house to try to fix the in the sidewalk, basically, to fix the change and stuff. That's when the guy came out and started assaulting us and started swinging on my co-Ds. And we all tried to move across the street, and then he still was chasing us. And then that's when the couple of days they came to my house saying that he got stabbed. And I didn't know because I never was involved in the fight or never stabbed him. So they gave me a year in custody, 3 years, 5 years probation, and I think it was 3 suspended, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. And
I did a TS bid, which I did a TS bid, and they sent me to my mother's house at 71st Street.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. And so now let's move up to your instant offense. So you were dating this lady for about 3 months?
Yeah.
And you moved in with her? You guys were living? Go ahead.
No, I met her in Rhode Island, and I brought her to Connecticut, to New Haven. I had her in a hotel for like 3 months.
3 months?
Okay.
But
how long had you known her?
For 3 months.
Before you brought her, she moved with her children to Connecticut from Rhode Island and on your first meeting.
Yep, correct.
Yeah, it be like that sometimes. People be rushing into these relationships.
What did you do to this child?
Excuse me?
What did you do to her son?
Her son? What? Hold up.
We in the hotel. He was in the hotel. The son was crying and stuff. I'm like, what's going on?
Okay.
And I don't know what currently happened because I blacked out.
Okay, you blacked out.
So do you think you hit him?
Well, I'll plead guilty for it, so I'll take my responsibility for it.
Right, but my question is, do you think that you hit the child?
I'll say yeah.
I was feeling bad for him. I was feeling bad.
So when they were
but I don't feel bad no more.
They were examining him.
I think we got caught up there.
Why did you leave?
I brought the baby to the hospital myself.
The baby?
And
hell no, deny him.
The girl I was dating with, my phone was ringing. I worked for Parole Service Network, and that time I was working for Tony Longworth. My phone started ringing to do a road service. Mm-hmm. So I told her they're gonna pay me $500, so I gotta go to do the job. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. I was just wondering why you left the hospital when you didn't know what was going on with the kid.
No.
Okay. Did you ever tell the authorities that you blacked out and that you could have possibly hurt the child?
I said that when I got to the police interview in the police station. I let them know there, but never in court. I never was asked that question, nothing like that.
All right. Mr. Sadowski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah. How you doing?
Good. So I heard you say that you blacked out, but for me, it's not enough information. I need to understand a little bit better. Were you drinking or doing drugs? What was going on that you blacked out?
I don't drink or do drugs at all. Because I was doing that day 16-hour shift job.
Hey, do you guys love the TikTok shop?
Tired, so I blacked out. I can't tell you personally.
I know, but if you fell asleep and you were sleeping, you wouldn't be able to assault somebody. So that's different than blacking out. So have you ever had blackouts before? Have you ever had blackouts before?
No, but when I sleep, I woke in my sleep.
Okay.
I woke in my sleep. And when I was a child, I used to get out the house, be in the yard while I'm sleeping and stuff. That's a childhood. And totally, me personally, right now, I don't totally remember if I really hit him. I probably hit him. Probably I was out of my sleep.
What?
And I caused that incident.
He's in
You're
prison.
serving a long time in jail, in prison, and now you're coming here today and you're not really. You're trying to take responsibility, but I'm not hearing it completely. I hear you saying you take accountability, it's your fault, but at the same time you're saying, well, maybe I hit him, I probably hit him. This child had severe injuries, right? The child was very injured.
Yeah. Now, on my transcript, it says the transcript I have. It says, he was bleeding internal, and they had to do a surgery immediately. So when I came back from the job that I did, I was calling her phone like more than 50 times, and I was like wondering what was going on. I never knew nothing till the afternoon when I came out from work. When I called her, she never answered the phone. At the nighttime, they answered the phone, and I was in the hotel laying down, taking a nap, while the police and the DCF was involved. They all arrived to there. We not arresting you, but we have some questions to ask you because a 3-year-old kid was hurted, and we want to ask you some questions, and that's what I answer all her questions and stuff. And 3 days later, I went to the police report. To the police station to make a report. Then 2 days later, I went again to the police station, and we talked. And then that's when he gave me a warranty.
A warranty? What kind of warranty?
I got arrested.
For your dishwasher or your washing machine?
You took the Voices program, right? Completed that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you remember what that was about? What was that about?
That tells you completely like all the stuff that happens and any crime that could happen at any seconds.
This is comedy
seconds,
here.
This crime could happen. 2 seconds, or sexual assault could happen. Or shooting could happen in 4 seconds in different states.
All right. Do you remember them talking to you about victims and what victims have to go through? Someone like this child that was injured severely?
Yeah.
What do you think that child has had to go through after all these surgeries and all these years?
Well, he had a rough life also.
You don't say.
Okay.
Hey, that's when you get into the relationship, you can't be rushing into these relationships.
Something else in the reports. It said that at the time that all this happened,
especially if you have kids,
that you were living with your wife. Is there another woman that you were involved with besides the girl from Rhode Island?
Damn, big pimpin'.
I was with another girl before with her, and me and her was we was on a relationship. So, the girl that was in the hotel with me, I was considering her like a side girl.
Yeah,
side girl.
That's my point.
Side piece.
Well,
were you actually married to the other woman, or you just referred to her as your wife because you were in a long relationship?
Yeah, we was together since 2010, and we broke up in 2016.
So you're not with her anymore?
No, not with her anymore.
Does she have any children?
No.
So you're not in any relationship right now?
No, I've been single now.
Single. Somebody
Have you ever apologized to the victim's family?
No, because I don't know. I never communicate with them since I've been in jail because I got to protect the order, and I don't know where they at or where they staying, where they at right now, and I'm moving on. I don't want nothing I got to do with them, nothing like that.
From the time that the incident happened until you went to jail, there was some time in between. You were out, right?
Yeah, but when I was out there, the police station took her out and put a protective order right away. Like I couldn't be around them.
Right. And you said you have a job as a diesel mechanic. Have you talked to the people? Are you sure you can work there?
Yeah. I could give you the number and the address, and if you want to call them, you can ask them. They were gonna send me a letter.
Give us the phone number.
They were so busy.
Fluffy.
I guess they never sent it on time. But I could give you the phone number, and you could give them a call.
Give us the
When
phone
was the
number.
last time you talked to them?
I spoke to them when my mom went over there was last month, I think it was.
No disrespect to the real Fluffy, though.
All right, sir. That's all I have today. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez. Okay, give us a few minutes to talk about your case, sir. We'll give you our decision shortly, okay?
What do you guys think?
All right. Mr. Cole.
I was feeling bad for him for a minute because you guys were leaning onto him hard. You guys were giving it to him. You guys weren't holding back. But after what I heard that he got that warranty issued to him. Oh, that was it. It was a wrap. That car warranty. Nah, it was no bueno.
Okay.
Pass the toilet
still,
paper.
I shoot around the assault first. Offense.
I never got issued a car warranty by the police before.
He has engaged with Inmate, which he's received excellent ratings across the board, and the evaluation is that he's very
max him out.
engaged.
You're gonna need a new toilet after this.
In addition,
you might
to
get
that,
clogged up. This is a big one.
Once a month, and he's learned how to talk through any difficulties.
Yeah, they could hear him. They could hear him. Yep.
Is noted.
Hey, Paul, thank you.
He does have 2 disciplinary reports.
His warranty's about to get extended.
So it was some time ago. And he, in scores overall, he rates out low. And he does have 5 years special parole to follow. He does have support, significant support among family. He does have employment opportunities to engage in, whether it's towing or diesel mechanic types of things. And he as well, talks about taking care of free time with side jobs and things like that. So for me, there's definitely a plan. A plan that's there.
Right, Teresa?
Based upon those things, I think that he would be a suitable candidate for parole. I believe it would be supportive of him. He goes there's 5 years special parole, so it would pretty much be seen as type of thing. But concerned. I'm mitigating with that, knowing that he's asked to be connected with mental health support in the community so that he can continue to deal with things on the outside the way he's learned how to deal with them on the inside.
Mm-hmm.
So based on that, that's where I am.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cole. Mr. Sadowska.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, I recognize lots of things that Mr. Cole says. He does rate out low. But I am very concerned here. The nature and circumstances of this are just, really couldn't get to the bottom of it. And I'm very concerned that a vulnerable person was injured severely here. They required surgery and other things.
Don't forget to hit that follow button.
Happened while he was on probation.
It's $3.99.
I believe for another incident. That was another assault that he says that he didn't commit. And he has a difficult time articulating clearly what he's learned in some of the programs that, for me, would make me feel a little bit more comfortable with it. So, for me, I cannot I cannot support discretionary parole today based on the nature and circumstances. The fact that he's on probation when this happened.
That's what I have as reasons as well. And I mean, honestly, he was really trying to.
He was.
Clearly, but I just really don't.
It's a public safety thing.
The nature, like he seems like such a gentle.
Gentle.
I hate to say giant, but I think that he really does come off very calm, cool, and collected. But it's just, I think that in different scenarios and in stressful situations, things may be difficult for him to navigate or understand. But he has been doing well. I can't, based on the nature as well. I couldn't support his discretionary parole either. So he does have the 5 years of special parole to follow a sentence, and I would be willing to set those conditions.
I have 2 co-defendants and 3 victims listed on my documents here.
That's what I have as well. I also have mental health evaluation and treatment because he's a 3.
And he said that he needs that. He understands.
Did we?
And your management opinion would be helpful.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense, right?
Yeah. Okay. So with regard to Esteban Nieves Jr., 388-585, I move to deny discretionary parole based on the nature and circumstance of your current offense and your offense being committed while you are on probation. You will not receive a new hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
All right. So, Mr. Nieves, this is a majority decision to deny discretionary parole for you, but I further move to set the following special parole conditions. As you have 5 years of special parole to follow your sentence, you are to have no contact with victims A, P, B, L, or WL. You will have no contact with your underlying victim. He said he didn't know him. Do we want to add that?
Add it.
GB. Broderick, the stabbing victim? No? He said he didn't know him.
Yeah, it's fine. You don't have to.
All right. So the underlying co-defendants of the assault second are Heriberto Colon and Giovanni Baez. You'll participate in a mental health evaluation and receive treatment as deemed necessary. And you'll also participate in anger management. Did I say everything, colleagues? Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, Mr. Nieves. You will receive all of this in writing. We could not support discretionary parole for you. So you will EOS and go out onto special parole. I see that you've already been denied DOC halfway house as well. So
hell yeah.
Hopefully you'll do well when you're out there.
So I got denied?
You were denied.
Duh.
Can't get another opportunity since
no extended warranty for you.
You have, sir. It's the nature of your crime, and you are on probation. So they're very serious. An assault second and an assault first are extremely serious crimes. So
yeah, but when I was in probation, I was doing everything right. 4 years, I only had 17 days left for probation and finish probation.
Yeah.
And I got
all
violated.
I can tell you is keep up the good work, sir. You have a lot of help to follow your sentence. So Mr. Pohl did support your discretionary parole. So we do recognize the work that you're doing. It's just a lot to overlook, sir. Okay? Good luck to you. Thank you. You'll get this in writing.
Okay, that's the hearing for Esteban Nieves, number 388-585. All right, you're all set, sir.
All right, guys, just give you a heads up. We're going to be switching over to a new state right now. It's going to start in about 12 minutes. Adios, Fluffy. Adios. Did I get denied? No extended warranty for you, buddy. Not today. No parole and no extended warranty. Your car warranty just got his ticket pulled. It was on his last leg. We'll see you back once you finish your sentence, if you will. Hey, thank you. Really appreciate that. I love these lives. Prime example. Stay out of trouble. Hell yeah. Hey, stay out of trouble. And you gotta definitely check these women and gentlemen that you get involved with, because you never know. Like doing that to a child. Come on now, who does that? That's absolutely bananas, if you will. Can't be rushing into the relationship. You gotta do a background check.
One is a refusal.
It's all bad. Let me see. Watch who you let around your kids. Hell yeah. Imagine an infant leaving this dude around an infant.
This gentleman here.
All right, guys. So we're gonna go ahead and let me close this up really quick. So right now, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get the other hearing ready. Like I said, we got a new state that we're gonna be doing right now. I've never done this state, so I'm not sure exactly what to expect. So we're gonna be doing this all together, if you will. Let's see. Let me get this up on the screen for you guys. Let's see. Hopefully it works. Zoom. Open Zoom. There we go. All right. All right. I love parole ones. So, like I said, this is a new state. I never done. It's a surprise state. I'm not gonna tell you guys because I've had people call up and report me to these board of parole hearings, which is not cool. There's somebody out there watching. Oh, James, what you're doing is not right. How dare you put these people on blast? I'm gonna show you. Call up the board of parole. There's a guy streaming your board of parole on TikTok and YouTube. How dare you? So I'm not gonna say, but you guys can see. You can read. It's right behind me. So it may be the family. They can't stop me. Can't stop me. Won't stop, if you will. Let me go ahead and get that up on the screen for okay, it's up on the screen. All right, all right. How do you find these? I want to know how to watch my Florida. They're not open to the public in Florida, and if you do want to watch them, I would just suggest for you to jump over to our YT page at Collect Call From. It's free to watch, and it'll definitely help me grow, if you will. James, do you have a warranty for that hat? I don't. I don't have a warranty. I don't even know how to get these warranties he was talking about. You gotta go get it, James. Laughing out loud. Hey, thank you, Nadia, for the follow. Highly appreciate. Streaming should be their last concern, right? Yes, we are concerned citizens. Is Texas open? Texas is not open. Have you ever watched Utah? I used to watch Utah, but they actually a few weeks ago they cut the they cut. Hey, thank you for that. Ooh, I got a they for Utah they actually cut the video. They don't offer the video anymore for some odd reason. There was a security concern. I hope I wasn't that security concern. California is not open to the public either. Colorado is not open to the Oregon. Oregon they kicked me out. That's the one I was talking about. That somebody reported me. Somebody reported me to Oregon, and then and when I got back at them, they told me that they weren't going to give me any video access. That they were only going to let me hear. So Utah and Oregon they don't offer video access anymore, and I believe Connecticut they're trying to make some changes also. The ones for Pennsylvania they suck. That's why I don't do. New York no they don't offer them. Syracuse, Nueva York. So yeah, there's that. Let me see here. All right, so we're just waiting to be let in. Hawaii, no access either. Yup. I checked Hawaii. I checked Alaska. I checked Puerto Rico. I checked the U.S. Virgin Islands. I checked Guam. I checked all U.S. territories and the United States. Any states that do offer them, I do stream them here, if you will. You should do Cook County. I might look into Cook County, if you will. Indiana. También Mexico. No sé. Let me see. What is your favorite one to listen to? You know what? For me, the ones I like, the Kentucky ones. Those Kentucky ones, those are fire right there. Can you do Canada? Everything in Canada. Canada, nothing's open in Canada. Nevada, tampoco. Maine, tampoco. Hey, what up, Jazz? Jazz. Let me see. Should do Columbus, Ohio. Like I said, supposedly Ohio does. They're open to the public, but their system always goes down right the day before they're supposed to happen. So Missouri, Seattle, Washington, Seattle, they're not open to the public. Jersey, tampoco. You can't do Canada. Everything is private. Yeah, it is. Let me see. We don't have, North Carolina doesn't allow the parole either. Yep. Houston, Texas, man, that would be a good one, but they don't offer it. Let me see. Georgia. So look, I'm going to tell you which states, because I know you guys are asking. I'll just tell you what states, they do offer them in. But I don't do some of these states because to be honest with you, they stuck. Chicago or Illinois, they do in bank hearings. They don't do the actual board of parole hearings. They also do them in Iowa. They also do Virginia, as you guys can see right here. Minnesota is coming up in 2 days. We got Minnesota coming up in 2 days. We also do South Dakota. Let me see here. Utah, but Utah sucks now. Oregon also does them, but I don't think the board of parole I don't think they care for me too much. Connecticut, Oklahoma, but the one from Oklahoma, they're not all that great either. Let me see here. Pennsylvania, they're not good either. Vermont does them, but I don't do them because they kind of suck too. Kansas does them also, but Kansas, they're not great either. And what others? Louisiana. I think those are all the states that offer them, that they are open to the public, if you will. All right. So right now we're just waiting for it to start. Schedule 10 a.m. 10 a.m. Okay, yeah, 10 a.m. Rhode Island, I wish. Hey, thank you, Minders 08. What was it? 08 something. Let me see. Is that the TK case you meant? Let me see. Are you able to seek Oklahoma soon? The Oklahoma ones, they're not good. Arkansas tampoco. Oh, Kentucky. I forgot Kentucky. I also do Kentucky. Hey, just thank you for the follow. Just Tasha. Thank you. Highly appreciate that. And if you haven't done so, please do so. Atlanta, that would be Georgia, tampoco. So no on Indiana. That's a go. That is correct. James, you are the goat. A real one for real. Hey, thank you. Highly appreciate. What about Clark County? Which Clark County? Because there's a few Clark counties in the United States. I think there's Washington Clark County, and then there's also Vegas Clark County and some other Clark counties. I think there's a Clark County in Texas too. He just told you which one he do. You know what I'm saying? What time does this one start? It should start in about 5 minutes. So just hang in there tight, Yvette, and we should be starting up shortly, if you will. If you guys got any questions for me, I'll be more than happy to answer them, as long as they're not about what states I do, because I think I just answered that, if you will. Let me see. I thought the only Clark County was Nevada. No, yeah, there's a few other Clark counties. What part of VA are you going? This is the whole state of Virginia, if you will. Is the TK trial on? It is. The TK trial is. I'm actually streaming that one right now on YT at Collect Call From. There's about 49 people watching it right now. I'll probably jump on in a bit. Once this Board of Parole hearings, then I'll jump on over to the TK trial, if you will. Hey, James, what states do you do? If you will. Let me see again. He just said 10 a.m. Shaking my head, if you will. Clark County, Iowa. You see Clark County, Iowa. Go watch them farm boys trying to get out. Right? Let me see. Hey, thank you. Cherries on top. Thank you. Highly appreciate that. Hey, what up, Murph? And for anybody that's inquiring about these stickers, I do give you these stickers out for free. The only thing I ask is for you to pay for the shipping. If you're in the U.S., it would be $1. Damn, James, you charging $1 for the stickers now? How dare you, James? Why are you doing us like that, man? I joined up when you had 50 people. I can't spare $1. And if you're international, it'll be $2. All right. Hey, what's up from Boston? Hey, welcome, Devin. How's it going? Let me see. Thank you for that, Rose. Highly appreciate that. What up, Murph? What up, my guy? Hey, Tanya. Gracias for the follow. Highly appreciate it. How many stickers do you send? I send 3 stickers. Tres for $1. Make you holla. But yeah, hey, like pretty much, hey, that's only for the shipping. But James, a stamp costs 73 cents and you're charging me $1. Like, come on, my boy. You're making a whole 28 cents. How dare you? How can you live with yourself, James, doing us like that? Let me see. What's going on with Aaron from Ghost Adventures? His wife. I saw that. That interesting case. You ever, let me see, you ever do, or I'm going to look into Cook County since you guys are bringing it up. If it's available to the public, we'll go ahead and check it out. Unless you watch Court TV, then charge $5, dude. Cover shipping and handling. You know what I'm saying? I am gonna for these stickers. I'm only charging the shipping because I'm not tripping off of it. But I do have some new designs that are gonna be a little bit more expensive, and those I am gonna be charging per piece and for shipping, if you will. But I want you to see the quality of the stickers that I'm shipping out because they're not cheap, and I'm using some really good ink and some good paper, some good lamination, and all of that. Just message me. Yeah, just drop me a message, and then provide me with your details, and then I'll provide you my Cash App information. It's also under my profile. You can just send me that whole $1 on the Cash App, and then you could also put that information on the Cash App message, if you will. Wizinator stickers. I might do some. Let me see. I can't wait to get mine. You messaged me, right? Or no? I don't know. Whoever messaged me within the last week, all those stickers got shipped out already. I shipped some up on Saturday. I shipped some out yesterday, and I shipped some out on Monday. So you should be receiving them this week, if you will. Let me see. What's the warranty on the stickers? Lifetime warranty, if you will. Um, hope you're tapping and sharing a 1 minute quick tap. Hell yeah. Get t-shirts made soon. Hey, I'm actually expecting. So right now, I ordered the what is it? What word am I looking for here? I'm waiting for the whatever I need to get these to print the stickers. So I ordered some silk screens. So I received the silk screens the other day. I'm waiting on this stuff that you can put on the silk screens in order for you to burn the image onto it. Yeah, international shipping is $2. I have shipped to the UK. You see, I'm in the UK. We don't have Cash App. Another way, if you don't have Cash App, if you're in the UK, you could also drop me whatever equals a gift on TikTok and just let me know like, hey, I'm gonna drop $2 worth of gifts, and then send me your address, and then I'll just verify it because at the end of the streams I could check what was sent on over, and as long as it equals $2, then I'll go ahead and ship your stuff out, if you will. Let me see. Check money order payment cash in demand. People are gonna be like, hey James, can you do COD? Oh yeah, I'll be buying it. I have followed for a while. Hey, thank you, highly appreciate that. Let's go Raiders. So is it so it's 10 already. So they should be starting this up. Like what's going on over here? Host has joined. We'll let him know you're here. All right, so so we're just waiting right now for them. Oh, I see some movement. It's moving. James, can you hear me? Can you guys see it? Okay. Here we go. I'll send you a toonie. All right. No, for Canada, it's gonna be a little bit more expensive since it's lower than the U.S. dollar. All right, let me fix up the screen here really quick. So, like I said, we've never done Virginia before, so this is gonna be a brand new experience for us here, if you will. Can you guys hear the commotion in the background? Damn, James, did you just sneeze inside your shirt? I sure did. Would you do that, James? That's gross. There we go. Sneezer. Just getting in here. You say thank you for the follow, NJ FLA. Salud. Gracias.
All right.
Damn, they got
First order of business is that we have a majority, actually we have all of our members present. So obviously there is a majority. We have approval of the agenda. Are there any changes or additions to the agenda?
I'd like to make a motion to remove Antoine Burnham from today's agenda.
Do you have a second? Okay, all in favor say aye.
They need to fix their audio up.
Now everyone should have an opportunity to review the minutes of our last meeting. Is that correct? Yes. Approved. All in favor say aye. Last meeting will be beginning July 1st, 2024. Whenever the board is inclined to grant discretionary. Can you hear me, sir?
Excuse me. I can hear you. I can hear while you're talking.
Their audio is jacked up.
The thing have a problem, but I can hear you while you're all saying. Do you hear me?
Can you hear me okay? Because I'm going to be talking first. Can you hear me?
I can. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. All right. Beginning July 1st, 2024, when the board is inclined to grant discretionary parole or geriatric conditional release to a prisoner, the parole board must convene hearing to conduct the final deliberation and vote. As a result of the initial polling, we have 3 inmates who are being considered. Hello? Can you hear us okay? I can hear you, but it's very mute on our end. But Video Knock says everything's turned up. It's as high as it'll go? Yes. Okay. Is ours as high as it can go? Yeah. Okay, just have to listen close.
And they said don't put the door closed and shut the door away so you can get out.
Yeah, they're gonna bust out my eardrums over here.
Okay. Court's going to take this opportunity to discuss the case, ask questions, and conduct the final deliberation, and then vote. Our first case today, and you can correct me if I mispronounce your name, sir, is Julio Rodriguez Sotolongo?
Yes.
Okay. From Lawrenceville Correctional Center. We have those three cases today, and Mr. Sotolongo is our first. He is eligible for both discretionary and geriatric conditional release. Sentenced to life in prison for first-degree homicide, occurred in 1984.
84?
Mr. Rodriguez Sotolongo was released to an ICE detainer in 2020, but was reincarcerated in Virginia on January 26, 2021. The ICE because there was no home plan for him. The ICE detainer is still active, with Cuba being the country of origin. All right. Do any members have any questions for Mr. Rodriguez?
Would you please just give us a background, what you've done over the last few years and what you plan to do at release?
Well, I went to Thank You for Change, victim impact, and I got a couple more substance abuse. 1, substance abuse 2. I've been going to Adima, yes, Adima GD in 87, and now I'm going to school for commercial cleaning, and I got the opportunity, the parole give me the chance. I got a job to get back in society.
Okay, thank you very much.
Other questions?
I'm trying to figure it out myself.
Are there any victims who have requested to make a statement today? No.
I thought they said he was there for unaliving.
We will conduct the final vote. When I call upon you, please state your vote and reasons for the vote. Mr. Banks.
I'm going to vote in favor of Grant based on release appears to be compatible with public safety. He appears to have demonstrated rehabilitation, and he now has a stable release plan.
Thank you. Mr. Boone?
Yes, I vote to Grant. He has demonstrated rehabilitation, stable release plan. He's compatible with public safety.
Thank you. Mr. Ferguson?
I am voting for his release, and I'm basing it on a number of factors. Number 1 is his demonstrated rehabilitation. Number 2, he's been infraction-free for at least the last 24 months. He had, prior to this, no prior felony convictions. His risk assessment score was low. His release is compatible with public safety. He does have, at this point, significant community support and a stable release plan. And he has successfully completed and participated in correctional and vocational programs. And in light of all of those facts, as well as the amount of time he has spent in prison, I believe he has served enough time. So for those reasons, I am voting for his release.
Mr. Meyer?
I had the opportunity, I had a board meeting with your advocate, Anthony Gomez, and it went very well. So I am voting in favor of your release. You have demonstrated rehabilitation. Your release is compatible with public safety. You have a stable release plan, and you have also had successful participation in correctional and vocational programs.
Yes.
And I am going to vote for parole as well. particularly because you have been granted parole before and did not have a suitable community placement. I have spoken to those who are going to help you in the future now, and I'm convinced that you can succeed with their assistance.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, congratulations. The majority, in fact, all of the board members that voted to grant you discretionary parole. Very careful because between now and the time you are released, that still counts. So make sure you stay on your best behavior, okay? Any infraction is release at jeopardy. Do you understand that? Okay. And sir, please don't hang up the phone, okay? So just wait for the next person.
I appreciate all your.
Okay, so
We are hopeful that you
I'll tell you right now, Joey.
And getting more direction from the Department of Corrections as your next step. Okay. Please don't hang up the phone. You can set it down.
Okay.
Okay, just set the phone down.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate everything. You're not going to be regret.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Set
Bye bye.
the phone down. Set the phone down. Looks like you're hanging up. Set it down.
He's gonna hang it up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so what this means is, okay, they're gonna grant him parole, but when he gets out of when he gets released from prison, there's a government agency known as ICE, which is in charge of sending people back to their country of origin. So when he gets out, they're gonna be waiting for him. They're gonna pick him up, and they're gonna pretty much essentially just ship him back to the country where he was born at. He's no longer wanted in the U.S. In other words. So hopefully that makes sense to you guys in the UK, if you will. Got you, Joe. Got you, James. Yup, that's what it means. Yeah, I think they can. They have been taking back people from Cuba, I think, for some time now. Thanks. Keep doing what you're doing, for sure, CJ. Dude, does this apply to people that flee their country? I think so. I think the U.S. doesn't even care right now what the reason is why people left. If it's for political asylum or if they were being prosecuted in their countries. I think this administration doesn't care. But that's just my guess. From the things that I've seen and read and seen online. He took somebody's life away back in 1984. So he's been in prison for quite some time. When he went to prison, I was 3 years old. I'm already 44 years old. So he's been down quite some time, if you will. Yep. And this board hearing, this is the first time I'm doing this. This is the state of Virginia, if you will. Obviously, this is not this setup that we're watching right now is not what we're used to. Normally, when we do these, we have higher quality video or whatnot. But this board of parole, for whatever reason, they cheaped out on their microphone, so that's why it sounds the way it does. What state? This 41. Yeah, this is Virginia, if you will. So he has no
start
social.
early or not. Somebody need to ask because you weren't till 1:30. You weren't supposed to start till 1:30.
1:30. Okay. So I think a lot of people, they have the misconception a lot of the times that when people get deported, they don't have a green card or they don't have a social security card.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, it's breaking up a.
All right. Can you say your first name for me, please, so I don't mess it up?
Baruchia Hawkins.
Baruchia. I'm going to call you Mr. Hawkins.
Okay.
Mr. Hawkins, our next case for consideration is Mr. Hawkins at Lawrenceville Correctional Center. Mr. Hawkins is also known as Ronald Green. Mr. Hawkins is eligible for both discretionary parole and geriatric conditional release. Mr. Hawkins was sentenced to life in prison for first-degree homicide. He also received 20 years and 10 years for selling controlled substances. The offenses occurred in December of 1986, when Mr. Hawkins was 24 years of age. He served approximately 36 years in prison. Do any of the board members have questions for Mr. Hawkins?
I do. Hi, Mr. Hawkins. How are you? I know we met, I think it was back in like 2022 or 2023, we had a conversation. And I just wanted to give you an opportunity, I guess, to kind of express maybe what was going on in your life back then, where you are now, the progress that you've made these past 36 years.
Well, I've made a lot of progress. I essentially started studying myself because I had a lot of migraines. I was trying to figure out what would allow me to think that what I did was okay or acceptable. And so I started studying, and then once I come to a place of kind of realizing how to better myself, the kind of migraines and stuff started going away. And so I did a lot of studying, a lot of classes, psychology classes, self-help stuff. Took a lot of schooling, a lot of education, and just to try and make myself a better person. And then once I made
Can you talk about your home plan? It's going to be with your sister, is that correct?
yes, in the San Angelo, Texas. Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you so much.
Are there any other questions by any other board members? Discussion? Do you have any victims on the who want to be heard? No. Right, then we will have the final vote. Mr. Banks?
I'm going to vote grant based on excellent institutional adjustment, demonstrated rehab, and it appears his release is compatible with public safety.
Mr. Boone?
Yes, I vote to grant. He's demonstrated rehabilitation, stable release plan, and release compatible with public safety.
Ferguson?
I'm going to vote that he be released, vote for his being released. Now, based on the following factors: number one, the age at the time, his age at the time of the offense, his demonstrated rehabilitation, the fact that he's been infraction-free for at least the last 24 months. He's had an excellent institutional adjustment. He also has a medical condition that I believe also released that will make it easier on him, and I think it would be worthwhile and justified that the medical condition is a part of this as well. He does have a stable release plan, and he does have significant community support.
Mr. Meyer?
You might not know this, but I know after we met the last time, I did say yes. That time before, so this will be my third time saying yes to you. I just wanted to let you know that. I do believe that you have demonstrated rehabilitation. You've been infraction-free for at least the last 24 months. You have a stable release plan, and I feel that your release is compatible with public safety.
Thank you. Mr. Hawkins, I'm going to be the lone naysayer here because of the seriousness of the offense, but primarily when I was looking through the report, your risk assessment shows a medium propensity for reincarceration or recidivism in both the general and the violent categories, and I am a little concerned about that, so that's why I'm voting no. But, having said that, you have a majority of members. In fact, you have 4, which is what it takes on a first-degree murder charge, and you will be released on parole. Please be mindful that you must continue to be of good behavior during this period before you're released, because any infraction could affect the status of your release. Questions?
Thank you very much. No, I just want to thank everybody.
Congratulations and good luck to you.
Thank you.
Take care, and I wish you well.
Thank you. I will do my best to be worthy of this opportunity.
Don't let the risk assessment be correct, okay? I hope I'm wrong. And don't hang up the phone. Don't hang up the phone. Just lay it
I got it. They told us that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, what I missed? Did they let him go? I can't imagine getting out in the real world after 36 years incarcerated. Damn. Let me see. You get released. What the what? Damn. Woo. I had to step away. I noticed that because I got phones. I got like 3 phones in front of me, guys. I'm streaming to two different platforms at the same time, and I noticed one of the main one, the one that has 400 people watching right now. My battery was about to go. It was about to go out, so I need to grab another battery to keep it going. So, is that a tennis ball that I hear? No, they were typing. Somebody was typing on their phone, and they just sent a message. He looked like he was gonna cry. What the CDC? Okay, so that CDCR, the California Departments of Corrections and Rehabilitation, it's the prison system in California. Oh, I love that sound. So that's what the CDCR means, if you will. Let me see. He went in before cell phones. Man, he probably that was probably most TVs are probably black and white back in those times. I don't even think I don't even think they gone to the moon yet by that time. Now they went to the moon supposedly in the 70s. Seems like this state doesn't let any inmates up for parole hearings. It's a lot different, right? Because they really don't ask any questions. They just like sit them down and then they vote and they ask, or they say whether they're gonna let them go or not. Let me see, like our friend Silas, 36 years long. Let me see, he got a lot. Yeah, he has to adjust. Imagine when he walks out, he's gonna go to the freaking drink machine and he's not gonna know how to get ice. 69, they went to the moon. Thank you for that, the governor, YTM, YTG. You see, must feel insane.
Hello?
Hello. That would be in the 80s, James. 36 years. I'm 35.
What is your name, sir?
Kenneth Barnhill.
Okay, Mr. Burnham, your case has been removed for today, and we will be back with you about when your hearing will be, okay?
Say again?
Case has been removed from the docket today. We will be back in touch with you about when your case will be heard.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Damn, just like that. Next. I'll be fuming. Parole board didn't give a crap. Wait, what the hell just happened? They told them that his hearing's not gonna happen today for whatever reason. Let me see. They didn't say nothing. They didn't say the reason. What happened with him? And just like that, back to your cell. Did he just come to say hi and bye, or what happened? I blinked. What happened? Hey, it be like that sometimes when you're in prison. Bring him down for nothing. Damn, he didn't put the fries in the bag. They didn't even want to hear it. What I missed. You see, he was the only one who brought paperwork and was prepared. Ay, ay, ay. Smoked ham. Psych. The price was wrong. Gigantic edition. Like Brooks on Shank Shot couldn't adjust to the outside. All right, next. At least they keep them. At least they keep them moving quickly, if you will.
Good afternoon. How y'all doing?
I like the energy.
I'm good. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. I can hear you.
All right. Our last case for consideration today is Mr. Geriatric Tynes, who is at Lawrenceville Correctional Center also. Mr. Tynes is eligible for discretionary parole. He was sentenced to serve 40 years and 12 months for first-degree homicide and use of firearm in the commission of a felony. And also carrying a concealed weapon. Mr. Tynes has served 28 years.
28 years.
Do any board members have any questions for Mr. Tynes?
I do. Hi, Mr. Tynes. How are you?
Hey, how you doing? That's Miss Dormeyer?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm trying to hear it. It's going in and out, so I'm trying to hear everything. So if I stop you, just because it's the phone that's kind of going in and out.
Okay, that's fine. You were 15 at the time that everything happened. So can you tell us about the 15-year-old Mr. Tynes compared to
the now 43-year-old, Mr. Hines?
The 15-year-old, I thought I heard everybody food. I thought I was smarter than everybody because I was good in school, and at the same time, I was, unnecessarily involving myself in bad behavior with my friends, and that individual, I didn't understand, basic things about my actions and the ramifications of my actions. I didn't understand how things, can lead to unintended consequences. I didn't understand the connection between the choices that you make then and how they can have a dastardly effect upon your future. The person I am now is a person who is fully aware and cognizant of every small step I make and the ramifications that it can have on myself and on those around me. So I try to be very conscientious about the choices I make. I know I'm conscientious about, I have to be somebody that is a benefit to myself, to my community, to my family. I'm very proud of the person I have become. And this person I am now is a person who is greatly remorseful. I acknowledge my crime. I acknowledge my victim, Mr. Dallas Dempsey Sr. I acknowledge what I've done to his family. I hope one day that they can forgive me for what I did. I take full responsibility every day. Every day I take responsibility for what I did, and that is not lost on me one bit.
How you doing, Mr. Tanner? It's Sam Boone here.
How you doing, Mr. Boone?
So many times, let us know some about your future plans. We talked a few times, so let us know what your plans, if you would ever get out one day, what are some of your future plans? We talked about your took life and how you help pay your bit back as you save a life going forward. So tell me what your plans are.
I have multiple plans. My main plan right now is getting out and developing stability for myself. Right now, I know, Mr. Wordmeyer, y'all came last time and y'all heard me talk about the electrical wiring. It has me like so. I want to complete this class. Amongst all the other things that I have accomplished, being able to utilize computers and Microsoft Office at a high level, being able to, work with my hands. This electrical thing, I really want to make this blossom in my future. So I'm looking forward to learning this and going out there and excelling in this area. I really want to interact with. I'm gonna say it like this. I want to interact with myself. I want to interact with that young man who I know is just like me. That young man who I know when I look at him, I can see myself and understand exactly what his mind and his heart is calling him to, and understand exactly what he needs to hear or who he needs to hear it from. I want to be that person to somebody, whether it be from I have brothers, I have younger nephews I have not even met that's growing up in the same environment, or a similar environment. I want to be that for them, and I want to be that for other youth in my community that I feel as though I owe something to, because where I'm from, downtown Newport News, it is a place that has a history, and I think I contributed horribly to that situation, and I want to do something to maybe mitigate and bring some type of resolution and resolve to somebody's life.
What else? Right. Mr. Dallas Dempsey was planning to speak today, Mr. Dallas Dempsey Jr. He is unable to join us today, but Ms. Cindy Yadav of our Victim Assistance Program is going to speak for him. Mr. Todd?
Yes, ma'am.
I've been in.
You're going in and out. I couldn't hear anything you just said. You went in and out.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I just want you to know that I've been in touch with Mr. Dallas Dempsey, his son, and was very traumatic what happened to the family, but they feel that if you have a stable home plan and you're willing to do the right thing, that they are not opposed to your release.
Thank you for that.
What do
Thank
you
you for
guys
that.
think? What do you guys think?
I'm very happy because I've always held in my heart that they just they would never no, I don't know if that means they forgive me, but I had in my heart that they were just so just had no kind of just were just within their right to be still. I don't know I don't know how to word it, but I'm glad to hear there is some degree of, I guess, healing and acceptance and mercy and compassion and forgiveness or hope, from them, because that's something I always wanted to, hope to receive, because I know what I did to them, and I'm very sorry to them, and I thank him for those words, and I do have a home plan. I do have a solid plan for my future. I'm very encouraged about life in general, and thank you.
I think that he will be very happy to hear that, and I will pass your words on to him.
Thank you very much.
Any further deliberations or questions? I'll call for the final vote. Mr. Banks?
My name is Lloyd Banks, and I'm also from Newport News, and I'm going to abstain because of an affiliation with the victim.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank
you. I vote to grant age of the time of the offense and compatible with public safety.
Thank you, Mr. Boone.
Mr. Ferguson?
Mr. Tynes, let me say this to you. Last time you came up with parole, I was one of the people voted to not grant you parole, okay?
Yes, sir.
I want you to know today I am changing my vote. And I'm voting to grant you parole, and I want you to know why and understand. For one, the offense that occurred, particularly last time, was a crime that concerned me greatly because it involved a person who was earning an honest living driving a cab, and he was, as a result of that, got killed while he was picking up a legitimate fare, and that really bothered me a lot. It also bothered me a lot that there was significant victim opposition from the family, and as a result of those factors, as well as you have done, and I praise you for what you have done, I felt in my own mind that at that time, I was not prepared to vote to grant you parole. Having said that, I am pleased today to say that I am going to vote to grant you parole, and I'm especially pleased to see that the son of the victim, in this case, Mr. Dempsey, has indicated that he would not oppose your release on parole. And that is a significant impact to me, because this case for me was one of the most difficult cases that I have dealt with since I've been on the parole board. It was difficult because of the nature of the crime was bad, and the nature of shooting a cab driver is something that was very difficult for me to overcome. Having said that, on the other hand, I've looked at what you have done while you have been in the penal institution, and I'm not sure anybody could have done more to try to make themselves a better person than you have. And I commend you for that. And I think for that reason, I had to weigh one against the other. And even before I was aware that Mr. Dempsey was going to not oppose your being granted parole, I had made my decision that I was going to vote to grant you parole and change my vote from last time when you were not granted parole. Now, I'm going to give you specific reasons for it. Number one was the age at which this offense occurred. You were very young, 15 or 16 years old. Number one, you had no business having a firearm or a gun. And when you put the guns in the hands of young people, bad things can happen because sometimes they don't think like somebody that's 40 years old. It's a different ball game the way young people think sometimes. And it's just unfortunate what occurred. It was a tragic situation. I'm not sure there was any intent to really murder the cab driver as much as it was a tussle over the gun that went off, but it did cause his death. And as a result of that, in the commission of the robbery, that's why you were found guilty of what you were. The second thing I want to say is I believe the judge that sentenced you in this case sentenced you to a term of 40 years, which said to me that he was saying he believed you had the opportunity to better yourself down the road if you took care of what you needed to do. He did not give you a life sentence, and he could have, but he only gave you a 40-year sentence, which was significant. But on the other hand, it said to me that he did not expect you to spend the rest of your life in prison. And I think that is a significant factor for me as well. In addition to that, obviously the age at the time of the offense is one thing, but aside from that, it is clear to me that you have definitely demonstrated that you have been rehabilitated. You are not the same person that you were at age 15 or 16 years old. You're an entirely different human being. And I believe, and the governor believes, in giving people a second chance. And I am voting to give you a second chance because I believe you can be successful in whatever it is you want to do.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank
you. And the other thing is that you have been infraction free for at least the last 24 months. And that shows me that you're on the right track doing what you need to do as well. There's another issue that's important to me. Number one, you have no history of substance abuse, which will serve you well moving forward. And in addition, prior to this offense, because you were so young, you had no prior felony convictions. You just got involved in this situation at a very young age, and you've now spent over half your life in prison as opposed to being on the outside. I do believe your release is compatible with public safety. Your risk assessment score is low. You do have significant community support. You do have a stable release plan, and you have been successfully participating in correctional and vocational programs. When you put all those factors together, you in effect have been a model prisoner. You've done exactly what people should do that want to get the opportunity for a second chance. You're exactly the kind of person that can come out and actually do something constructive with your life and move forward in a good way and actually help people as opposed to seeing people get hurt. And I want to personally say publicly that I know it took a lot of guts. But Dallas Dempsey to say as a victim, as the victim's son or relative of the victim in this case, to say that he is not opposed to parole. That shows a lot of character on his part. It shows a lot of thought. It shows that he is an outstanding human being. And I want to wish the best to Mr. Dempsey and to his family because what they have gone through is something that no family should ever have to go through. So I want you to know that not only am I voting for you to be granted parole, but I want you to understand that Mr. Dempsey and his family deserve literally a medal of honor for being as non-vindictive and not as oppositional as probably 98% of the people would be. And the fact that he agreed to do that, certainly, while I had already made my decision, I can assure you, it makes me leave here and go home and able to sleep a lot better than I would have if there was still victim opposition. So I just wanted to say that publicly, and I wanted you to know that for me, when there was the victim opposition, this was one of the hardest cases that I have personally done since I've been on the parole board to make this decision. But now that Mr. Dempsey has no opposition, it makes my decision much easier, and I just want you to know that.
Thank you very much.
And all the good things you have done, and you have been a model prisoner, and that is the primary reason that I'm voting to give you a second chance.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. Thank you very much. Thank you, Rick. Yes.
I voted to grant. We have met before, I know, and I've been impressed by all the accomplishments that you have done, and I know that you're going to do great things. So I do vote yes, given the age at the time of the offense. Your release is compatible with public safety. You have a stable release plan, successful participation in correctional and vocational programs, and you have been infraction-free for at least the last 24 months.
Thank you, Ms. Stormeyer. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Two times, I'm also asked vote to grant you parole. I was not sure. I wanted to hear from you first. And today convinced me this is the right decision. And it's based on the fact that you've been fraction free, no history of substance abuse, you have no previous felony, and you have a stable release plan. But I want to say you need to do this for yourself, also for the Dempsey family. I want you to honor them in everything that you do.
Yes, ma'am.
You're making a decision, and you have to decide between right and wrong. Think about that thing.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Oh, you are. I thank you all very much. I thank you very much, and I understand. I understand what y'all putting yourself into. What y'all putting y'all word on the line. Y'all putting y'all credibility on the line, and I understand that. And I am going to be someone who's going to honor, myself and honor the victim's family and the victim, because I know that I have to give back. I still have to give more. I still have to, and I understand that totally. So thank you all.
Congratulations, sir.
Good luck. Thank you. Okay, you too. Thank you. Thank you all.
One more thing. Between now and the time you get out, anything you do could affect this. We can still pull it back, okay? So
Yes.
probably have a few months left, so just stay of good behavior, all right?
Yes, ma'am. All right. Thank you all. Bye bye. Y'all have a good day.
If you're here for the James
last,
over there having a picnic.
Agenda for today. Is there any new business that the board members wanted to discuss? The hearing done. We need to schedule our next meeting. Are we planning to do that right now?
For April the 26th.
Okay.
The 26th or the 23rd? Oh, 23rd. Sorry, April 23rd at 1 p.m.
Okay. And everyone is good with that? Yeah. And we will have our next meeting on April 23rd at 1 p.m.
April 23rd.
Have any motions?
Move for adjournment.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
And we are adjourned. Thank you.
All right. So this is when it's come to an end. I'm gonna switch over right now to Polk County. If you're in here for the TK, I am aware that I got another hearing going on, and I have another hearing going on because they're currently out for lunch. If you will, I'll go ahead and switch over once it starts back up. Let me see, Polk County. Let me see here, initial. And for those of you not aware, I run multiple streams throughout the day. I have many things going on. It's like I'm a freaking octopus. So I know people think I'm just wonder what TK is eating for lunch. He's eating a bologna sandwich, probably some mystery meat, if you will. Give me a moment. Let me see here. Let me turn on my audio. All right, we're going into a Teams meeting. Be quiet, guys. Be very, very quiet. I'm waiting for it to come up on the screen here. As soon as they let us in, please wait for them to let us in. Wow, well, that was a feel good hearing. Hopefully they'll let us in soon. I know this one. I think probably this one just started. Double audio on the trial. I fixed the audio, Robert. So it should be good, if you will. Hopefully they let us in a moment or two here. Hopefully somebody's not asleep at the wheel. He was a child when he went in to prison. Hey, what up? How's it going? Angel Marie. Okay, gracias for that.
Sean Giles.
Yes, ma'am.
So you're here on a arrest warrant issued by the Honorable Judge Rittenhauer on domestic violence battery with a prior conviction. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Like one?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you currently employed?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the warrant. There is probable cause. This time you have a bond of $5,000. If you are able to bond out, you will be placed on pretrial release. You must report the day of or morning after your release and report every Wednesday. In addition to the standard conditions of pretrial release, you are not to use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. You're to have no contact with the victim directly or indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, pager, fax, text, email, social media, or through third persons. You must stay 500 feet away from the victim, victim's home, vehicle, place of employment, and or school at all times. You may return to the residence one time within 48 hours of your release from custody, accompanied by law enforcement to get your personal belongings. All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Jonathan Kincaid,
Yes, ma'am.
you're here on a Pinellas County violation of probation for your prior charge of possession of methamphetamine.
This is
Was
Florida.
this his first time back after resolving his charges?
Egg, beans, and guacamole with a tortilla. That's messy.
Yes. All right, at this time, you're being held no bond. I have reviewed the affidavit. There's probable cause. We're notifying Pinellas County now that your local stuff's taken care of. If they don't come pick you up by next Wednesday, we're going to bring you back to determine if we're going to let you go, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ruben Leonard. All right, sir, you're here on a charge of trespass in a structure or conveyance. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
You like one?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you currently employed?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $1,000, sir. Thank you. And more? All right. Mr. Moore, you're here on a habeas issued by the Honorable Judge Pinkett on an order violating pretrial release on your charge of battery on an elderly person. I'm showing that you previously were appointed the public defender. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause, and at this time you are being held no bond, sir. All right, thank you. George Olivo.
George Olivo, ma'am.
You're here on a charge of criminal mischief. Do you have an attorney?
The camera
No,
switches.
ma'am.
It switches when they
Like
speak.
one?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you currently employed?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $1,000, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Deron Powell. All right, sir, you're here on a failure to appear capias issued by the Honorable Judge Green for your charge of trespass on property other than a structure or conveyance. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Would you like one?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you currently employed?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $1,000, sir. Thank you. Jimmy Robbins.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you're here on a violation of probation for simple battery and domestic violence battery by strangulation. Is he on conditional release?
It appears to be that. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, my understanding is F-Corps, you can't do a violation. They do their own. He's not on probation. He's on conditional release.
Yeah, the setting, the way they got
I
it
know
set up,
that
it
they
sucks.
did this affidavit, but conditional release isn't probation.
It's Officer Kitty from the corrections seat president.
Officer Kinney? Is that the name?
Yes.
McKinney.
Yes.
Officer McKinney?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, I know that the Department of Corrections supervises conditional release, but they're not on probation, correct?
They could be on conditional release supervision and probation at the same time as possible.
Well, is this gentleman?
No probation. Is there a DC number on that affidavit, Your Honor?
167-600.
Well, it seems like Mr. Robbins is indicating he has a DC number. I'm looking, hold on. I'm not seeing it on the affidavit.
There's an attachment from the PTSD. It's 167600.
Okay, I don't have that.
Yes, Your Honor, he is on conditional release supervision and is in violation of his release conditions.
Okay.
I think that maybe the affidavit may be a generic fill in the blank type thing, and they kind of.
Okay. So you're indicating that the Department of Correction, through conditional release, has the authority to violate.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. On that case, I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause, and at this time, you're being held no bond, sir.
Thank you.
Dale Scott,
Yes, ma'am.
sir, you're here on a charge of domestic violence battery. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Like one?
Yes, please.
Are you currently employed?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $5,000. If you are able to bond out, you will be placed on pretrial release. You must report the day of or morning after your release and report every Wednesday. In addition to the standard conditions of pretrial release, you are not to possess or consume alcohol or enter any bars or lounges. You will be subject to random breath test. You're not to use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. You're to have no contact with the victim directly or indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, pager, fax, text, email, social media, or through third person. You must stay 500 feet away from the victim, victim's home, vehicle, place of employment, and or school at all times. You may return to the residence one time within 48 hours of your release from custody, accompanied by law enforcement, to get your personal belongings. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Stephen Shane. All right, sir, you're here on a charge of possession of cannabis, possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of methamphetamine, and keeping a shop, vehicle, etc. for drug use. Do you have an attorney?
No.
You like one?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you currently employed?
Yes, ma'am.
How much are you making a week?
I'm not sure yet. I just started this new job.
Okay, is it hourly?
Yes.
Okay, and how much do you get paid hourly?
$18.50.
Okay, and are you supposed to be working like 40 hours a week?
Yes.
Okay, let me just get my calculator out here real quick. All right, so before taxes, that's about $740. Do you have any dependents?
Yes.
How many?
One.
Okay, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $1,000 on the cannabis, $1,000 on the paraphernalia, $5,000 on the methamphetamine, and $1,000 on the keeping shop or vehicle for drug use. All right, thank you, sir. Grady Stewart.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir, you were here on a failure to appear KPS issued by myself.
Yes, ma'am. I run out of gas trying to get to court Friday. Yes, ma'am. And my check didn't show up this Saturday. You can call my employer and he will tell you the same.
Driving while license suspended or revoked. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Would you like one?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you currently employed?
Yes, ma'am.
How much are you making a week?
I make $15 an hour.
And you work 40 hours a week?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit or the warrant. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $1,000, sir.
Yes, thank you.
All right. And who's this gentleman?
John Mahalik, Your Honor.
For the record, that was under legal reading. Mr. Mahalik?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you're here on a violation of probation. You know what you're on probation for, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, you're here on a violation of probation on those charges. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Like one?
Yes, ma'am. I'm retired. Disabled retired.
All right. So, do you have any income?
Social Security.
And how much is that a month?
About 1,700.
Okay. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. At this time, you are going to be held no bond, sir, okay?
Thank you.
Is that everybody for South County?
That's all for South County, Your Honor.
All right. Have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
All right. Hannah Baggett. All right, ma'am, you're here on a charge of petty theft, exploitation of the elderly less than $10,000, and grand theft. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Do you like one?
My father's supposed to be getting me one.
Okay, we'll mark that down. If that doesn't work out for you, let the judge know your next court date, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $1,000 on the petty theft, $10,000 on the exploitation, $5,000 on the grand theft. If you are able to bond out, you will be placed on pretrial release. You must report the day of or morning after your release and report every Wednesday. In addition to the standard conditions of pretrial release, you are not to have any contact with the victim directly or indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, pager, fax, text, email, social media, or through third persons. You must stay 500 feet away from the victim, victim's home, vehicle, place of employment, and or school at all times. You may return to the residence one time within 48 hours of your release from custody, accompanied by law enforcement to get your personal belongings. All right, thank you. Martha Jasong?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am, do you know what it is you're being charged with today?
These are women.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Like one?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you currently employed?
Yes, ma'am.
How much are you making a week?
About 700. They pay me bi-weekly.
Okay, and you have a dependent, correct?
I have 3 kids, ma'am.
3 kids. Okay, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $5,000, ma'am.
Okay.
Cynthia Doman?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, you're here on a charge of domestic violence battery. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Would you like one?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you currently employed?
No, ma'am. I'm retired on Social Security, disability, and I take care of my elderly mother.
Okay. How much do you make a month?
I make under $1,000.
Okay. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $5,000. If you are able to bond out, you will be placed on pretrial release. You must report the day of or morning after your release and report every Wednesday. In addition to the standard conditions of pretrial release, you are not to use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. You are to have no contact with the victim directly or indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, pager, fax, text, email, social media, or through third persons. You must stay 500 feet away from the victim, victim's home, vehicle, place of employment, and or school at all times. You may return to the residence one time within 48 hours of your release from custody, accompanied by law enforcement to get your personal belongings. All right, thank you, ma'am.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
What should I do with my mother? I take care of her, and she's at my house. My daughter, for you. She's 90, and she's in the late stages of dementia.
Okay, I can't answer that for you.
Okay. All right.
Maybe Gangle?
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, so these people, they're not.
Gangle, you're here on a charge of domestic violence battery. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Like one?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you currently employed?
No, ma'am.
Could I appoint the public defender to represent you?
Yes,
I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $5,000. If you're able to bond out, you will be placed on pretrial release. You must report the day of or morning after your release and report every Wednesday. In addition to the standard conditions of pretrial release, you are not to use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. You are to have no contact with the victim directly or indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, pager, fax, text, email, social media, or through third persons. You must stay 500 feet away from the victim, victim's home, vehicle, place of employment, and or school at all times. You may return to the residence one time within 48 hours of your release from custody, accompanied by law enforcement to get your personal belongings. All right, thank you, ma'am.
Hey,
Kelly Higgins.
So they're not in
Yes.
street clothes. This is
All right,
their
ma'am,
jail
you're here on a
uniform.
charge of possession of paraphernalia and possession of methamphetamine. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Like one?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you currently employed?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find that there's probable cause. You have a bond of $1,000 on the paraphernalia and $5,000 on the methamphetamine, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Veronica Johnson,
Yes.
ma'am, you're here on a charge of battery on person 65 years or older. Do you have an attorney?
No.
Like one?
Yes.
Are you currently employed?
No.
Okay, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $5,000. If you are able to bond out, you will be placed on pretrial release. You must report the day of or morning after your release and report every Wednesday. In addition to the standard conditions of pretrial release, you're to have no contact with the victim directly or indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, pager, fax, text, email, social media, or through third persons. You're to stay 500 feet away from the victim, victim's home, vehicle, place of employment, and or school at all times. Thank you, ma'am.
Next. Damn, they're just lined
Lucille
up. Bop, 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 bop. That they streamlined this. They got this
Ma'am, you're
system
on a charge of
streamlined.
domestic violence battery. Do you have an attorney?
She's in a wheelchair.
No, I
Sheesh.
don't.
Do you like one?
Check your battery.
Yeah, I guess
It's
so.
charging up right now. Thank you.
Okay, and are you currently employed?
Oh,
Flush if
no,
you
I'm
will.
on SSI.
Okay, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $2,500. If you are able to bond out, you will be placed on pretrial release. You must report the day of or morning after your release and report every Wednesday. In addition to the standard conditions of pretrial release, you are not to use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. You're to have no contact with the victim directly or indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, pager, fax,
Thank
text, email, social media, or through third persons. You must stay 500 feet away from the victim, victim's home, vehicle, place of employment, and or school at all times. You may return to the residence one time within 48 hours of your release from custody, accompanied by law enforcement to get your personal belongings.
She probably ran them over.
Thank you.
That's my
My
trailer.
stickers won't stick.
I'm not moving out of my trailer just because of this little ding dong that's in my trailer. She's gonna
Okay,
get
well
out
then
of
you're
my
going to get
trailer.
arrested, ma'am. That's all I can tell you.
Well,
Thank you.
she's gonna get out
Christina
of my trailer.
Peluso. Ms. Peluso, you're here on a violation of probation for your prior charges of theft, defrauding a financial business, 3 counts of uttering a forged instrument, and grand theft. Do you have an attorney?
Yes.
Your attorney.
Kevin Cox.
Okay, and you've hired him on the violation of probation?
I'm sorry?
You have hired him on the violation of probation?
Yes. Somebody hired him on the outside today.
Okay. Well, then you can proceed without him today, or we can bring you back tomorrow and contact him if you want him present.
Can you bring it back tomorrow?
Sure. We'll put down that we're going to bring you back, and Madam Clerk, if you could contact Mr. Cox and just let him know that Ms. Peluso would like him present. Okay, we'll bring you back tomorrow, ma'am.
Thank you.
Welcome. Tara Priest. And you're here on a charge of possession of cannabis, possession of paraphernalia, possession of methamphetamine, and keeping a shop or vehicle for drug use. Do you have an attorney?
No.
Do you like one?
Yes.
Are you currently employed?
No.
Okay, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $1,000 on the cannabis, $1,000 on the paraphernalia, $5,000 on the methamphetamine, and $1,000 on the keeping a shop or vehicle for drug use. I'm also seeing that you are currently out on pretrial release and bond in CF 25-2122. At this time, I'm revoking that bond and holding you no bond. Parker v. State.
Thank you.
This is Florida. This is
Whitney Priest.
Polk County, Florida,
Yes,
if you will.
Ma'am, you are here on a charge of possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of methamphetamine, possession of buprenorphine, and keeping a shop or vehicle for drug use. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Like one?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you currently employed?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find that there's probable cause. You have a bond of $1,000 on the paraphernalia, $5,000 on the methamphetamine, $1,000 on the possession of buprenorphine, and $1,000 on the keeping a shopper vehicle for drug use.
What?
Thank you.
Next.
Ajay Prince.
Yes.
All right. Is that Ajay or Asia?
Aja.
Aja. Okay. Burglary. You're here on a charge of burglary of an occupied structure or conveyance, destroyed, tamper, or with fabricated or physical evidence, possession of paraphernalia, and possession of cannabis. Do you have an attorney?
No.
Like one?
Yes.
Are you currently employed?
Yes.
You make no way.
Like I said.
Okay, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find that there's probable cause. You have a bond of $1,000 on the cannabis, $1,000 on the paraphernalia, $5,000 on the destroy/tamper with fabricated or physical evidence, $15,000 on the burglary of an occupied structure. If you are able to bond out, you will be placed on pretrial release. You must report the day of or morning after your release and report every Wednesday. In addition to the standard conditions of pretrial release, you are not to have any contact with the victim directly or indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, pager, fax, text, email, social media, or through third persons. You must stay 500 feet away from the victim, victim's home, vehicle, place of employment, and or school at all times. And you are to have no contact with the co-defendant directly or indirectly. Thank you, ma'am.
Hey, don't forget to hit that follow button. It's free 99.
Randy Riles.
Don't be a Scrooge McDuck. Don't be a Mr. Krabby Patty.
You're on a violation of probation for your prior charge of felony petty theft. Do you have an attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Who's your attorney?
Thank you.
It's a Maskey Law Group.
Okay, and you've hired them on the violation of probation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You have the same choice. We can either proceed today without them present, or we can contact them, tell them that you want them to be here, and bring you back tomorrow. Which would you like?
Bring me back tomorrow.
So, Madam Clerk, if you could please contact the Maskey Law Group, and we will bring Ms. Riles back. All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Tiffany Simmons.
Yes.
All right, ma'am, you are here on a charge of failing to redeliver hired or leased property. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Would you like one?
Yes, please.
Are you currently employed?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $5,000, ma'am, okay?
Thank you.
Thank shit, you. They moved it. Hold on. Hey, don't forget.
Smith.
Don't forget to tap that screen, please.
Ma'am, you're here on a charge of attaching unassigned tag, possession of paraphernalia, possession of methamphetamine, operating a vehicle without vehicle registration, and failing to have required endorsement on your driver's license. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Like one?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you currently employed?
I get disability. I get $9.99 a month, close to $1,000 a month.
Okay. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $500 on the attaching unassigned tag, $1,000 on the paraphernalia, $5,000 on the methamphetamine, $500 on the operating without vehicle registration, and $500 on the failing to have required driver's license endorsement. All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Marcella Swain.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, ma'am. You're here on a charge of domestic violence battery. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am, and I did not hit nobody. I'm 59 years old. He was hitting me. I got a 5-year-old that I have to take care of. And,
would you like an attorney?
Yes, I would.
And are you currently employed?
No, ma'am. I have not hit nobody. I didn't touch nobody. But he said he gonna whoop my ass and call the police and have me arrested. So that's what happened.
I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause based on the fact that you have no priors and the wishes of the victim. I'm releasing you straight pretrial release. You must report the day of or morning after your release and report every Wednesday. In addition to the standard conditions of pretrial release, you are not to use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. And you may have contact with the victim, but you may not be physically or verbally threatening, violent, or abusive in any manner. All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Can I ask a question?
No.
Anything you say can and will be used against you. You can ask if you'd like.
Will I be able to get out today?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Diamond Tucker?
Yes, ma'am.
Tucker, you're here on a charge of interfering with railroad track equipment. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Like one?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you currently employed?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $5,000, ma'am.
Railroad tracks.
Thank you.
Jennifer Tweed.
Hey, don't forget to
Yes,
tap that
ma'am.
screen. Don't forget to follow
All right,
either.
ma'am, you are here on a charge of trespass on property other than a structure or conveyance. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
You like one?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you currently employed?
No, ma'am.
Hey,
I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause, and you have a bond of $1,000, ma'am, okay?
Thank you.
Hey, do you guys love the
you.
TikTok shop?
Is that it for the females?
Do you guys like getting
Yes, it
pruno
is.
from the TikTok
All
shop
right.
or what?
We have Theophilus Anderson.
Yes, ma'am.
You are here on a failure to appear capias issued by the Honorable Judge Flint for a charge of driving while license suspended or revoked. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Like one?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you currently employed?
Yes, ma'am.
How much are you making a week?
400.
Okay, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit or the capias. There is probable cause, and at this time you have a bond of $1,000, sir, okay?
All right, thank you.
Pass. All right, sir, you're here on a charge of domestic violence battery. Do you have an attorney?
Ma'am.
Like one?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you currently employed?
Yes, ma'am.
How much are you making a week?
Like $200.
Okay, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $5,000. If you are able to bond out, you will be placed on pretrial release. You must report the day of or morning after your release and report every Wednesday. In addition to the standard conditions of pretrial release, you are not to use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. You are to have no contact with the victim directly or indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, pager, fax, text, email, social media, or through third persons. I'm glad you find this funny. You must stay 500 feet away from the victim, victim's home, vehicle, place of employment, and or school at all times. You may return to the residence one time within 48 hours of your release from custody, accompanied by law enforcement to get your personal belongings. All right, thank you.
Can I ask one question?
Did he say 200?
Well, with the bill, can I get my bill just a little bit less? 'Cause
What?
I don't make
No.
enough money to pay that.
No. All right,
Get outta
Mohammed Biswas. Right here.
Boy.
Hey, sir, you're here on a charge of domestic violence battery. Do you have an attorney?
Why?
No, ma'am.
You like one?
Yes, please.
And are you currently employed?
Yes, ma'am.
How much are you making a week?
$1,000 plus.
Damn,
All right, do you have
$1,000?
any dependents?
Yes, my wife and my son.
Okay. When you say $1,000 plus, what does that mean?
I have a small business, so it depends. Sometimes less, sometimes more. 1,000 average.
That's the average?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. Based on the fact that you have no prior record and the wishes of the victim, I am going to release you straight pretrial release. You must report the day of or morning after your release and report every Wednesday. In addition to the standard conditions of pretrial release, you are not to use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. And you may have contact with the victim, but you may not be physically or verbally threatening, violent, or abusive in any manner whatsoever. All right, thank you, sir. Alonzo Boyd. All right, sir. You are here on an arrest warrant issued by the Honorable Judge Butts for resisting officer without violence, tampering with physical evidence, and fleeing or attempting to elude law enforcement with lights and sirens. And then you have Orange County warrants for possession of cannabis with intent to sell or deliver, and possession of more than 20 grams of cannabis. So do you have an attorney for your local charges?
No.
Would you like one?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you currently employed?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find that there's probable cause.
Hey, hit that follow button, please,
What do
and
you
por
have?
favor.
In Orange County is old. It's just, I guess I didn't do a program that I did last year. I guess I didn't do a program and they bring it back. Orange County from the program that I guess I didn't finish that, didn't know about.
Hold on. For the out of county, there's not 2 possession of cannabis with intent. One. Okay. I was just saying there was an extra charge. There's an extra charge on here. I was making sure they took it off. Okay. So I have previously reviewed the affidavits. I do find that there's probable cause. You have a bond of $1,000 on the resisting officer without violence, $5,000 on the tampering physical evidence, $5,000 on the fleeing or attempting to elude law enforcement. In the Orange County, at this point in time, you're being held no bond, sir.
Nah, this isn't real. This is AI generated. This is we're in the matrix, if you will. This is Polk County, Florida, if you will, and this
Aaron
is currently
Brown?
live.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you're here on a charge of possession of paraphernalia, burglary of an occupied structure or conveyance, possession of cannabis, and destroy/tamper with fabricated or physical evidence. Do you have an attorney, sir?
No, ma'am.
Like one?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you currently employed?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $1,000 on the paraphernalia, $15,000 on the burglary of an occupied structure, $1,000 on the possession of cannabis, $5,000 on the destroy, tamper with physical evidence. If you are able to bond out, you will be placed on pretrial release. You must report the day of or morning after your release and report every Wednesday. In addition to the standard conditions of pretrial release, you are not to have any contact with the victim directly or indirectly, in person and writing by telephone, pager, fax, text, email, social media, or through third persons. You must stay 500 feet away from the victim, victim's home, vehicle, place of employment, and or school at all times. And you are to have no contact with the co-defendant directly or indirectly.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, can you guys do me a favor? Can you guys tap the screen and
Sheriff
get us up to
Yes, ma'am.
200,000 taps,
Carter,
if
you're
you will?
in violation of probation for your prior charges of possession of paraphernalia and possession of marijuana. Do you have
Yes,
an
ma'am.
attorney?
No, ma'am.
My favorite TikTok.
Like one?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you currently employed?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find that there's probable cause. At this time, you are being held no bond, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Also, if you could share this stream, let's get some more
Joshua Cole?
people. Let's get 2,000 people in here. Let's get 2K,
All right, sir,
if
you're
you
here on
will.
a charge of trespass in a structure or conveyance. Do you have an attorney?
Not right now.
Do you like one?
Yeah.
Okay, and are you currently employed?
Nah, this is a fake stream.
I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $1,000. Thank you. Elijah Diaz. All right, sir, you're here on a charge of violation of pretrial release conditions. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Like one?
Thank you for sharing.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you currently employed?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $5,000. I also am showing that you're on pretrial release in MM25-1163. This time I'm revoking your pretrial release and bond and holding you no bond, Parker v. State.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Tap,
Michael
tap,
Duncan?
please.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir, you're here on a charge of possession of paraphernalia and possession of methamphetamine. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Like one?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you currently employed?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $1,000 on the paraphernalia and $5,000 on the methamphetamine, sir.
If you want to watch,
does it show I have another open case still too,
Not here on that.
ma'am. I'm saying, so I can still get out of jail even though I have an open case.
Yeah, that's just a summons.
Okay. Thank you.
hey, if you guys want some stickers, I got free stickers.
Maxwell
Hit me
Flores
up.
Rivera.
Yes.
Sir, you are here on a charge of resisting officer without violence and a failure to appear capious issued by the Honorable Judge Stamey on a charge of battery. It looks like you have the public defender on the battery charge. Would you like the public defender on the resisting charge as well?
Hey,
I wanted
thank you,
to
Paul,
talk
for
about
coming
that.
over.
I never did resist it. So why did he say that I resisted? I
Did
was
you want
there
a public
to,
defender or not, sir?
on which one?
On the new charge.
He even broke my glass.
Okay, I'm going to take that as a no. You can address that at a later time. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find that there's probable cause. You have a bond of $2,500 on the resisting charge, and you're being held no bond on the failure to appear, sir. All right, thank you. Leandrew Frederick.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir, you're here on a charge of trespass and obstruction of conveyance. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Like one?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you currently employed?
No, ma'am.
All right, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $500, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, baby.
Sadiq Green? What do you say?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, baby.
Hey, no. You bring that Mr. Frederick back. Hey, come here.
Hey, we're almost to 200,000 taps. Hey, please tap, and also hit that follow button. It's free 99. Are you out of your mind, if you will?
You don't address me as anything other than judge or your honor or ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am. I mean to. I call
Completely
everybody that.
unacceptable.
I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. I call everybody. I'm sorry.
But you don't call a judge then. I
Yes,
can promise
ma'am.
you that.
I understand. I say I'm sorry. I understand. I say I'm sorry.
All right, you can go on.
Damn, she checked that fool. Hey, what you got my 40?
Sadiq Green.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you're here in charge of possession of cannabis, false ID given to law enforcement, possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of cocaine, and Alachua, looks like a writ of bodily attachment out of Alachua County. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Like one?
Yes, ma'am, please.
And are you currently employed?
Not anymore, and I'm a full-time student as well.
Okay, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $1,000 on the cannabis, $1,000 on the false ID, $1,000 on the paraphernalia, $5,000 on the possession of cocaine, and on the Alachua County warrant, you do have a purge amount of $2,070. Okay.
Yes, so can I ask a question about the Alachua case? Is there a set amount of time on that warrant, or is it just an open thing?
Well, they served the warrant, so you're just in jail on it.
Yes, ma'am.
After you resolve your cases here, then they have to come get you if you're not going to be able to purge.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Archie Hines?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you're here on a charge of knowingly driving while license suspended or revoked third or subsequent offense. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Do you like one?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you currently employed?
No, ma'am.
All right, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. At this time, you have a bond of $5,000, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Harry Just?
Ma'am.
All right, sir, you're here on a charge of attaching unassigned pad, failure of owner-operator to maintain required insurance, and knowingly driving while license suspended or revoked. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Like one?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you currently employed?
I work for myself.
Okay, about how much are you making a week?
Little to 350, 400.
Okay, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $500 per count, sir.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Antar King?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you were here on cases issued by the Honorable Judge Cumby for failing to appear on your charge of aggravated assault and fleeing, attempting to elude police officer. Looks like you previously were appointed the public defender. I have previously reviewed the capias. I do find that there's probable cause. You are being held no bond, but there's a 5-day hearing. So you're going to go before the judge. I don't have the date.
Can I have state a question?
Hey, just so you're aware, this is highly illegal what you guys are watching. You guys are gonna probably be arrested for accessory after the fact, if you will. This is Polk County. Hit that follow button. It's free 99. Doesn't cost you anything. All right.
County jail for 13 months. From Broward County Jail, I went to FDOC and did 10 months. That's the only reason I had a warrant issued for my arrest. I was in Broward, and they said they gave a date to go to court, but Broward never sent me to court, so they put a failure to appear while I was incarcerated. All I
Okay.
was
We have a court date that's this Friday, April the 11th, and that's when you're going to explain that to Judge Cumbie. You'll have an attorney present with you as well, and just explain that to her. And I'm sure your attorney will be able to provide that documentation as well. We have a public defender in the courtroom right now. She will pass that information along. Okay.
okay. So you say Friday?
Yes, sir. At 1 o'clock.
All right, appreciate you.
And this is live. This is actually happening in real time right now, if you will.
Yes, ma'am. Lando.
Okay.
Hey, thank you for that. Highly appreciate that. Hit that follow button. What's up? Let's get to 500,000 taps, if you will. We never hit that around here. I think the highest we've ever done is 200,000. And if you're scary, you should probably get going, because this life ain't for you.
Hey,
if
you
will.
have 2 charges on this case or 3?
3, Your Honor.
Okay, I only have 2. I don't have an affidavit with that third.
Hey, thank you for that, Jill.
All right, so sir, you're here on a charge of DUI property damage, DUI above a .15, and introduction of contraband into a detention facility. Do you have an attorney, sir?
No, ma'am.
Do you like one?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you currently employed?
No, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
El Salvador.
Okay, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you.
Hey, how many of you are guys tuning in from the UK? Drop that UK flag. Represent your city, your country, and your state. If you will. Man, I love all you guys. Represent your city. Drop that flag, if you will. What's the holdup, Judge? Madagascar, hell yeah. Britain, North Carolina, Canada, East St. Louis, East 1999.
Okay, I have reviewed the affidavit. I do find that there is probable cause. You have a bond of $1,000 on DUI property damage, $1,000 DUI above .15, $5,000 on introduction of contraband into a detention facility. If you are able to bond out, you will be placed on pretrial release. You must report the day of or morning after your release and report every Wednesday. In addition to the standard conditions of pretrial release, you are not to possess or consume alcohol or enter any bars or lounges, and you will be subject to random breathalyzers. All right, thank you, sir.
Next!
Manuel Lugo Ojeda.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Sir, you're here on a charge or a violation of probation for your prior charges of 2 counts of scheme to defraud. Do you have an attorney?
No, Your Honor.
Like one?
Please.
Are you currently employed?
Yes.
How much are you making a week?
520, 580, depends.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find that there's probable cause. And this time you're being held no bond, sir.
Your Honor, can I make a question?
Nope.
Yes.
Okay, I wasn't driving any car at the time the police approached me. I would like to know what the state has evidence.
This
That's
isn't the place
not
for that.
for today, sir.
No.
Thank you.
Get out of here. Get out of my
Gerardo
sight.
Magri.
Get out of here. Next!
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir,
Can I
you're
make
here
a
on
question?
a failure to appear capias issued by the Honorable Judge Bennett on a petty theft, a failure to appear capias issued by the Honorable Judge Brode on driving while license suspended or revoked, a failure to appear capias issued by the Honorable Judge Patey for assault, intentional threat to do violence, and a Highlands County writ of bodily attachment. It's a pickup order. Do you have an attorney, sir?
No, ma'am.
Do you like one?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you currently employed?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. On the petty theft and the assault charges, you are going to be ROR'd. You must provide a valid address to the personnel before you leave. And as soon as you get out, you need to contact the clerk's office and update your address. They don't have your right address, okay?
Okay.
As to the driving while license suspended charge, you have a bond of $500. And as to the Highlands County charge, you have a purge amount of $7,000.
Okay.
All right, thank you, sir.
Hey, this fool does look like a werewolf, though. Looks like he straight stepped out of
Excuse
a
me, ma'am.
cave, if you will.
Yes.
Would I go to child support court here in Polk County?
No, it would have to be in Highlands.
What?
It would have to be in Highlands County.
It'll have to be transferred over there. Okay, thank you.
All right. Brian, is it Ryan?
Right here.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir, you're here on a charge of no valid driver's license, and then Hillsborough County violation of probation warrants for robbery with a gun or deadly weapon, and a felon in possession of a gun or ammunition.
Damn.
Do you have an attorney for your local charge?
No, ma'am.
Like one?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you currently employed?
Self-employed, ma'am.
About how much are you making a week?
About 500.
I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $500 on the no valid driver's license, and you are currently being held no bond on the violation of probations out of Hillsborough County.
I got a question, ma'am.
Yes?
If I go ahead and pay the bond, will they come get me?
They're supposed to, yes. If you bond out on your local charges, then yes, they can come get you on your out-of-county charges.
How long does it got to come get me, ma'am?
Days as long as it takes.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Mark Osgood?
Yes, ma'am.
We just get lunch. Okay. All right, sir, you're here on a violation of probation, and you know why you're on probation, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Like one?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you currently employed?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause, and at this time, you are going to be held no bond, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Carmelo Pastrana Alcina. All right, sir, you are here on a charge of appropriating, refusing to deliver stock, lost, and abandoned property, and illegal use of a dairy case. Do you have an attorney, sir?
What the hell's a dairy case?
Would you like one?
Yes.
Are you currently employed?
No.
Okay, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $1,000 on the illegal use of dairy case and $500 on the appropriating or refusing to deliver lost and abandoned property. Thank you, sir.
What the what? He stole the milk of crate?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, you're here on a charge of trespass on property other than a structure or conveyance and contributing to the delinquency or dependency of a minor. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Like one?
No, ma'am.
If you change your mind at a later time, let the judge know, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $1,000 per count, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Gary Priest.
Thank you, Will, for clarification.
All right, sir, you're here on a charge of possession of paraphernalia, possession of alprazolam, possession of methamphetamine, loitering or prowling, felony petty theft, third or subsequent offense, burglary of an unoccupied structure, aggravated fleeing to or eluding causing serious bodily injury or death, driving while license suspended or revoked, habitual traffic offender, no motor vehicle registration, and keeping a shop or vehicle for drug use. Do you have an attorney?
No.
Like one.
Yes, ma'am.
What's
Are
the
you
guy
currently
behind him
employed?
doing?
No, ma'am.
What the hell?
I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $1,000 on the paraphernalia, $5,000 on the alprazolam, $5,000 on the methamphetamine, $1,000 on the loitering or prowling.
He's on a sick one.
$5,000 on the petty theft or felony petty theft.
Did somebody say comb?
$5,000 on the burglary of an unoccupied structure. $5,000 on driving while license suspended or revoked, habitual traffic offender. $500 on no motor vehicle registration. $1,000 on keeping a shop or vehicle for drug use, and $25,000 on aggravated fleeing to elude causing serious bodily injury or death. All right, thank you, sir.
Right here.
Cesar Rivera.
Caesar.
Yes.
This was on a sick one, if you will.
Sir, you're here on a charge of possession of paraphernalia and possession of methamphetamine. Do you have an attorney?
No, no.
Like one?
Yes. No.
Was that a yes or a no?
Yes.
Okay. And are you currently employed?
No, ma'am.
All right. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $1,000 on the paraphernalia and $5,000 on the methamphetamine, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Riley Robinson.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, you're here on a charge of contributing to the delinquency or dependency of a minor and trespass on property other than a structure or conveyance. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Like one?
No, ma'am.
Okay, if you change your mind at a later time, just let the judge know. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. At this time, you have a bond of $1,000 per count, okay?
Thanks, Your Honor.
Terry Smith?
Yes.
All right. Sir, you're here on a charge of resisting officer without violence, burglary with assault or battery, and driving under the influence with a breath alcohol over 0.15. Do you have an attorney?
No.
Like one?
Yes.
Are you currently employed?
Yes. No,
Yeah.
unemployed. Unemployed.
Okay. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. State you wish to be heard?
Yes, Your Honor. The burglary with assault or battery of the dwellings of first-degree felony and enumerated dangerous crime as punished by life. The state would ask the court exercise discretion to hold a no bond. If the court is not inclined to do that, I would say Rule 3.132 asks that his perseverance be continued over to tomorrow for filing a pretrial detention motion for that count. Thank you, Your Honor.
Defense?
The defense would ask the court consider setting an elevated bond today on that. Thank you.
All right, this time you have a bond of $1,000 on the resisting, $2,000 on the driving under the influence, and I am going to hold you no bond on the burglary with assault or battery. All right, thank you, sir. John Sutton?
Hey, let's get us to 500,000 taps, if you will. Let's get to that 500,000. Tap, tap, tap.
Quick statement.
The CL20s, that's
Anything
right.
you say can and will be used against you. Everything is being recorded.
I'm currently a resident in a VA mental health facility, and I'm ex-military disabled. And my doctor just told me to put that out there to see if there's any way that I could get at least close to an ROR or some sort of reduced bond in order to get back in there and continue treatment, as being in a facility like this is kind of going the opposite way with my treatment. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
So you're here on 2 counts of grand theft, workman's comp fraud, engage in advertise and contracting without a certificate, and fraudulent workers' comp.
Yes, ma'am.
You have an attorney?
I'm currently out on bond. Steve Pinkett, I believe, took over from Michaela Pearl. So Steve Pinkett is currently my public defender, I believe, for the same exact charges.
You want a public defender for these charges as well?
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to.
I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find that there's probable cause. You have a bond of $15,000 per count.
Thank you, ma'am.
Blake Swanger?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir, you're here on a charge of tampering with physical evidence, possession of paraphernalia, possession of methamphetamine, and introduction of contraband into a detention facility.
Ooh.
Do you have an attorney, sir?
No, ma'am.
Like one?
Yes, please.
Are you currently employed?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $5,000 on the tampering with physical evidence, $1,000 on the paraphernalia, $5,000 on the methamphetamine, and $5,000 on introduction of contraband into a facility. Thank you. Joseph Tucker?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Tucker? You are here on a charge of tampering in a felony first-degree proceeding. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Like one?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you currently employed?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. State you wish to be heard?
Just that, and I don't know what the court can do about this. The defendants,
I know what you're going to say. I can't do anything. The unserved warrant.
yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to address that in a moment.
Yes, sir.
So after this, do you have anything?
No, that's all I want to bring to it's punishable by life. I would have asked the court exercise its discretion in light of the other charges and facts and circumstances, but nothing further.
Okay. Or defense, any response?
Yeah, we would just ask the court to consider setting bond even an elevated one.
All right. At this time, can you go back to the actual one? The original. Okay. At this time, I'm going to set a bond of $50,000. If you are able to bond out, you will be placed on pretrial release. You must report the day of or morning after your release and report every Wednesday. In addition to the standard conditions of pretrial release, you are not to use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. And you're to have no contact with the victim directly or indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, pager, fax, text, email, social media, or through third persons. You must stay 500 feet away from the victim, victim's home, vehicle, place of employment, and or school at all times. Now, what everyone's talking about is there's an unserved arrest warrant out there. And I don't know if maybe one of the bailiffs or the detention deputies can pull that up and go ahead and serve him so he doesn't bond out and then get picked up again. But there is it's just out there. It hasn't been served. In this case, it's CF 241917. Yeah, this one I see can't be served.
This is it.
What happened is they served the when the information was
They
filed.
served the information on they didn't serve this.
Welcome on over.
Is there any way that you can maybe pull that up and serve him?
We're contacting Master Control right now, Judge.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Just have a seat right there. Just have a seat there. If y'all serve it.
And we have Corey Williams.
Just that nothing.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Williams, you're here on a charge of battery on law enforcement officer, resisting officer without violence, and petty theft. Do you have an
Yes,
attorney?
ma'am. No, ma'am.
Like one?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you currently employed?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I have previously reviewed the affidavit. I do find probable cause. You have a bond of $5,000 on the battery on law enforcement, $1,000 on the resisting, $1,000 on the petty theft. I
Yes,
do
ma'am.
also see that you're out on bond in CF 24-10501. At this time, I am going to revoke that bond and hold you no bond, Parker v.
Yes,
State.
I'm cool. I'm asking
Yes,
you to
ma'am.
get the warrant up there.
Thank you.
Have a seat in this. Have a seat.
Yeah, I'm asking, is it sitting there so we can serve it?
You going to try to get that to serve him now?
Yes, ma'am. We're going to try to serve him.
Are we going to try to go ahead and?
He'll probably have to come back tomorrow if that's what you want to do, or do you want to wait and see if,
I think it's safe to be served on unserved PPS and have him brought back unserved. Or something, just to needs to come back from that.
Yeah, why don't we have him brought back tomorrow, because
Okay.
we're still going to have to go through all this. But if you could get him served, I just don't want him to bond out and then all of a sudden they serve him with this and then he gets picked back up.
Correct. Yeah, we're trying to do that. I'm just seeing if they have it sitting up there, because a lot of times they do, and then we serve them. So
All right, thank you so much.
thank you. Y'all have a good one.
All right, all right. Is it over? Oh, hold up, but don't leave. I got another one right now. We're gonna be switching over to a different one in Florida, if you will. Let me hold up. Let me close this up really quick and I'll get the other one going. Don't even trip. I already had it ready because I was anticipating that one finishing up right now. And let's go.
Was issued for you. Space dating back to 2023. Your bond in the FTA is set at 0. I'm going to hold you at 0 bond. Good luck, sir.
Let me know if you guys could hear better so I could adjust the volume. I don't know. Hey, thank you guys for jumping over from TikTok. Highly appreciate you guys. Sometimes TikTok be tripping. I think because of the comments and it was the chat was going bananas.
You please raise your right hand. You swear affirm testimony about to provide us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Would you state your name, please?
Elijah King.
Hey, Mr. King, excuse me. You're here on case 2025 CF 42330. You're charged with felony battery A warrant was issued for your arrest, was signed by the judge, Judge Beamer. So I find probable cause has been established. Your bond in this case is set at $2,500. You are to not have any contact with the alleged victim in this case. You are not to return to the scene of the offense or alleged offense. And yeah, no contact and no return.
Yes, sir.
No, and I'm also going to put in there that you not have any, based on the previous cases that we'll address in just a second, you're not to possess any firearms or weapons. If you have any firearms or weapons, they need to be turned over to law enforcement within 24 hours of your release. Okay?
Yes, sir.
As to case 2024 CF 16039AO, you are currently out on bond for possession of a firearm by a person committing delinquent act.
Oh shit! Hold on. What happened? Hold up. Let me see. Oh, let me. Sorry, I forgot to zoom out. Let me zoom out here. Hold on. This website is tripping right now. What up, Joe? How's it going? I want to see the Bell review. Laughing out loud. Can't see if you will. Hold on. I'm trying to get it up and running again. Sometimes these websites, they're not the best ones, so they be tripping sometimes. But welcome over. Can you move your phone over? Move on. Hold up. Okay, I'm fixing it. Hold up. The website is not tripping. It's tripping right now. We can't see. I'm trying to get it up and running. Hold up. Oh, there it is. We're back on.
Information has been filed on this case, which is again why a bond has been
There
set.
we go.
Again, it is a PBL and an enumerated dangerous offense. Bond should not have been set on it. It's required that it be go for hearing.
Yeah.
So it's requesting that it be changed to no bond with a pretrial detention date.
I got 4 streams.
2025 CF 3982AO, burglary of a structure with assault and battery. They did set your bond at $25,000. However, I am going to order that you held on no bond, and you're going to be be set for a pretrial detention hearing, and that will be April 15th at 9 a.m. Additionally, she was ROR'd.
And Your Honor, there's been a notice of incompetency filed in that case.
Okay.
She also has open competency cases.
All right, I'll take no action then on the bond case or the ROR case.
We just ask for no contact in the meantime.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. So there's conditions. If you are released, I will follow the conditions that were listed in the warrant. You're not to have any contact with the alleged victim. It says no hostile or violent contact with the victim, but I'm ordering that you have no contact with the victim, victim or witnesses. You have to maintain a separate residence, and you are not to return to the scene of the offense, as well as you are not to possess any weapons or firearms. If you are released from custody and you have any weapons or firearms, they must be turned over to law enforcement within 24 hours of your release. Okay? All right. Good luck, ma'am.
Next.
Is mental health.
All right.
Defense will waive, Your Honor.
Okay, so I'll make a provisional appointment of the public defender in case 2025 CF 4318AO. He's charged with robbery and petty theft.
Welcome over, Melissa.
State, do you wish to be heard as to bond? I do find probable cause for these cases.
We just asked for a reasonable bond, Your Honor, in keeping with the schedule. The robbery is an F2.
Yeah.
So the schedule is over 5,000.
Yeah. I'm going to set his bond on count 1 at 5,000. On count 2, I'm going to set his bond at 1,000. I'm going to order that he not return, and this is the case of Stevie Maynard Knight II. He not return to the 7-Eleven located at 6700 Central Florida Parkway. He additionally is not to have any contact with the alleged victim in this case. He's not to possess any firearms or weapons. Good afternoon, sir.
Hello.
Sir, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm your testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Okay, please put your hand down. Could you state your name, please?
Amari Landry.
Was the public defender previously appointed in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, sir. So this is 24 CF 11039 AO. Sir, you're here because you were charged originally with grand theft third degree with fire extinguisher. You failed to appear. The judge who issued the warrant in this case set your bond at 0. However, I am going to give you a bond, but you need to make sure that you don't, because if you fail to appear again, and the only reason I'm doing that is because it's a fire extinguisher.
Your Honor, respectfully state would object. Under state of Norris, only the judge who issued the KPS can change it to 50 CA case.
So you're making that
Child division.
So you're making that objection on the record,
Yes, Your Honor.
state? Okay, well, if the state wouldn't have done it, I would have given you a bond, but they made the objection and they're right. The case law is clear because the judge set your bond at 0, so you're going to be held at no bond. Okay? Good luck, sir. But now that you're in custody, well, you can get this taken care of. Okay?
Yeah, it's pretty.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good luck, sir.
You're so kind. Man, imagine that being in jail for a freaking fire extinguisher. He was just trying to put out a fire. Come on, give that guy a break.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
All right.
Sir, could you please raise your right hand? You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Could you state your name, please? All right, sir. Sir, you do qualify for the services of the public defender. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you? All right. So this is case 25 CF 4337. Sir, you're charged with grand theft of a motor vehicle. I have reviewed the arrest affidavit in this case. I do find probable cause. I'm going to follow the recommended bond amount. I'm going to set your bond at $2,500. I will additionally order that you not have any contact with the alleged victim in this case. Okay? Okay. But sir, you also are. What's that? Oh, it's just connected. Okay. Yeah, I was a little confused by that. Okay. All right. So, yep, this is Manning. All right, sir. So your bond is set at $2,500. No contact. Good luck.
My name.
Yeah, your bond's set at $2,500. So if you post a bond, you can get out. Okay.
I don't have a court date as of yet.
No, you'll get a court date in the future. Okay.
It's a waive, Your Honor.
Okay, this is the case of Sean Manning, 2025 CF 4326 AO. Mr. Manning was charged with purchase of cocaine. Bond is set at $5,000. In possession of cocaine, bond is set at $2,500. However, Mr.
Do we have the case number for the out on bond?
Out on bond is 24 CF 15877 AO.
Oh, 77, yeah.
So he only had a $250 bond amount on a felony.
And on that case, it was an arrest warrant. He was arrested 1-3. He bonded on 2-3. And information has not yet been filed. We are waiting on FDLE. But given that it is a drug case and you picked up a
Yeah.
new,
So you
drug
haven't,
case.
so this hasn't been filed on yet?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I'm not going to take any action. That's the out on bond case.
This is Orange County, Florida, if you will.
And state does have a motion asked to 25 CF 4326, requesting it be transferred to 22 with his lower case number.
All right, come on up. All righty. So I believe this next case is the statewide case.
If you will, system designed to fail us. Yeah, you're absolutely right. If you allow the system to jack you up,
Yes.
they will lock you up, if you will.
All right. Good afternoon, sir. Please raise your right hand. Sir, do you swear affirm testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, you can put your hand down. Could you state your name, please? All right, sir, you do not qualify for the services of the public defender in this case. Sir, you were arrested pursuant to an arrest warrant that was signed, it looks like on March 31st. State?
Yes, Your Honor. Statewide prosecution did file a notice of prosecuting authority. I have been in contact with the prosecutor, Nicole Peques, Pequeus. She did agree to allow me cover today for his IA. Count 1 as charged is a punishable by life first degree felony. We're requesting that he remain at no bond pursuant to Arthur. Count 2 and F2. Count 3 is an F3. That's a reasonable bonds on 2 and 3, and no contact with any victims, witnesses, or.
All right, sir. So, sir, count 1 says a life felony, sir, so I am going to order you held at no bond. Second, sir. So I'm going to order that you held at no bond. On count 2, I'm going to set your bond at $25,000. On count 3, I'm going to stay the bond at $1,000. Yeah, he doesn't qualify for the service of public defender. I know. I was just okay. Just that for the court. Yes, yes. So, sir, I'm holding you on no bond, but that's because we have to have a full hearing on this. So your hearing will be April. Is it still going to be April 15th? April 15th at 9 a.m.
Okay, would that be here or at the courthouse?
You're not getting out of jail, so yeah.
Your Honor.
Yeah. Conditions are, if you are released, you are not to have any contact with any co-defendants or alleged victims in this case. You are not to return to the location where any of these instances allegedly took place. State anything else?
And Your Honor, I was just going to inquire if you minded putting his defense attorney on record so I can tell statewide just for effective communication.
Oh, Buck Blankner? Okay. All right, so it looks like Attorney Blankner is going to be representing him, so we will put on the record that Mr. Blankner will be his, or will potentially be his representative. Thank you. Good luck, sir. Okay. We're getting slowly and surely. All right, good afternoon, sir. Please raise your right hand. Sir, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, sir, put your hand down. Can you state your name, please?
Joe Franklin McNeely.
All right, Mr. McNeely, you're here on case 25 CF 42960. You do qualify for the services of the public defender. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you? I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Sir, you're charged with 3 counts. A warrant was issued for your arrest. You were held at no bond until initial appearance on count 1. Count 2, your bond was set at 500. Count 3 was set at 1,000. So a warrant was issued by Judge Schaefer. So probable cause has been established. As to count 1, I will set your bond at 2,500. Count 2, reckless driving. 500. Count 3, driving while license permanently revoked. 1,000. Sir, you are to not drive a vehicle unless you have a valid driver's license. It looks like your license is permanently revoked. I will appoint the public defender to represent you. So, good luck, sir.
And did Matthew bond?
Yeah, he bonded.
Thank you.
All right.
Your Honor.
You waive.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'll make a provisional appointment of the public defender in Armandi Meadows, 25 CF 4327 AO. I have read the arrest affidavit upon probable cause. Count 1, possession of methamphetamine. Bond will be set, at 5,000. Count 2, possession of cannabis.
You're gonna let that bus pass.
Bond will be set at 1,000. Good afternoon, sir. Would you please raise your right hand? You swear affirm the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Sir.
All right, could you state your name for the record, please? All right, Mr. Minister, you can put your hand down. Sir, are you qualified for the services of the public defender? Would you like for me to appoint a public defender to represent you? Okay. Is that a yes? Yes, sir. Okay, so sir, you're here on case 2025 CF 4319 AO. So you were charged as driving while license suspended as a habitual traffic offender. I do find probable cause for this charge. I will set your bond at $2,500, as well as attaching registration and license plate not assigned. I will set your bond at $500 for that charge. Sir, however, you were out on bond in case 2024 CT 405447 AO. That's another driving while license suspended. I'm going to revoke your bond in that case, but I'm going to issue a new bond at $1,500.
What?
$1,500. Okay. I would recommend that you don't. I've appointed the attorney to represent you.
And to clarify, you said 5,200 is what you're revoking it to? The bond amount?
1,500.
I'm sorry, the attaching a tag, Your Honor, how much is the bond?
500.
Thank you.
So 25.5, and then I revoked his bond because he was out on the driving offense, but I implemented a new bond. All right, sir. Good luck, sir. You're welcome. Come on up, sir. Could you please raise your right hand? Do you,
They think they could help themselves. They think they could get themselves
you
out.
swear
Like,
affirm that you swear affirm the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Your Honor.
All right, can you put your hand down? Can you state your name, please?
Norrington.
What was that?
Norrington.
Okay, Mr. Norrington, you're here on case 2025 CF 4300.
a bond is bail, paying your bail to get out on trial, so you can wait for
Sir,
your
you
trial.
do not qualify for the services of the public defender. You're charged with possession of burglary tools, as well as loitering and prowling. I have read the arrest affidavit. I do find probable cause for these charges. Your case, as to count 1, I will set your bond at $2,500. Count 2, $500. Okay.
They stay in jail.
And no return. Yeah.
If you can't
And
pay
so
your
you're
bail,
not to return to the Bella Capri Apartments. Okay.
thank you for the follow. Yeah, if you can't pay your bail, you're gonna sit in jail till either you get sentenced or somebody bails you out. And that bail, you only get it back if you pay the full amount. If you go through a bondsman, you're only gonna get you won't get
Good
that money
afternoon.
back because you only pay
Good
10%.
afternoon, sir. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Okay, sir. Could you state your name, please?
Chike Julius Ali Onaniwu. Second.
Okay, sir. You're here on case 2025 CF 4342. You do qualify for the services of the public defender. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Yes.
Okay, I will appoint the public defender to represent you. You're charged in 3 counts. 1 is possession of cocaine. Count 2 is possession of marijuana less than 20 grams. And count 3 is possession of drug paraphernalia. I have reviewed the arrest affidavit. I do find probable cause. Count 1, I'll set your bond at $2,500. Count 2 will be $500. Count 3 will be $500. Okay? So you have bonds on all your cases.
So a bail bondsman, they're independent companies that are separate from the court.
Let's have an amendment for the next case.
Okay.
So you would have to contact a bondsman, a bail bondsman. You would put down 10%, and you have to also put collateral. So like, let's say your bail is $500.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Please raise your right hand. Sir, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right. Could you state your name?
Craig Lee Owens.
All right, Mr. Owens. You're here on case 2025 CF 4345. State.
Your Honor, state would amend count 1. As charged right now, it is an F1 PPL due to the gang enhancement. However, there's no allegations of that within the affidavit.
Gang enhancement?
Would amend
This
it
was
to
a
possession of firearm
gangster?
by a convicted felon, which I believe the affidavit does support, and would make it an F2, so he would be entitled to bond. The Florida statute is 790-23-9, so it's now an F2, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon.
I'm noting that on the affidavit. Yeah, I didn't see the gang enhancement.
Dog, the bounty hunter passed away?
So you do qualify for the services of the public defender. Would you like me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so sir, as to case 2025 CF 4341, the state has amended count 1 to just possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. You are entitled to bond in that case. I will set your bond.
Thanks, Jerome.
At $2,500. Count 2, possession of ammunition by a convicted felon. I'll set your bond at $2,500. Count 3, possession of methamphetamine with a weapon. I will set your bond at $2,500. Count 4, possession of a controlled substance. Your bond will be set at $2,500. Count 5, possession of drug paraphernalia.
Thank you.
Your bond will be set at $500.
Yeah, in the U.S., they're going to make money off of you.
I think the intent, which I can only guess, I think the intent was 1, the possession of meth.
Yeah,
So the lesser included, a possession of meth. Because there were arguably 2 items of meth.
Because it looks like one was a 4.7 grams, and then there's another one of a clear jar.
What up,
Your Honor, defense would, even if you find PC, defense would ask that you ROR that count. It looks like, I mean, they've already charged him with the possession of meth with a weapon. They're all, it's in the same vehicle. I would just ask that you ROR that count or reduce it. I think you said all of them at $2,500, if I'm not mistaken.
$2,500, that's correct.
I would just ask if you aren't inclined to ROR that you set a $500 bond as opposed to $25 given in the same car.
Okay, so as to count 3, I'll amend that and I'll set your bond at $2,500 for that. Or sorry, at $500.
3, $2,500.
Yeah, 3, $2,500. Sorry, 4, $500. Sir, however, you are out on bond in case 2025 CF 39340, burglary of a structure, grand theft of criminal mischief. You are on pretrial release. I'm going to revoke your pretrial release in this case.
Your Honor, state's requesting that you revoke and set them at none. He was just seen in court by Judge Skipper last week on 4/4. We gave him pretrial release. So within approximately 5 days, allegedly picked up new felony offenses.
I'm revoking your PTR. I'm going to hold you to no bond, sir.
Your Honor, are you revoking on both cases?
Additionally, 2025 CF 4052AO, You were granted pretrial relief in this case. Again, it's burglary, obstruction, and grand theft, $20,000 or more, but less than $100,000. I'm going to revoke your bond on this case as well. I'm going to revoke PTR and will reheld at no bond.
And Your Honor, I have 2 revocation forms as well.
Yes.
Just have the revocation.
My bond was $500,000. Sheen Gators. Such a confusing system for a non-U.S. citizen. The U.S. is just confusing, just pretty much. So don't you worry. A lot of stuff that happens here doesn't make any sense, if you will. Such a confusing system for a non-U.S. citizen to understand. Yeah. If you got money, if you got money in the U.S., you'll be all right.
That's all, sir.
The problem is if you don't have any money, that's where you're gonna get screwed. If you could bond out, you could get a lawyer, then you'll be all right. Or if you know people, if you're connected, if you know people, that's definitely, if you're politically connected, that's gonna definitely help you out.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Please put your hand down. State your name, please.
Mayor Palmer.
Put your hand down. Would you like, you qualify for the services of the public defender. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Okay. Sir, case 2025 CF 4346. As to count 1, I do find probable cause for all 3 counts. Count 1, bond is.
Your Honor, he does qualify.
Qualifies for PTR?
No objection.
Okay. Sir, I'm gonna give you what's called pretrial release, meaning that there are certain conditions, but you're gonna be released in lieu of bond, but you'll be monitored, okay?
Okay.
So, I will grant pretrial release since there's no objection from the state. I'm gonna order that you not possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, okay?
You're gonna be like dirt poor to qualify for the public protector's
Sir, could
office.
you please raise your right hand? You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, could you state your name, please?
Nicholas Pimento.
All right, you can put your hand down. Sir, you qualify for the services of the public defender. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Yes, sir.
This is case 2025 CF 4315 AO. I have reviewed the arrest affidavit. I do find probable cause for the charge of possession of a controlled substance without a prescription. I'm going to set your bond at $2,500.
Defense will waive. We are appointed already, Your Honor.
Okay, so in this case, 2024 CF 16218 AO. Miss Lundy's refused to come to court. I have reviewed the arrest affidavit. Looks like she was charged with possession of cocaine, possession of drug paraphernalia, and petty theft of $100 or more. She failed to appear on all 3 charges. Her bond is set at 0 for all 3 failures to appear. I will keep her at the 0 bond.
No worries, Abby. That's why I got that clock up there for.
How are you, sir? Could you please raise your right hand? Sir, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Hey, could you state your name, please?
Yes, Mr. Four.
All right, Mr. Reese. You're here on case 2023 CF 16140 AO, as well as 2023 CT 6951 AO. First case is possession case. Second case is driving while license suspended. Sir, you failed to appear for court in both of these cases. Has the PD been previously appointed in these cases?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so you are represented by the PD. Both cases are in failure to appear. On the first count, the possession case, you're set at no bond. I'm going to hold you at no bond. In the second case, for the driving while license suspended, your bond is set at $3,500.
What up?
3,500 on both, Your Honor?
Zigzag.
No, $3,500 on the second case for the driving, no bond on the possession.
Next.
Come on up, sir.
Yeah, it's like they streamlined the process right here. It's like
Please
bam,
raise your right
bam,
hand.
bam, bam, wham, bam, thank
You
you,
swear
ma'am.
affirm the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Okay, could you state your name, please?
Reyes.
All right, Mr. Reyes, you're here on case 2025 CF 40510. Sir, you do not qualify for the services of the public defender. Your warrant was issued by the judge for the charge of aggravated stalking with credible threat.
Stalking? That's gonna be a
You
toilet
are
flush.
entitled to a bond in this case, sir. So I'm going to set your bond at $5,000. You have no contact with the victim, alleged victim in this case. No contact means no contact, sir. Okay. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms. If you do have weapons or firearms, it must be turned over to law enforcement within 24 hours of your release. No contact, and so that's anything else, State?
We'd ask for no return to her home or place of work.
Yeah, well, that's no contact means no contact. So you can't contact her, you can't go to her work, you can't go to her residence, okay? So I'm going to also add that no return to place of employment or residence.
I just want the first question.
Okay, go ahead. I would ask your attorney.
He actually has to see her tomorrow, Your Honor, because they have court. So just so he doesn't get in any trouble, that he's allowed to go to court, the court appearance. So they have court tomorrow for the, I guess, an injunction.
Okay, yeah. So when you go to court for injunction hearing, you're going to be separated anyway. Mm-hmm. So yes, you have to appear for court. Okay, but you can't talk to her or anything like that. Okay, got it? All right. Good luck, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name for the record, please.
Wesley Sanchez.
All right, Mr. Sanchez. You qualify for the services of the public defender. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
I do.
I'll appoint the public defender to represent you in case 2025 CF 4331AO. Sir, you're charged with 3 counts. I do find probable cause for all 3 counts. Count 1, possession of methamphetamine. Bond is set at $2,500.
Your Honor, he qualifies for pretrial release.
State. All right, so sir, in lieu of a bond, you qualify for pretrial release. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to allow that. So you're not going to have to, you won't have to post a bond. Excuse me. So, but there are going to be conditions. So you have to comply with those conditions. The one condition I'm going to put on right now is that you not possess or consume any illegal drugs or alcohol. Okay? Good luck, sir. You'll get out today. All right. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Please raise your right hand. Sir, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I believe we had the co-defendant in this case earlier.
Mm-hmm.
So, sir, put your hand down. Would you state your name, please?
Brent Stafford.
All right, Mr. Stafford, you qualify for the services of the public defender in this case. Would you like me to appoint the public defender?
Yes.
Sir, you're charged with count 1, sale and delivery of cocaine. Count 2, possession of cannabis, some 40 grams.
Your Honor, he qualifies for pretrial release.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Sir, I'm going to order that you, I'm going to grant you pretrial release in this case, so you get out today. However, I'm going to as a condition of your pretrial release, in this case 2025 CF 4320 AO, I'm going to order that you have no contact with the co-defendant in this case. Additionally, you are not to possess or consume any illegal drugs or alcohol. Okay? Good luck, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
How are you, sir?
All right.
Sir, please raise your right hand. You swear affirm the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can put your hand down. State your name, please. State your name.
Jason Alfonso Villard.
All right, Mr. Villard. You qualify for the services of the public defender. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Sir.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you in case 2025 CF 4322 AO. You're charged with possession of methamphetamine. I do find probable cause for this charge. I will set your bond at $2,500. However, sir, you were currently released on your own recognizance in 25 CF. Was this case filed on?
No, Your Honor, he was seen on 3-1. He was released on a 33-day motion on 4-1. So it's been 8 days before he allegedly picked up a new law offense. State's requesting that you revoke and set a new bond in place, given he was out for a couple days before picking up a new drug offense.
This case has been filed on?
Has not.
Has not, okay. All right, but I am going to revoke the ROR in this case. This case 2025 CF 2583 AO, possession of cocaine, possession of methyldienodoxy, amphetamine. So I'm going to revoke the release on your own recognizance, and I will set a new bond of. Now, is this, because it's not clear, is this 3 counts or 2 counts? As to.
It was just
2? Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. Sir, your bond amount on this case is going to be based on the nature of the offense and what you were really arrested for. I'm going to set your bond at $3,500 on count 1 and $3,500 on count 2. Okay? Good luck, sir. Please raise your right hand. Swear affirm the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. What's that?
That's it.
Do you swear affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, could you state your name, please?
Giovanni Villard.
All right, Mr. Villard, you're here on case 2025 CF 4314 AO. He didn't fill out an application. Would you like me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Say that again.
Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you? You have a private attorney? Okay. So, sir, I have reviewed the arrest affidavit. I do find probable cause for the charge. Count 1, robbery with a firearm. Count 2, loitering and prowling. Count 3, resisting officer without violence. State, do you wish to be heard as to count 1?
Yes, Your Honor, count 1 is a first-degree felony that's punishable by life. We're requesting he remain at no bond pursuant to Arthur, with reasonable bonds on 2 and 3, and no contact.
Okay, sir. So I'm going to hold you at no bond as to count 1. You'll be set for a pretrial detention hearing on April 15th at 9 a.m. As to count 2, I'll set your bond at $250. As to count 3, I'll set your bond at $500. If you are released, sir, you are not to return to 12922 Primrose Place or Promise Place. You are not to possess any firearms or weapons. If you have any firearms or weapons, they must be turned over to law enforcement within 24 hours of your release. You are not to have any contact with any alleged victims in this case. Okay?
Your Honor, he did. Do you mind inquiring who his attorney is so there can be communication?
Who's your attorney, sir?
Do we know?
You're just. Oh, okay.
just kind of want to effectuate.
No, the P's not there.
Prior to hearing.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
I'm sorry?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Would you state your name, please?
Anna Arnaud,
And what is your relationship to the defendant?
my son. I'm his mother.
Okay. Ma'am, have you made any headway as far as hiring a private attorney for your son?
I spoke to a private attorney this morning. They said to go ahead and wait until the pre-sentencing.
Okay.
Is it possible for him to first be seen by the public defender to see what we're able to do today?
That's fine. So, sir, what I'm going to do is, because it doesn't appear that you have a private attorney yet, I am going to appoint a public defender to represent you. So, sir, but additionally, based on the nature of the charge in count 1, I am still going to hold you at no bond, and you have to go to that pretrial detention hearing on the 15th. Okay? So he'll be held until the 15th, and they'll determine if they're going to hold him further, but I'm keeping him at no bond on count 1. Okay?
No. And Your Honor, I did, she has the green form. I put the bonds on there, the date of the hearing, and which courtroom it's going to be at downtown in case you do hire an attorney. But for now, we will go to the hearing.
And ma'am, just for purposes, what was the name of the attorney that you spoke with?
Nick Kelly.
You do it right.
Oh, Nick Kelly? Okay.
Yes, sir.
I know Mr. Kelly. So, all right. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Good luck, sir.
Nick Kelly.
Almost done. One more. Good afternoon, sir.
How you doing?
Doing well, thank you. Please raise your right hand. You swear affirm testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Sir, state your name, please.
Travis Jamal Wilkins.
All right, Mr. Wilkins. You're here on case 2025 CF 4328AO. Sir, you do qualify for the services of the public defender. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Say what?
Would you like me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, sir, you're charged, count 1, possession of cocaine, count 2, possession of drug paraphernalia, count 3, resisting officer without violence, count 4, assault on a law enforcement officer. Sir, I have read the arrest affidavit. I do find probable cause for all 4 counts. Count 1, bond is set at $2,500. Count 2, bond is set at $1,000. Count 3, bond is set at $1,000. Count 4, bond is set at $2,500. You are not to possess or consume any drugs or alcohol, illegal drugs or alcohol. You are not to possess any weapons or firearms. You are not to have any contact with the law enforcement officer that was involved in this incident, okay?
So I can say something?
Yes, yeah. And sir, if you are released, if you have any weapons or firearms, you are not, or you have to turn those over to law enforcement within 24 hours.
Defense's only request would be that it be a no hostile contact with the law enforcement officer. He doesn't have any control if the law enforcement officer makes contact with him. If he's outside of jail, I don't know. He can't control having contact with the police.
Oh, if you see yeah, okay. So I'm going to say no hostile contact because I don't want to tell you to not have. And then if he's trying to talk, comes up to you and then you walk away, then that causes a bigger problem. Okay. So no hostile contact. You can't threaten to punch him in the face again. Okay. Okay. And sir, you are currently out on case 2025 CF 749AO. Possession of methadone. Your bond amount, you did.
Yeah, that one, he was arrested 3/11. He bonded 4/7, so 2 days ago, before picking up these new charges. and information is not yet filed in candor to the court. It is still waiting on FDLE, given it's been approximately 1 day before we picked up new drug charges. So we would ask that you revoke. And then additionally, on the 24 CF 15565, that one is filed, the possession of dimethylpentylone, also another drug case. The state would request you revoke both.
Yep. Okay. So they haven't filed on this one yet. I'm not going to take any action as to that case. The 749 AO. As to case 24 CF 15565 AO, based on the nature of the charges, I am going to revoke your bond in order that you held at no bond for that case. Good luck, sir. How are you, sir?
All right.
Please raise your right hand. You swear affirm testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
All right. Could you state your name, please?
Prince Edward Williams Sr.
All right, sir. You qualify for the services of the public defender. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you in case?
Yes, sir.
This is case 2025 CF 4350 AO. Sir, I have reviewed the arrest affidavit. I do find probable cause. Count 1, sale and delivery of cocaine. I'm actually going to increase your bond in that case to $3,500. Count 2, possession of marijuana less than 20 grams. I'm going to set your bond at $500. Possession of count 3, possession of drug paraphernalia. Bond will be at $500. And based on what I'm reading on count 4, tampering with physical evidence, I'm going to set your bond at $500. Okay. However, sir, you were out on bond in case 25 CF 893000 AO. This was another possession of cocaine charge. I'm going to revoke your bond in order that you held at no bond on that case.
Your Honor, just for the record, that case was filed.
Yes.
The state does have a motion as to the 4350 case. We request that it be transferred.
Yes. Good luck, sir.
Just check it.
All right, 2 more.
Yeah. You're welcome.
All right, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please raise your right hand.
You said left?
Right.
All right.
Do you swear affirm testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, sir. State your name for the record.
Tyrese Wilson?
All right, Mr. Wilson, you're here on case 2025 CF 4325 AO. Sir, you qualify for the services of the public defender. Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you?
I'm sorry.
Would you like for me to appoint the public defender to represent you? Okay, I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Sir, you're charged with possession of cannabis. I have reviewed the arrest affidavit. I do find possession of cannabis more than 20 grams. I find probable cause. I'm going to set your bond at $2,500.
Okay. One quick.
I don't think I've seen any famous people on here, public figures,
Wilkins, was that PPR?
or any rappers on here before.
Wilkins?
No. He was bond.
If
He
you
had a
will.
bond.
77 apples.
1,500, 1,000, 1,000, 2,500.
Or 777
and
apples.
He had 2 out on bond.
Yeah, here in Florida, it's a little bit different.
Oh,
Or at least right here in Orange County, if you will. Hey, nothing to do. Thank you for the follow.
And give us some information.
You know, and I don't want to sound insensitive or whatnot, but you know, obviously their hair is a little bit different, so their styling options are
Sir, good luck.
limited. Sorry, I thought this was California. What up, James? How are you doing? Hey, I'm doing pretty good. What's
Come on
up?
up, sir.
Pancho 1841 Capricorn. How's everybody doing today?
Yes.
All right, sir, come on up. Sir, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
All right, sir, you can put your hand down. Could you state your name, please?
Bonte, right?
All right, Mr. Wright. You're here on case 25 CF 4330AO. You do not qualify for the services of the public defender. However, you are entitled to a bond in this case. You're charged with driving a license suspended. The third or subsequent offense is charged as a felony. I'm going to set your bond at $2,500.
He qualifies for pretrial.
What's that?
He qualifies for
He does?
PPR.
Okay.
You can
All
watch
sir,
right
so
here.
Did you qualify for pretrial release? Meaning that in lieu of bond, you're going to be, there's some certain conditions you'll have to abide by, and then you'll be monitored. Would you like for me to do that in lieu of bond?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'll grant pretrial release, sir. As a condition of your bond, you are not to drive without a valid driver's license, okay? So you'll be released today, sir. Okay. Good luck.
I think
All right, I believe that's everything.
Your Honor,
I think it's a type of crime if it's either a
there
misdemeanor
was
or a felony.
defendant, last name Mac, that was seen here. It appears that it was an over-the-line arrest, and he went to initial appearance in Lake County. Lake County actually did his IA order, and they set his bond at $10,000. You set a bond of $2,500. Did you want to address that?
Thank you for the follow.
Okay, so this is a case of Guayas Mac. I did set a bond in this case, and this is a Lake County case. It was I set $2,500. However, bond was set at initial appearance.
It's the Orange County case.
Oh, it's
was
Orange
just an
County. Okay,
over-the-line
okay.
arrest.
Bond was set at $10,000, so I will amend that from $2,500 to $10,000. Yeah, 10,000 state. Yeah. All right. That being said, we're in recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
9 a.m. Don't trip. Don't trip. Don't panic. We're going to switch on over to the TKM case, if you will. Just hold up. I got to get it up on the screen here. And I will go ahead and get to it, if you will. Let me get my screen up here. Here. Give me a momento. So it's up there. It's going to be kind of loud, so you might want to lower your volume.
No, sir.
Okay. Damn, I almost blew out my eardrum.
Try to conduct an investigation in Dallas where she was, right?
No, sir.
All right. You didn't talk to anybody in Dallas who she might have been living with or staying with?
No, sir.
Okay. And we already said you didn't acquire anything on her phone.
That's correct.
And you didn't even ask for her phone in the interview.
Correct.
Okay.
Hey, thank you. My apologies for your ears if you're. But James is loud.
You mentioned that you acquired DNA swabbing from the suspects, right?
Like physically from the suspect? Physically from the
Or
suspect?
you requested it?
For Mr. McIntyre.
Just for Mr. McIntyre?
Yes, sir.
Did you have any DNA swabbing done on Mr. Bell?
No, sir.
Did you have any DNA swabbing done on Joanna Reyes or Jeremiah
No,
Rodriguez?
sir.
Okay. Just Mr. McIntyre?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated that you never requested that that be processed against anything on any of the items of evidence, right?
Yes, sir.
And your explanation for that was basically you made the decision that you had enough to proceed forward without that information, right?
Through the course of the investigation, yes, sir.
So, I mean, you do recognize that that comes with an inherent amount of risk to not check for DNA, correct?
Yes, sir, but like I mentioned, even if with the evidence that I had as physical witness and other evidence, as you mentioned, sir, I still believe that all that showed that Mr. McIntyre.
And I understand what you believe. What I'm trying to get to is, I mean, for example,
Yes, sir.
Jeremiah Rodriguez told you there was another man in the car named John, right?
That's correct.
And that he was sitting in someone's lap while they were driving around, right?
Yes, he did.
And you clearly make manifest to Jeremiah that you're not buying that.
Yes, sir.
Right? And then he starts to change his tune, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And we've talked about how one of the problems with interrogating people is they are trying to tell you what they think you want to hear, right? And you have to kind of cut them off at the pass.
Yes, sir.
And so let's say that you ran that serology and you ran that DNA and it came back to a man in CODIS named John. That'd be a problem, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it would definitely change things from the evidence, physical evidence, video, witness statements that I had to that point, but I didn't have that indication.
You decided that was a low probability event and that you'll take the risk and you'll file the charge and you won't charge Jeremiah.
That's not the reason I didn't charge him, but no, that's, like I said, I was basing it on all the evidence, the totality of
Bottom
the
line
evidence.
is we just don't know what that DNA evidence would tell us.
It wasn't submitted, no, sir.
Okay. In terms of processing the automobile, there wasn't any work done to try and identify whether or not there was blood spatter in the car, for example.
That's, I mean, see, that's CSI's job, sir. I don't know that, I didn't get any evidence or indication from CSI that blood spatter or any other biological fluid was found in the car. No, sir.
Okay, so the thoroughness of their investigation is one of those things we talked about at the beginning, where there are a lot of moving parts. You have to rely on their work. You have to trust it was competently done, right?
Yes, sir.
But if there had been blood spatter in the car, you'd want to know about it, right?
Yes, sir.
And you'd want to run serology on it, right?
But it wasn't found, sir.
Okay, and you don't know why it wasn't found. You can't say whether it wasn't found because it wasn't there or CSI didn't do it.
I mean, that's what I choose to say. It wasn't there. Yes, sir.
Okay. As far as you're aware.
As far as I'm aware.
It
Yes,
wasn't
sir.
there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Going back real quick to the issue of her fear and Joanna's fear, right? One of the things that you point out to Joanna in that interview that I'd like to ask you about is Tamor and Jalen Bell obviously leave town. Tamor's found in New Jersey. Mr. Bell's found in Dallas, right?
Yes, sir.
And your understanding from talking to Ms. Reyes is that she went to Dallas and then she went to Ector County.
Yes, sir.
And maybe somewhere else we don't know.
Yes, sir.
No one was keeping tabs on Jeremiah in San Antonio, as far as you know, right?
As far as I know now, sir.
Okay. And you even asked her, well, if you're so worried about this, why would they just leave Jeremiah by himself?
Yes, sir.
You were asking that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Somebody's phone is ringing.
I want to ask you a couple questions about that SD card that was found in the parking lot.
Yes, sir.
You said that you tried to access it just by plugging it into a computer like you would any SD card, right?
Yes, sir.
And it just wasn't working.
Correct.
So you sent it off, you said, for analysis. Can you just explain for us a little bit what exactly, who did you send it to?
So I sent it to San Angelo Police Department has a video investigation technical unit. They're the ones that generally collect surveillance video. They help us out recovering photos, sometimes from SD cards, not just on criminal cases, on other stuff. They help CSIs out with that. So that's kind of what they do. They're detectives.
Okay. And you sent it to them and they said, we can't get it to work, we can't do anything.
Correct.
And was there any follow-up after that? Are there any additional steps that could have been taken to try and restore that SD card?
They're the subject matter experts, sir. They didn't indicate that there was anything else that could be done. No, sir. So I would say no.
You deferred to their experience.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, I mean, as far as the SD card is concerned, you don't know if it's a random SD card that someone else dropped in the parking lot, or if it belonged to the deceased, or if it belonged to someone else.
That's correct.
Okay. Did they generate any kind of a report to you?
Yes, they did. I'm pretty sure they did.
Okay. When do you... Your interview with Ms. Reyes is in September of 2017, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then your interview with Mr. Rodriguez is a similar time frame, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you file the case with the DA's office, right?
Yes, sir. Before, yes, sir.
Let's talk a little bit about what your duties are as the detective on a case, the lead detective on a case, after you've taken that step of filing the charge with the DA's office.
Yes, sir.
Do you go back to sort of being eligible to catch other cases and to be reassigned to other work at that point? Or is it something where you file charges and you are frequently still heavily involved in the investigation? It's just that you completed step one, which is I have enough to file a charge.
So the case is filed, and we are still subject to receiving other cases.
Okay.
We have a caseload.
So you're sort of back to the normal routine, or, I mean, how many cases are you expected on a daily basis to be worrying about?
It varies, sir. Anywhere from half a dozen to more. Yeah.
Okay. So during this time period from April of 2017 until you filed the charges on it, this wasn't the only case that you were working on homicide, right?
Correct.
Okay. Around that time, do you know how many you were handling?
I would have to say probably about half a dozen. I mean, I honestly couldn't tell you right off the top of my head.
Sure. But after you sort of file charges, is that sort of a mark in your book that while you're still the duty detective for that case,
yes,
it's not something you're going to have to deal with every day from here on out? Like it's kind of
not
as far as you're concerned.
Not as much as the other cases. Yes, sir.
Because now it's the prosecutor's job to review your prosecution guide and decide whether they like what you did and whether they think there's probable cause to get an indictment on someone and those kinds of things, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, to your credit, you mentioned several times things that you want to keep following up on about this case, right? In your prosecution guide?
Yes, sir.
And one of those things that you notated is that you'd like to see ballistics work done on the pistol that was seized off of Jalen Bell, right?
Correct.
And that was something that you notated back in 2017.
That's correct.
And Mr. Gary had talked to you 3 or 4 times. You were asking Dallas to get that to you, right?
Yes, sir.
And it took a long time to get it down.
Yes, sir. To the point that I honestly don't know exactly when it got to Bexar County.
So it was not a part of your decision-making process at all when you filed the charge. You filed the charge having never looked at or considered Jalen Bell's pistol.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I mean, yes, I didn't know if it matched. Is that's what you're asking?
Right.
Yes.
You decided to file anyway, despite not having that in your possession.
Again, yes, yes, sir.
Okay. You mentioned come a delegation of duties again. You sent the SD card off to those people, and they come back and they say, in our expertise, there's nothing more we can do about this. You're like, okay, that's noted. Moving on to the next question. The collection of evidence itself is also not a detective's responsibility per se. That's left up to the crime scene investigators, right?
Generally, yes, sir.
I mean, you have authority to tell a crime scene investigator, go process that, go collect that, photograph that, but it's their job to also be doing that without your direct input, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And there were several crime scene investigators involved in this case, right?
That's correct.
And each of them, when they get out to the scene, is notating their E1, E2, E3 for the thing that they're processing, right?
Yes, sir.
That gets confusing, can't it?
Yes, it does.
And the goal is that eventually someone figures out what everything is and which scene it came from, and they give it that barcode, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's designed to kind of put the matter to an end and say, okay, this barcode belongs to this piece of evidence, and that is what it is, right?
Generally, that's the idea, yes, sir.
Okay. And in this case, the barcodes for the scene at the Chick-fil-A were generated by Kim Wong, right?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Okay. And Ms. Wong's no longer with the department, correct?
As far as I know, no, sir.
Okay. But you wouldn't have had anything to do with how they labeled their evidence or how the barcode is generated or anything else?
No, sir.
Now, in terms of, in this case, we have two pretty evidence-intensive crime scenes, right? We have the Chick-fil-A parking lot, and we have the El Casino parking lot, right?
Yes, sir.
And then, I mean, obviously the car is taken to a secure evidence bay where it's internally processed, right?
Correct.
But at the time that the car is discovered in the Mexican food restaurant parking lot, there's a be on the lookout for it, correct?
Yes, sir.
Who generated the be on the lookout?
I did.
Okay. When you do that, back in 2017, was there a way to link up information? I mean, like, if I'm a patrolman and I'm just going about my ordinary business as a patrolman, and I see something that matches your be on the lookout, and as a result of that, crime scene investigators are brought out to process a scene, how did they get the benefit of the notes and the field work and everything that was done at the first crime scene? How is that communicated to them?
So there's a record, back then, there was a record management system, and that's kind of like the way we have now. We have a report, Mark 43, it's a report management system, which is where we put our reports, and you're able to see other people's reports.
Okay. Would it trouble you to learn that we've heard testimony in this case that some people had not seen any reports when they made the El Casino parking lot scene?
No.
That wouldn't surprise you at all?
I mean, I don't know if they did or didn't, you know. It's the resources available.
Sure.
Yeah.
And you have to rely on what they know, what they don't know.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you were not the first officer that arrived at the Chick-fil-A parking lot, right?
No, sir.
When you got there, had the crime scene tape already been set up?
The crime scene was secure already. Yes, sir.
Okay. Was there ever a decision to expand the perimeter of the crime scene?
No, sir. Not from my recollection.
Okay. You're aware that the eyewitness accounts sort of start the story back on the access road of the freeway, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then eventually they pull into the Chick-fil-A parking lot, and that's where Mr. Saldivar dies.
Correct, sir.
So the crime scene that was drawn did not encompass those lanes of traffic or the curbs or the grass next to the access road itself. It was just essentially looks like the property line of the Chick-fil-A establishment, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did anybody go to sweep the area of the access road, like to look at the roadbed of the access road or the curb or anything like that?
The roadway, not that I'm aware of, sir.
Okay. We are aware that different witnesses have said that they think they heard 2 or 3 shots, and some said 1, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
All right, does anyone need a short break? All right. So I'm going to have you all back here at 3:15. Is that enough time for everyone? All right, remember my previous instructions. Everyone please rise to the
Hey guys, I'm gonna go ahead and give you guys a heads up. I'm about to I gotta step out, so I'm gonna cut this stream, but I'm gonna transfer you guys over to if you guys are watching on YouTube, I'm gonna transfer you over to another stream that I currently got going on, and then you guys could go ahead and continue watching if you wish. If not, then I'll be back a little bit later. I got other things I gotta attend to. Right now, either they're on recess or they're approaching the bench. Maybe a little break. I don't know. I stepped away, so I wasn't able to hear. But if you guys want to continue watching on YT, just jump on over here to collect call from, if you will. If you don't, then I guess you guys will catch me back when I do jump back on YT, if you will. If you are watching on YT, I'm gonna transfer you over to the other stream I currently got going on YT, if that makes sense. I do appreciate you guys. This is Collect Call James. You are watching. James, what do I have to do to get a sticker? Rhonda, just shoot me $1 on Cash App. I sent you a message. Just send me $1. $sign Collect Call from on Cash App, and I'll drop in the mail today, if you will. I'm watching on YT. Hey, thank you, Nikki. Highly appreciate that. You didn't answer me, bro. I'm not sure. I didn't see your question, bro. If you will. Let me see. Want to make sure it was you. Of course it's me. It's the little $sign Collect Cop from TikTok. TikTok my info? What the what? I'm not understanding your question. TikTok my info. What do you mean TikTok your info? No Nintendo gang. Gang. Okay, yeah, just drop me a message. Yeah, if you if you want the stickers, it's $1. It's $1 for U.S. shipping. If you're international, send me $2. But from what I hear, depending on what part of outside the U.S., I'm not even sure if a Cash App is available outside the United States. But if it's not, you could always just send me some coins or whatever that equal $2. And then TikTok Shop is the best, if you will. Yeah, just send me some coins, and then let me know when you send them over, and I'll go ahead and ship them on over whenever you provide me with your shipping information. So if you want me to ship them, I would prefer you send me your address and your name, and I'll go and ship them off. Unless you want me to ship them to a third party, and then that's where we're at. Let me see. I love the word algorithm. Right, 808 Island Queen B. Anyhow, guys, hopefully I answer all your questions. If I haven't, catch me on the next stream. I do appreciate you guys, if you will. Hey, like I said on here, life's like a candle. Once you blow it out, it's lights out. And with that, I am out. Deuces a rato. Capture. Here. Let me check the right one. I gotta edit this video here. Edit that video.